There we go. Now I should hear an echo. How about now?
Sounds good for me.
Okay, cool. Well, welcome in, everyone. We are breaking in with a severe thunderstorm warning right now for portions of southwest Michigan. And this is going to be kind of the same area that we've kind of seen a lot of storms this year, but nevertheless, here we go again. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has recently issued this one. We'll go ahead and read the details off right now. National Weather Service northern Indiana has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for north central LaGrange. You got eastern St. Joseph and southwestern Branch. Again, those bottom two counties are in Michigan. The first one I read off is in northeastern Indiana. And this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 6:15 p.m. At 5:40, a severe thunderstorm was located near Sturgis, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail is possible with this storm. It's radar indicated. Locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Sturgis, Bronson, Colon, Fawn River, Batavia, Leonidas, Burr Oak, Brighton, Findlay, Madison Lake, and Fairfax. I'm assuming that's not Brighton, Michigan. It's going to be Brighton, Indiana. And again, it's going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Also, torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm. You can kind of see that denoted by all the pinks on radar. Again, that's your intensity of rain that's falling. And with how unstable the atmosphere is out there today, we could see a couple instances of some decent-sized hail. Haven't had any reports of hail yet, but Sturgis, Centerville, be on alert. It could have some 1-inch hail here soon. Again, Sturgis is in the warning. Centerville, Constantine, not. But there are some strong cells over there that are also showing signs of at least some decent wind, as shown on the right side of the screen on our velocity radar.
Taking a peek here at the Sturgis camera from Fawn River HVAC. There is some pretty good winds there being shown. New warning now incoming for St. Joseph County. Also 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail for that warning as well. Joel, people are saying that my volume is a lot louder than yours.
That means I'll have to turn you down.
I can switch back too. I need to.
Give me 1 second.
So while Joel does that, this warning includes the Centerville, Nottawa, Mendon, Leonidas, Flowerfield, Fabius, and Constantine area. The storm currently is located basically between White Pigeon, Mottville, down to about Bristol, Indiana. This cell does have a nice wind core on it on the velocity radar heading into Constantine. So be mindful of that if you live in Constantine and downstream towards Centerville and Three Rivers. This storm does have some pretty good wind showing up on radar. This storm is moving to the northeast at roughly 20 miles per hour. 20 miles per hour.
Yeah, so that's that new orange box further to the left. It's like we're already off to the start, Ryan, where I mentioned a storm and like 2 minutes later it gets warned. So we're already up to 1. So that is again
Joel
St.
is now
Joseph
banned
County.
from mentioning new. Joel's now banned from mentioning new storms.
Yeah. For those who are new to the wonderful world of looking at radar, anywhere you've seen orange boxes where a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And again, that's going to be for St. Joseph, Branch, and far eastern Cass counties. If you are in, for example, this tiny little sliver of St. Joseph County, up here to the northeast of Mendon, technically, even though there's 2 warnings in your county, you are in that little sliver where there are no warnings in effect. So again, respect the polygon. If you know you live inside these orange boxes, that is going to be where 60-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps 1-inch hail is falling. Again, the National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this new severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph and Cass until 6:45. It's going to impact locations such as Three Rivers, Constantine, White Pigeon, Centerville, Nottawa, Flowerfield, Mottville, Leonidas, Mendon, Moore Park, Klinger Lake, Fishers Lake, Jones, Corey Lake, Howardsville, Wasepi, and Clear Lake. Also, as mentioned, torrential rainfall is occurring with the storm. Storm motions right now about 25 to 35 miles per hour. We were looking at the special weather statements prior to the stream, and for some reason they were saying like 60 miles per hour, I believe, and that just doesn't seem right. These are definitely going a lot slower than that, so you do have some time to prepare if you are downstream from any of these warnings. But again, if you are in that orange box where there's no rain falling, your time to take shelter is now. Interior room, away from any exterior windows or walls where trees and hail may come through. So be advised, again, wind and hail threat with these. No tornado threat at the current time with any of these cells. The pocket specifically near Constantine looks the most impressive. Go ahead, Ryan.
I had the camera from the office being shared. If you want to take my screen real quick, it's got a nice blue tint to this storm as it rolls in. This is in the south side of Three Rivers. This is a first cell out ahead of it. Looks like the bulk of it's going to go into Centerville. The one that we're talking about that's most concerning is behind this cell. So there's two cells technically within this warning polygon. So don't be caught off guard if there's a second warning or a second cell moving in to your area here in the next couple of minutes. But I just wanted to show off that look here at the office. It's got a nice blue, kind of like a greenish tint to it as well.
Decent base right there. Obviously, as you can see, a lot of torrential downpours going on with these storms. So don't wait to see any potential hazards. Again, it's going to be rain wrapped most likely. But again, main hazards right now, 60-mile-per-hour winds and that 1-inch hail. Go ahead and take back our wind radar. And we're looking at specifically, I think the most intense winds right now are going to be between Constantine and White Pigeon. Looking at our base velocity product, anywhere you see these brighter reds changing into these oranges and yellows, that's where you see winds of 55 to maybe even 60 miles per hour currently ongoing. Again, if you guys have any damage reports to send in, feel free to do so. But again, make sure it is safe to do so. Again, taking shelter is the most important thing. Damage will be there, obviously, after the storm has gone past, if there is any damage with these storms. So, again, be advised, St. Joseph County and Branch County specifically, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. These storms are moving kind of off to the northeast, but with time, this entire complex, if I zoom out, this entire complex is shifting to the east. So you're going to kind of have cells building on the complex, pushing north, while at the same time, there's more cells forming out in front as the complex moves east. And there's a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and Branch. And it's yet to be seen whether or not there's an extension of the severe thunderstorm watch. It's possible for sure, but at the current time, SBC does not have any information out about a downstream watch being possible via mesoscale discussion.
I do have mesoscale discussion that's got issued here. I'll have details shortly.
I need to stop speaking. Mesoscale discussion for downstream of this complex.
I thought I saw one off of the. Okay, we have an MD, but it's not for the downstream. It's for the Marquette forecast region. Watch possible for the very far southern tip of the UP. I'm trying to get details on that.
A little bit of a lowering base on this.
Tornado up to 95 miles per hour, hail up to 2.5 inches, and wind to 70. Looks like they're going to go very far southern tip by Menominee County. Watch possibility is 40% on that.
And it's this set of cells. I currently have the radar live here. This set of cells that's north of the stationary front. They definitely have that look to it, kind of supercellular in nature. That'd be some large hail, perhaps some downburst winds. And again, when you see the supercells like that, you can't rule out a brief tornado. So if you are in northeastern Wisconsin and perhaps the far southern tip of the Upper Peninsula, so Dickinson, Menominee, and perhaps Delta counties this evening, again, as Ryan mentioned, mesoscale discussion in effect, which is basically the watch prior to a watch, as we like to say. So it's kind of like a, hey, we're watching this closely for a watch. And again, these storms are continuing to make their way towards specifically Menominee and Dickinson County as time rolls on. Again, a lot of the orange boxes out there are your severe thunderstorm warnings, but those are still about 2 to 3 counties away at least from entering the Upper Peninsula, Michigan, if they can even get there. So I just wanted to give you guys a little heads up on the radar scan up there right now, but nothing currently in the Upper Peninsula.
We need to be very mindful here, Joel, of the Constantine cell. Latest scan does increase the velocity over 60 miles per hour directly in Constantine now. That could be some pretty intense winds. I'll be looking at the outage map here shortly to verify that, but that is likely some very strong winds moving through downtown Constantine. It's going to follow really closely to 131 as well as Constantine Centerville Road. I'll reverse those two names, actually, Centerville Constantine Road. It's going to split those two roads and probably impact areas near Three Rivers and Centerville here next 5 to 10 minutes. In fact, Joel, the camera here at the office, that rain there, that shield coming in is going to be basically this storm is going to be impacting this camera here in a few minutes. So I'll have to watch this carefully.
All right.
I'm going to zoom way in to the trees here to get a good idea of how windy it is incoming here. So I'll leave it like this.
And again, the pocket of winds, I'll go ahead and switch back to my radar here. We don't want to see this brighter colors on velocity radar, as Ryan was mentioning, directly over downtown Constantine. Again, if I hover my mouse over it, the mouse actually tells me what the pixel is at what height in the atmosphere. For example, right over Centerville Road at Baldwin Street in Constantine, there's a pixel here that's reading 62 miles per hour at about 1,900 feet off the ground. Remember, radar data, as it gets further away from the radar site, the radar beam continues to go up into the atmosphere, and so it's reading higher and higher lowest elevations as I turn blurry on the camera here. But again, this pocket of wind now moving slightly off to the northeast, traveling pretty much right down Centerville Constantine Road, crossing over County Highway 130 at the current time. I'm going to go ahead and switch my mic source as well. You guys might hear my volume go up just a bit. Ryan, your mic's cut out.
Huh?
Can't hear you.
Still doesn't come through on your end.
Yeah, you're very quiet to me right now. But again, we're watching. Ooh, yeah, that's loud. Ooh. We are watching 3 different cells, kind of all here in the St. Joseph and Branch County area. Number 1 is going to be in Centerville, so circling with my mouse there. That's heading off to the northeast. Number 2, we'll go over to the east here, Burr Oak, heading up towards Bronson. That's the severe storm we're watching there. And number 3 is probably arguably the strongest of the winds right now in the Constantine area, heading up to the northeast, eventually towards Centerville. So Centerville, you probably just got some gusty winds, and now you have another cell roaring up right down a Centerville Constantine Road right behind it.
The camera at the office is about to be impacted here in a matter of about a minute or two. The winds are beginning to pick up just a bit.
Can't hear Ryan.
Turn on south M66. We'll get a view of this storm near Nottawa that's starting to pack some lightning. We're making our way towards Bronson.
You still can't hear me?
I can hear you perfectly fine. Ooh, that's an upgrade.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
So upgrade to the severe thunderstorm warning coming in just a second. It looks like it's going to be our, yeah, it's going to be our westernmost cell.
The
Again,
entire warning.
yeah,
just
the
upgraded.
entire warning. You'll see the box change here in just a second. But that tone you guys just heard means that the warning has been upgraded. Again, there's levels to our severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, no matter what level severe thunderstorm warning you're in, you should be taking shelter anyways. But for us meteorologists behind the scenes, we can kind of see what level this is. And severe thunderstorm warnings actually have 3 levels to them. And in this case, the severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph, as you can see, just updated, now has a red outline around the orange box. That is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Remains in effect till 6:45 for St. Joseph County. At 5:55 p.m., a severe thunderstorm is located over Constantine or near Three Rivers, and it's moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. It does say that 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail are possible with this storm. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect considerable tree damage, and wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Again, Three Rivers, Constantine, White Pigeon, Centerville, Nottawa, Flowerfield, Mottville, Leonidas, Mendon, Moore Park, Klinger Lake, Fishers Lake, Corey Lake, Howardsville, Wasepi, and Clear Lake are all in this severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, 1-inch hail and at 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the core of those winds are continuing primarily up towards our office there in the Three Rivers, Centerville area. Center of these winds right now on Roy's Road at Seavison Road, crossing over Fairchild Road near Fairchild in Neiman, and ultimately still continuing up Centerville-Constantine Road towards downtown Centerville, although this could be passing right in between Three Rivers and Centerville at the current time. Going off to the east just a little bit, the core of the winds in this cell for the severe thunderstorm warning that's out in front is directly to the north of Burr Oak, going right down County Highway 153, crossing over Shaytown Road, Lindley Road, and eventually crossing up near Lindley and Culver Road, and that's going to be moving in towards Branch County right now as this approaches the M86 corridor between Colon and Coldwater. So yes, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect. That's the highest active warning, and it's going to be this St. Joseph County cell. Again, where you see on our velocity scan where those reds change to yellows and oranges, that's a sign of some very, very heavy and damaging severe wind gusts. I'm looking at pixels right now in here of about 63 and 64 miles per hour directly over Roy's Road and Seavison Road, and that was as of 5:56. So these winds are probably now crossing M86 likely within the next few seconds.
I'm going to switch the camera here off of our office cam. It did not get too gusty there, but I do know we have the Centerville cam incoming here. That's out ahead of the storm, so I'll get it pulled up here once I find it. It's pulled in now.
Okay.
Get it refreshed there you go. This is facing west, courtesy of Miracles Landscape Supply on the west side of Centerville. This is looking basically directly at the bulk of this heavier wind, so we're going to get a really good look here as it passes over to see what exactly the storm is doing. Joel mentioned about 60 to 63-ish mile per hour winds on radar. We'll see if that's translating to the ground or if it's still a little bit in the atmosphere elevated.
We also do have Drew's cam up there in the top right, which he's out there in Leonidas right now, so he's also out in front of the storm.
Perfect. Outside this thunderstorm, there is a severe warning still in effect for the western part of Branch County. There is some pretty gusty winds over there, not as intense looking as the one in St. Joseph County, but they have some pretty good winds coming out of Burr Oak, moving up into Madison, just to the east of Colon, and eventually heading up close to Hodunk, Girard, and potentially close to Union City.
And
the good news is, go ahead.
I did want to bring this up real quick, Ryan. We do have a tiny little vortice funkiness that is happening right near Sturgis, southwest of Sturgis right now. That could be an isolated pocket of gusty winds right on the Indiana-Michigan border, crossing over I-80, I-90. First road up here in Michigan is going to be County Highway 139 at Bogan Road. So Sturgis, be on alert for some suddenly gusty winds within this tiny little confined pocket of wind between Sturgis and Howe. And we've seen this in the past many times where this could be a tiny little pocket of rotation, actually. According to storm relative velocity, this is a tiny little pocket of rotation heading right towards downtown Sturgis. So please be mindful of this very, very tiny couplet in your neck of the woods. Again, severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Sturgis here until the 6:45 time frame, or sorry, 6:15 time frame. So we'll keep an eye on that. CC radar right now in terms of debris does not show anything being lofted, but again, with if there was to be a spin-up tornado, it's going to be kind of hard to tell if that debris actually gets lofted higher than our lowest scan in the atmosphere. So again, Sturgis, be on alert for that wind or perhaps a brief spin up there. But again, main threat right now for any 70 mile per hour winds is going to be between Three Rivers and Centerville. This is your latest update. The gustiest of winds has now moved up into the Fairchild Road area. Fairchild at County Highway 127. Next up, also Hoschel Road, and pretty much M86 here between Constantine and Three Rivers, eventually heading up towards Schrader and South River Road. How's the wind looking on your cam here?
Take it if you want to. Okay, I see you took it already. It's looking like about 30 or so max right now, but I think the worst is about to pass over the camera here.
Yeah, still inside that core where it gets brighter.
Yeah, we're about to find out here in a few seconds, I think.
Latest scan brings the wind right onto the west side of Centerville. So
yep, I see that.
Getting on 86 east.
Holtom Road at M86. and Schrader. Back down to Sturgis. Still some gusty winds there heading into downtown. Couplet right on M66, about to cross over Fawn River Road. That's, again, a mile south of Sturgis, pretty much right into downtown. We also have the gusty winds out in the Branch County area, far western Branch County, crossing over Lindley Road right now at Com Road. So a couple different cells all up in this cluster here. Gusty winds and perhaps some 1-inch hail. But right now it's primarily a damaging wind threat, as we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Joseph County for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And again, you might hear Drew in the background. This is his live cam from Leonidas, Michigan. Core of the storm's off to the right, obviously. I'm guessing he's driving east right now. If I had to assume orientation here.
Yeah, the wind here on the camera in Centerville seems to be a little lackluster. I don't see much anything above 30 or 40, which is good news. That means the storm on the core is not fully mixing to the ground, especially because the radar's showing 60, 65 mile per hour winds. We're definitely not getting that on the surface. So that's good news at least.
Yeah, these storms are heading off to the north-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour on average. They're all kind of going different speeds right now. But if these continue more off to the north instead of the east, we could see these storms move into far southern Kalamazoo and southern Calhoun County. Again, that would be like the Athens, Teconcha, Union City, Sherwood area here in the coming minutes. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for primarily 60 and 70 mile per hour winds, but also 1-inch hail cannot be ruled out, just given how unstable we are today here in southern Michigan. Actually, slightly over the forecast limit of how much surface-based CAPE we're going to get out, or we were going to get today. 3,000 joules of surface-based CAPE, in fact. We also have Ben out there chasing as well. He is in Colon, Michigan. So he's kind of in between all of the storms.
So far, do not have any major reports of outages yet.
Hail and
Mind you, this is
Sturgis.
only round one. We have more storms expected later on tonight. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, no, somebody just said hail and Sturgis right now. Kind of lines up with the radar. Also gusty winds.
It's likely we will be driving into the core of this thing once we
I see 51 miles per hour at 1,900 feet off the ground. So it looks like it's trying to calm down a little bit out there. But out of the abundance of caution, severe thunderstorm warnings do continue from the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. I'm actually going to go ahead and change the storm motion vector on these, because these are way different now. Yeah. But next up, again, as mentioned, would be far southeastern Kalamazoo, maybe southern Calhoun, but the continuation downstream is more towards Branch and eventually Hillsdale, if these storms can ultimately stay together here across portions of southern Michigan this evening. And as Ryan was alluding to, we do have more storms off here to the west that we're watching for later overnight tonight. So even if you don't have warnings right now, we are still expecting a complex of perhaps gusty winds moving in overnight tonight for most of the Lower Peninsula. New severe thunderstorm warning now coming in, as you saw at the bottom of the screen. This is going to be further south. And that is definitely valid. You'll see an orange box pop in here in just a second, but the National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Steuben, LaGrange in northeastern Indiana, as well as southeastern St. Joseph and southern Berry southern branch counties until 6:45 p.m. At 6:06, a severe thunderstorm was located over LaGrange, Indiana, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is just for 60 mile per hour winds. Also, torrential rainfall is occurring with the storm and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Again, just 60 mile per hour winds. And all of these severe thunderstorm warnings do not have a tornado possible with these storms. However, again, these gusty winds can bring down more trees than a tornado would, especially right now with this core of wind that we have not seen any verification of 70 mile per hour winds, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the potential for 70 mile per hour winds, as the core of this wind is now on County Highway 133 at M60, about 2 miles to the west of Mendon. So if you guys have any damage reports or measured wind gusts here, if it's safe to do so, feel free to send them our way. I'll shout this out real quick. Our messenger is open for damage reports only. Please do not ask questions in our messenger. Again, we are just live streaming right now, so make sure to just stay with us here as we're live streaming. Use messenger for damage reports only. Location, time, what you're seeing. Also, you can send them in any of our comment sections on any of our Facebook posts or X posts, as long as it's not the live stream, of course, because then we won't be able to see it. Additionally, we do have a Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers, if you'd like to send in your damage reports there. But Ryan and I both agree to this. Send it to the National Weather Service first and foremost before you send it to us, because again, they are the ones that issue these warnings in a timely manner.
They went ahead and continued the considerable warning for northern St. Joseph. They did trim it back, so it excludes Constantine White Pigeon areas now, but does continue for places like Mendon, Leonidas, and Flowerfield, as well as I almost said Schoolcraft, but Schoolcraft is in Kalamazoo County, so not yet. That's going to miss you guys to the east.
That's right. I accidentally said Berry County, so it can't be any worse than that.
When I hear the word Flowerfield, I automatically think near Schoolcraft, but they're two different counties.
Yeah.
So just repeating that, there is no current warning for Kalamazoo County, but this is heading up toward the southern part of Kalamazoo. So we'll see if the Grand Rapids office will want to issue a warning or perhaps a statement for Kalamazoo County.
Yeah, that's getting pretty close to Kalamazoo County as it continues to surge north. It's now directly over M60, crossing over Pinhook Road right now, as well as Portage Lake Road near Portage Lake and Ray. So it's about 3 miles now from entering southern Kalamazoo County with perhaps upwards of 60 mile per hour winds. But again, it may not be mixing all the way to the ground, because we've saw the Centerville cam, and Ryan was what you're estimating about 40 mile per hour winds tops.
Yeah, I'd say about 40 at most.
We are punching the core now.
So we're gonna hope that this stays kind of elevated.
I do have a new MD out for the far southern port of Lower Michigan. They do not expect a downstream watch, but they may extend the current watch to the east. A little bit confusing on the wording there. They're not expecting any new watches, but they could expand the current one to include more counties further east. So we'll see what they do with that.
Gotcha. That probably could be worth a post, honestly. I'll let you do that if you'd like. Meanwhile, I'll continue to keep you guys posted on the radar here in real time. Again, on the left side of your screen, so way over there as I'm pointing, hopefully that's the correct direction, way over on the left side of the screen is your intensity of the rain that's falling. So the hotter the colors, the more rain, heavier the rain is actually falling. And Ryan, you said it this time, so you get 1 point to your name.
I saw the alert pop up or the notification that one's being issued, and then I didn't think it would be issued that fast. But new severe warning now. All of Calhoun County and the very far south and east corner of Kalamazoo County. The Grand Rapids office has issued this. They're going with a baseline severe warning, expires exactly at 7:15. 1-inch hail, radar indicated, as well as 60 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds. So just a base severe warning here. That's going to be in effect for all of Calhoun County and the eastern half of Kalamazoo, for places like Augusta, Galesburg, Climax Pavilion, Vicksburg, and Fulton.
And again, if you're just tuning in, you're seeing the warning pop in on your phone. welcome in everyone from Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. You're seeing the orange box pop up on the screen. That's the exact dimensions of that warning. So you can see downtown Kalamazoo, you're not in that warning as the orange line, the edge of that orange line is off to your east, but storms are moving in the vicinity. Vicksburg up towards Climax and Battle Creek. All the cities that are included in this severe thunderstorm warning that's brand new is Portage, Albion, Marshall, Battle Creek, Vicksburg, Galesburg, Homer, Union City, Climax, Burlington, Brownlee Park, Gull Lake, Fulton, Marengo, Athens, Augusta, Teconcha, Duck Lake, Pine Creek, and Bedford. And again, that's the new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Kalamazoo and all of Calhoun. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Branch and St. Joseph.
Also, want to point out real quickly, they did went ahead and add Hillsdale County to the watch now. So Hillsdale is now under a severe watch.
Yep, I do see that on my end. So a lot of new warnings coming in. If you're just tuning in, feel free to smash that like button. Helps out your fellow Michiganders. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman alongside President of Operations Ryan right below me.
We have Ben's camera.
Yes, we do. Current time 6:14.
I might have lost your sound there, Joel.
Lost my sound. What do you mean? Coming through fine on my end. He's got a bunch of rain on his cam. All right, so we're going to go ahead and pause the radar because we have a new warning coming in. This is this tiny little one you see up here in the center of your screen. Definitely looks like a weird parallelogram, but the National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern at St. Joseph and northwestern Branch until 7 p.m. At 6:12, a severe thunderstorm was located near Colon, or 11 miles west of Coldwater, moving northeast at 30. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, blanket severe thunderstorm warning. It will include Interstate 69 in Michigan between mile markers 17 and 21. Also torrential rainfall occurring with the storm, as you can see up there in the top right on Ben's cam. And Ben is just to the north of Bronson right now, in the center of that cell that just got severe warned. So we got a lot of warnings out there at the current time, and what you're looking at is a velocity radar, and anywhere where you see the brighter reds and even some of the yellows, that is going to be where your winds are strong to severe in nature. You can take Mendon, for example, up there north of Mendon heading into Kalamazoo County. You got north of Bronson where Ben's at the top of the screen. You also have this pocket down here southwest of Bronson. That just got a new severe thunderstorm warning, as well as this entire complex down heading towards Orland and over LaGrange, Indiana at the current time. So all that's going on. We do have an expiration of one of the warnings. So Burr Oak and Bronson is no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning, despite the fact they're kind of in the middle of this entire cluster. You can see if I flash this back and forth here, you can see that old box and then now the new box up here to the northeast. And again, if you're in Kalamazoo and Calhoun County, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Nothing in your neck of the woods yet, but this is a precursor warning as storms are heading up to the north-northeast. And storm motion on this, once again, is at 45 miles per hour on those storms. Storm motion vector, I'm going to go center here at 233 and 25 knots if you need that information, Ryan. It does look like our, well, maybe not yet. I was going to say, it looked like our Mendon cell kind of gusted out, but it could be doing a little bit of a handoff here into the Vicksburg area. We do have a camera out there at WT Forestry in Scotts that might have a view on that very soon. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll go to Evan's cam. Evan has a view on it actually right now. Evan is out there and he is chasing right now in Plainwell, so he's going down 131 to the south. So he's got some catching up to do, but it's likely he'll probably head south and then shoot to the east as he follows these storms along and south of 94, heading over towards eventually the Marshall and Jackson region. And we got Drew, who's in Athens. And he is definitely underneath that overshooting anvil right now, the way it's super dark above him. But you can see the sunlight out there in the distance. Any updates, Ryan? Or can you not hear me? Ryan is muted. There we go. Sorry, Ryan. I just realized I had my other mic off. No wonder why you couldn't hear me. Your mic is now muted, though.
Yeah, I was wondering why I couldn't hear you about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I switched my mic sources for the stream only, and so that's why it got flipped.
Gotcha.
I was asking if you had any updates to pass along.
I do not at this current time.
At the current time,
We'll go ahead.
no tornadoes, no tornado warnings, no tornadoes at all, no rotation that I'm seeing at the current time. Go ahead, Ryan.
I was gonna say, I'll just go ahead and pull up the tower cam, courtesy of Calhoun County 911. I'll go and get the Albion as well as the West Leroy camera pulled up and ready to go. And the camera is now pulled up, and I'm tilting it. It has a visual of the storm. Now, it does appear to be quite elevated in nature. Visually speaking, that is.
Go ahead and take your cam. There you go.
There we go. This is going to be just south of Battle Creek near the town or area of West Leroy, facing due south here. Visually speaking, the storm does not have any surface base appearances. It looks like it's pretty high based, which means typically it's much harder to get anything tornadic, and in some cases harder to get wind as well, but the hail risk still could be there with this cell. The wind risk primarily would be anything with downbursts or microbursts.
So if you're just tuning in, again, as mentioned, as Ryan literally just said, downburst winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds is the main hazard right now with any of these storms. They have been tagging a 1-inch hail threat because we actually have been seeing some hail reports come in from you guys, the viewers, but most of them have been below 1 inch so far. So at the current time, this is kind of more of a damaging wind threat. But again, we'll take in any hail or wind reports that you guys have to share along. So right now, any of these orange boxes, so you see the orange boxes on your screen, those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. That's the exact area that you're in for a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're in downtown Kalamazoo and you're getting alerts for severe thunderstorm warnings, just know that that severe thunderstorm warning for Kalamazoo County is just off to your east right now. For eastern Kalamazoo and all of Calhoun County, it's that big one you see at the top of the screen. Also, an update to the severe thunderstorm warning in St. Joseph County. Northern St. Joseph County, the severe thunderstorm warning considerable has been downgraded to a normal severe thunderstorm warning. So 60-mile-per-hour winds instead of 70 now for that cell. And again, we do have severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Northern Branch and Southern Branch, 2 separate warnings here for 60-mile-per-hour winds at the current time. Also, if you guys missed any of our warnings, they are also scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Do be advised, we have, with all the flood warnings, probably about 50 different warnings in the state today and advisories and watches. But again, that is with the ongoing threat of the flooding up north.
From a viewer here, we have a pea-size hail report, and that's coming out of the Coleman area. Also, thank you to that viewer for comparing it to the size of a quarter. That's what we want to see.
Mm-hmm.
You can compare it to an object, so we can measure or get a visual estimate on how large that is. That is beneficial for us.
And it appears our once mighty considerable severe thunderstorm warning has now been canceled. So northern St. Joseph County, you guys are in the clear. That'd be up in this cell in the Mendon area. No longer a severe thunderstorm warning there. But just off to the east, Sherwood, Union City, Athens, and Teconcha. And then down here south of Coldwater, the Orland area. Some smaller cities in this severe thunderstorm warning are going to be Bethel, Kinderhook, Pearl Beach, Crystal Beach, Canada Shores, Alganese, California, Fisher, and Stringtown. All of those tiny little communities that are not showing up on the main radar here are all in this severe thunderstorm warning that is right along the Indiana-Michigan border. So again, this is a southwest Michigan threat, zooming out at the big picture right now. This is Michigan at a glance. We'll go ahead and actually turn off the METAR stations, so you can kind of see everything. But again, this is southern and southwestern Lower Michigan at the current time. Heading over towards Hillsdale and Jackson County eventually. Those will be the next counties up for any severe winds and perhaps severe hail. Criteria, by the way, for severe wind is 60-mile-per-hour winds. And criteria for severe hail is 1 inch in diameter, as a reminder. Also, real quick, while I have a second, shout out to William for becoming an EF0 member. Also, Red Dozier with a $20 super chat saying thanks, guys. And Ann Walk, back from month number 11, saying poor Southwest Michigan. Yeah, that's really been the story so far this spring. In fact, so much so that the National Weather Service Northern Indiana, which services Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties, has the most severe thunderstorm watches out of any forecasting office in the United States so far this year. That's including some of the big name places out in the plains, maybe in the southeast. It's been a pretty active start here across the Great Lakes region. We do have a trim now for the severe thunderstorm warning, the furthest south severe thunderstorm warning. So Sturgis, you guys can take a nice sigh of relief. You guys are through that big complex that kind of rattled your windows a little bit. You guys are good. Also, pretty much St. Joseph County in general, there's not really much of a severe thunderstorm warning in effect there anymore, except for this tiny little sliver up here in your colon. But again, Cass County, Berrien County, you guys are good. Van Buren County, you guys are good back there to the west. Be advised, we could have more cells popping up later tonight with this complex moving in that is currently up here in Wisconsin. And that is going to be probably a couple hours from now before that starts moving in, likely after 9 o'clock tonight. We got Michael K with a $1.99 super chat saying, got a Midland weather radio today and it's working great. That's awesome to hear. Wish everybody could have a weather radio. It doesn't even have to be Midland. It can just be any weather radio in general. A bunch of different companies do make weather radios. They're all good. Just make sure to configure it prior to an event. Again, it's not plug and play. You do have to kind of set it up. So find your nearest radio or what's it called? The signal.
Radio tower?
Yeah, the nearest radio tower that can actually pick up your signal. And also set your county and state as well as current time on your weather radio when you do it. So all very important information when you are setting up a weather radio. Again, they're rather inexpensive. They're about $50 depending on the brand. And you can pick them up at one of your local hardware stores or get them online via Amazon or other name brand website. And these are going to come in handy because the next 2 nights here in Michigan, this is going to be primarily a nocturnal threat. We could see some early storms, kind of like what we're seeing today. But again, we have 2 complexes, back-to-back nights coming, starting over in Wisconsin both nights. So those will move in after dark for most of us. So if you're going to bed, if you know you're going to bed the next 2 nights, you should have a way to receive warning so you can pop in the live stream once the weather radio comes off or goes off. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. Current time down there at the bottom of the screen, 6:27 and 45 seconds. Otherwise, there's about 40 different flood alerts also going on across northern Michigan at the current time.
Just to be very clear as well, this is not the only threat today. We do expect our main concern to move in later on tonight. So this is not it. This is just the, we'll call it appetizer to what's coming later on tonight.
Correct.
Make that abundantly clear.
Wow. I'm looking at radar right now in Wisconsin. It's just supercells everywhere. Just kind of reminds me of our RRFS run from yesterday. So far, that's been the winning model for at least the Wisconsin and Minnesota junk. But we are also watching, for example, if you guys are watching from the Upper Peninsula by chance, you guys are not out of the woods entirely tonight. We do have some cells that are kind of sliding up to the northeast along that stationary front. Big hail producers, likely with these storms. Most at risk tonight, as it currently stands, going to be Dickinson, Menominee, and Delta counties in the far southern corner of the Upper Peninsula, where it juts into northeastern Wisconsin. At the current time, no warnings in effect right now, but you can see all of these heavy little cells where all the pinks and the whites are showing up. Those are going to be your hail cores to watch as these storms continue to move off to the east and perhaps a little bit off to the northeast with time tonight. Also, there is an isolated tornado risk as well on the west side of Lake Michigan, so cannot rule out an isolated tornado perhaps for Menominee County. But again, that is yet to be determined once storms eventually impact the area. Not really impressed too much from the Grand Rapids radar in terms of the wind. It's looking pretty lackluster right now as it moves in through Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. Northern Branch, definitely a little bit more gusty there. Brighter red showing up, but we're not seeing those yellow and orange pixels that we were seeing earlier. So these winds could be dying down just a touch. And again, the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center is considering expanding the severe thunderstorm watch off to the east. In fact, they've already done it for Hillsdale County, but they do not expect to issue a brand new watch with this complex as it continues to race east down along and south of 94. And Evan has a really cool cloud structure shot up there in the top of the screen. I'm going to take that real quick. Just notice that. He is driving through Portage right now. In fact, he's going to buy one of our webcams. Or already did. Can't really tell where. I think he's already gone by it. So pretty high based out there. But not really too concerned right now with the whole Kalamazoo County, Calhoun County cell. Compared to where we were at about 15 minutes ago when we did have those 70 mile per hour winds potentially in the Mendon area. So it's definitely an improvement. We'll go ahead and take a look at Ben's cam. He's in Coldwater. He's driving through the rain right now. And we have Drew, who's in Burlington. And he is outside of the cell. Looks a little grungy there. Don't know who else would be live. I don't think anyone else is live at the current time. Going back to radar. Again, this is a complex of storms, kind of a short-fused system here, moving across the 94 and US 12 corridor, heading towards Jackson and Hillsdale County up next. If we would like to see any new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in. So if you're in Hillsdale and Jackson, be on alert. Specifically, I think right now the strongest of the storm is going to be this Coldwater cell and points south. I am now seeing a little bit of a surge, a little S shape here, about 10 miles south of Coldwater as this complex moves up into the I-69 region, just north of Fremont, Indiana. Again, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect down here for 60 mile per hour winds and perhaps a 1-inch hail. Actually, this one down here is now just 60 mile per hour winds. So go ahead and double check and make sure any of these are. Okay. Yeah, so the one to the south does not have hail attached to it. The ones to the north do. But again, not really impressed right now. Overall, this has kind of turned into a little bit of a sloppier mess. Still will likely be gusty in there. strong winds at the very least, but 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is the severe criteria, maybe not so much. So still, you do want to be taking shelter inside until these storms pass. There's a lot of lightning out there right now with how much fuel we have in the atmosphere. Again, one strike and you're out. It's not like baseball where you get 3 strikes. Again, lightning is one of nature's leading killers. So do be inside. If you can hear thunder, make sure to reset your timer. We always say wait 30 minutes after the last lightning strike or thunder rumble before you go back outside, just to be safe rather than sorry. Let's go ahead and look at our ZDR radar, which is the product of buoyancy of our storms, and they're still holding their own out there right now. We do have actually a stronger updraft in the Kalamazoo area, so if you're in downtown Kalamazoo, you're getting a nice downpour right now. And that is continuing to grow upscale along an outflow boundary as it continues to push north towards Allegan and Berry counties. At the current time, nothing severe. Is that hail, he said, from Ben?
Yeah. How large?
Hitting my vehicle, it's not very large. I'd say pea-size.
Copy. Thank you.
That's Ben in there. Ben in Coldwater. Coldwater is not technically in a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. They're kind of split between the 2 warnings. But he is reporting about pea-sized hail right now, which is well below severe limits for a warning for hail. So, but yeah, back to the ZDR thing again. We're looking for these. Go ahead and switch back to my radar. We'll go ahead and look at ZDR. And anywhere you see these oranges and reds, that's more positively buoyant, where storms are likely to be continuing over the next couple of minutes. If we see more of the blues and the grays, that's a sign of a storm that's actually raining itself out. And so as you can see right now, a lot of decent buoyancy out there, so these storms will still be around for at least probably the next 15 to 30 minutes. But we'll see.
What is your hook?
Can you hook?
Yeah, it has my eye. It looks like an inflow region.
Yeah, that's right in that front edge of that S that we were looking at there, right?
Yeah, it's kind of in the clear.
Go ahead and pause it. It's kind of this, it's the cell out in front getting merged into the line. So we do have to keep an eye on that. Some funky things could happen here with this cell. Again, it's going to be Purdy Road and Copeland Road, right near Kinderhook, east side of 96.
Severe warning was just updated. Does not include the tornado possible tag.
Okay.
They did cancel LaGrange County and Steuben County. Or they canceled LaGrange County, continued branch in Steuben counties. Sorry.
Carrie in chat says, I've got nugget-sized hail in Kinderhook. It depends on what size chicken nuggets we're talking about here.
Talking like gold nugget or chicken nugget?
Yeah, like, or yeah, like chicken nuggets or gold nuggets, or I don't know.
That could mean several things.
If you have coins to measure them with, that would be probably better.
Indeed.
But yeah, we're watching a little surge of wind right now with this latest scan. New scan's coming in just a second. We'll have a better idea. Waters Road in Copeland. Again, we're looking right side of the screen. This little surge of brighter reds is going on just down the road from I-69, north of Fremont, Indiana, on the Michigan side of the border, heading up towards the Fremont Road area, which is a pretty significant north-south road here in Branch County. This definitely has at least a hint of straight line winds to it. Yeah, latest scan does continue that, and that definitely looks like straight line winds to me, so do be advised. Copeland Road, continuing down Copeland Road. Next up would be Hammond Road at Copeland. And if it continues to slide off to the north a little bit, it'll also be Brown Road at Copeland. Sorry, Brown Road at Hammond.
Went ahead and canceled the warning for St. Joseph and the northern part of Branch. The one for southern Branch does continue there. Yeah, what Joel's highlighting there. That one has been canceled officially. I wouldn't be shocked, Joel, if they went ahead and canceled Calhoun County as well.
Yeah,
I would not be shocked.
Definitely lost its oomph.
Yeah.
Still decent. Yeah, definitely a decent region of wind down here in the I-69 corridor near Kinderhook. This warning will probably need an extension here soon heading into Hillsdale County, I would imagine. Within the next 5 minutes, I'm going to chalk up a point for that one, Ryan, because I'm sure this is going to happen. So we'll see, though. If it does continue off to the east-northeast, Montgomery and Reading is going to be up next, as well as Camden and Stringtown. Stringtown's on the branch side of the county line. Outside of Kinderhook on Block Road, and the wind was insane. Thank you for letting us know. Yeah, we do appreciate you guys' first-hand reports. If you guys have any hail or tree damage, feel free to send them in our way. There's multiple ways to do it. Also on Facebook, we didn't advertise this yet, but we do have Michigan Weather Reports community page that you guys can join. And again, make sure to tag a time, location, and what you're seeing when you do submit to that page.
We have a viewer report of dime-size hail in Coldwater.
It's probably, what, between a quarter and a half-inch hail.
I can't hear you over a chatter in the background. What'd you say?
At dime-sized hail is somewhere in between, what, 0.25 and 0.5?
About 0.5, yeah.
Yeah. That's just kind of one congealed cell at the current time, where this entire, from storm relative, it looks like this entire storm is just kind of one big mesocyclone where it's just kind of rotating around very, very slowly. But base velocity shows a different picture where it's out, or it's downbursting out towards the Montgomery area, as well as, I believe, California. Yeah, Alleghenies and California. I just realized I'm probably reading that wrong. Is it Alleghenies or Algansey?
Algansey.
Or
I say Algansey.
Gotcha. I was reading it so fast, I just realized I was probably pronouncing it wrong.
You know what? Let's find out for sure. Let's go to the Michigan Pronunciation Guide.
Algansey. Yeah, someone says Algansey.
I saw somebody earlier correct you, and it was not Algansey. So I'm curious for myself. I want to figure this out.
Looking at the radar, though, again, the northern flank continues to weaken. It's still downpouring, lots of thunder and lightning as well. But it's definitely lost its oomph in terms of the damaging winds. Sounds like you just made a discovery.
If by discovery you mean dropping my radio on my foot, then yes.
Okay.
It is Algansey.
Got it.
We try to get towards Reading prior to the arrival of this cluster in Hillsdale County.
Watching for any news on downstream warnings in Hillsdale. Nothing yet being discussed.
Gotcha. Maybe this will be the one time it's a reverse jinx. We'll see. Also, some pretty impressive winds moving into Fort Wayne as well. If you guys are traveling down 69 to Fort Wayne, severe thunderstorm warning in effect there now. All those bright yellow. That's kind of what we saw earlier in our storms in Michigan, where you see these bright pockets of yellow, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Again, that's going to be heading right into downtown Fort Wayne very, very soon. So if you're heading south out of the state of Michigan, or if you're already into the Fort Wayne area, be advised down there. But in Michigan, we only have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings left in effect. Current time, it's for wind only on our southern branch county storm. We still do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect to the north for Calhoun and portions of Kalamazoo, although the storms are not that impressive at the current time. There still is some decent wind showing up on our velocity radar here in the M60 region between Teconcha and Homer. But I will have to go to Grand Rapids to double check and make sure it's showing up or not showing up better down there. And it's not really showing up at all from the Grand Rapids radar. So yeah, that warning in Kalamazoo and Calhoun County, again, be advised, could be some severe winds mixing in. But what we're seeing on radar right now is not all that impressive. But you should still be taking shelter until that warning does expire out of the abundance of caution, especially since lightning is a threat out there in any of these cells this evening. Yeah, still a little bit gusty for sure, but I don't believe it's going to be near, it's not going to be at 60 right now, unless you guys have something else to say, because something to note about this region, and we saw this back on March 6th, this is in between radar coverage, so it may not be looking that impressive on our velocity scan here because we're at 4,600 feet off the ground, but anything underneath 4,600 feet we can't see on radar, so we could have some sort of low pocket of wind that's gusting down to the surface that could be 60 mile per hour in nature. So again, let us know if it feels like 60 mile per hour winds or if you are measuring 60 mile per hour winds in this region. But at the current time, again, that's kind of in the middle of two different radar sites in the middle of a radar gap. So again, up next, Jackson and Hillsdale counties, if there were to be new warnings issued. Again, it's the on deck. In the batter's hole will probably be Ingham, Washtenaw, and Lenawee counties if they can stay together. We'll keep an eye on these storms that continue to roll off to the east. Nice downpour in Kalamazoo. Nothing severe there. And while we have a moment, we'll go ahead and check out the Green Bay radar, because again, we do have showers and storms moving up towards Menominee County. And at the current time, there is some decent hail showing up on correlation coefficient. So you are far western Menominee County. You do want to be advised some decent hail could be moving in there if you're in the Upper Peninsula. But we are now going to go back down to the Lower Peninsula because number one, we have an expiration of the branch, the Branch and Steuben County cell. However, a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for also portions of Branch County. So one warning goes away, the other comes in. Again, Ryan, if you're keeping track, that's a point for me because I did call it. Details on this: National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Steuben in northeastern Indiana and southeastern Branch in southwestern Michigan, as well as Hillsdale County in southeastern Michigan and northern Williams County, northwestern Ohio, all in effect till 7:45 p.m. So it's an hour from now. At 6:45, a severe thunderstorm was located near Fremont, or 10 miles northeast of Angola, moving east at 40 miles per hour. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. With this severe thunderstorm warning, it's radar indicated. And in Michigan, this will be Interstate 69 between mile markers 1 and 12. Also, trench rainfall is occurring with the storm. As you can see, anywhere you see the hotter colors on the radar, that is where the heaviest of the rain is falling. And on a day like today, we do have some decent updraft strength up there, and so these rain droplets, they get locked in the upper levels of the atmosphere, they become super cool liquid, and we cannot rule out a hail threat with any of these cells today, and so that's why there is a 1-inch hail threat with this severe thunderstorm warning. So if you know anybody in Hillsdale County, especially downtown Hillsdale proper, new severe thunderstorm warning coming in, feel free to share the stream. If you don't know anybody in this area, again, a like goes a long ways, helps bump this out to your fellow Michiganders. Always saying show you care, like, and share. It's a good rule of thumb every time you join these streams. And again, right now, the primary focal point is going to be the I-94 and US 12 corridor, south of Marshall, south of Jackson, towards the Hillsdale region. Taking a look back on velocity, the core of these winds, if anything right now, are going to be directly over Camden. Kind of, sort of. also Montgomery and Reading, just to the southwest of Reading at the current time. So kind of right where this apex in the line is bowing out. Tiny little jet in the area, as we would say. So Reading, Camden, this corridor here along M49. You guys are up next.
I will be right back.
Okay. Go ahead and loop this for you guys. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is moving off to the east at 40 miles per hour. So you have a little bit of time to prepare if you're downstream near Waldron and Hudson, for example. But if you are in Reading and Camden, you guys should be taking shelter now. If you are hearing thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Just know that. So don't take your chances outside. Again, cloud to ground lightning is possible today with how much instability we have in the atmosphere. Go ahead and take a look at a couple of our chasers. We do have Evan. We do have Ben, all down there in southern Michigan. And Drew's camera is currently
I got a
offline.
visual of the cell heading into Reading right now. I got a lowering base. I can see. Definitely got structure to it here.
So Ben's got a little bit of a base. He's on the cell heading into Reading. That's a pretty decent view. Current time. Again, current time down there at the bottom of the screen, 6:49 p.m. here on April 13th. He is on a slow approach to the Reading cell at the current time. So anywhere you see back off to the right, I know it's a little bit pixelated right now, but the back right side of the screen, if we can get a view again, that's going to be where the core of the rain and the wind is at. So he's heading south right now, and that storm is approaching him from the west off on the right side of the screen. So again, high precipitation day. You won't see much in terms of what's on the way because it's going to be kind of obscured by rain anyways. So do be careful out there this evening. And yeah, Ben's right now on the M49 corridor. So he's heading right towards Reading at the current time. So we'll go ahead and go back to radar. His dot, he is, if I circle it, he is just about 5 miles north of Reading. There's Reading. And here's the storm that's severe thunderstorm warned. The sound you heard behind the scenes is tornado warning for Wisconsin. Again, not anywhere near the Upper Peninsula, but that is getting closer to the Upper Peninsula. So we'll keep an eye on that later tonight. I don't believe there's going to be much of a tornado risk for the Upper Peninsula just because eventually as we get closer to dark here, we start to see that capping inversion take over. Again, that capping inversion is basically like a lid on the atmosphere. It prevents surface-based storms, and you need surface-based storms for tornadoes to occur. And so again, as we get after dark, that cap kind of snaps back into place and cancels that tornado threat. And that'll be the same thing down here in the Lower Peninsula, Michigan later tonight. Again, we're not really expecting tornadoes today here in Michigan, but there is a tiny little bit of spinny wind, as we call it, out there tonight. So we would be shocked if there was a less than 1% chance that, eventually verified. But at the current time, within our current line of storms, these two severe thunderstorm warnings that you see, there's no rotation at all in this line. Just a couple of gusts of wind, anywhere where the brighter reds are showing up on velocity. Also, Kalamazoo County, if you're watching Kalamazoo County, good news. We no longer have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kalamazoo County, and in fact, Battle Creek and Athens, you guys are also trimmed from the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see over here on the top of the screen, that orange box is the severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County. If you know you live inside that little perimeter, that orange box, respect the polygon, make sure you're taking shelter until that storm passes or the warning expires. And as a reminder, lightning is still ongoing out there. Even if there's nothing severe happening at the current time in your neck of the woods, lightning is dangerous. Pretty self-explanatory. Please make sure to take shelter till it passes. I'm going to go ahead and check in back on southern Upper Peninsula. Just looking at the cells. Again, some decent cores on them. In fact, way up here in Wisconsin, in Taylor County, Wisconsin, that's a confirmed tornado warning for Gilman, Wisconsin. That is going to continue off to the east-northeast. But again, the concerns for the capping inversion coming back into play are possible tonight. And so we don't believe any of that tornado weather, while it is heading towards the Upper Peninsula, is going to make it there. So still, if you know anybody in the Upper Peninsula, primarily along the Michigan-Wisconsin border, please let them know. We do have some severe storms heading your way tonight, but the primary hazard will be that hail risk before eventually transitioning to mainly a wind risk overnight tonight as this congeals into one big line. So right now it's a cluster of cells. You can kind of see that out there. But with time, all of these tiny little cells that you see out here in central Wisconsin are going to congeal into just a big mass, and that is going to move down to the southeast and eventually here into West Michigan and Southeast Michigan overnight. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be up watching radar probably all night tonight, so definitely keep us in your thoughts because we're going to need it tonight. We're going to need all the energy we can to stay up with you guys. But again, we are committed here at Michigan Storm Chasers to keeping you covered from beginning to end. And so anytime a warning is issued, we jump in live, and we stay live until that last warning does expire, which right now we are still in the process of the warning. The warning's ongoing. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now. 50 minutes left on our Hillsdale County storm. We have 20 minutes left on our Calhoun County storm. So we're likely to still be live here through at least 7:45 tonight. And so if you're just tuning in, feel free to settle on in because we're watching these storms as they continue towards the 127 corridor now, south and west of Jackson. Also, we do have flash flood warnings in effect. Technically, these are warnings that are definitely needed to be talked about. However, these were issued last night and they're continuing. Number one flash flood warning is going to be for a dam floodgate release until 4:15 a.m. tomorrow morning for southern Manistee County. At 3:03 p.m. this afternoon, dam operators report high flows being released through the Tippy Dam. Flash flooding downstream is occurring. And so if you're in Manistee, that is where that water is heading. Also, we have a flash flood warning up here in Oscoda County. Western Alcona, East Central Oscoda till 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. At 3:19, dam operators report high flows being released through the Mayo Dam. Flash flooding is also occurring there. So again, if you know anyone up north, flash flooding ongoing. You obviously have the state of emergency ongoing in Sheboygan. They are now advising people to pack to evacuate in case of dam failure up there in the Sheboygan area. It's going to be just downtown Sheboygan. Again, the dam is about 2 miles or so from Lake Huron. So if it were to fail, hypothetically speaking, again, all that water would rush through downtown Sheboygan and into Lake Huron. So it's got a short distance to go. But again, if you're in downtown Sheboygan, you need to be advised. Again, you should be packing for evacuation in case they do say it is getting very close to dam failure, which at the current time, it's not near it, but the water continues to rise, especially since that is a very large watershed up there in far northern Lower Peninsula.
Hi, Joel.
Is that Chandler?
Well.
We got Chandler in the background.
Hanging out.
As I say, you got anything to report from your little expedition you guys went on out there?
No, we had a good time. We had a little bit bigger than pea-size hail near the White Pigeon area, kind of near Centerville. We're waiting to see if we were going to run into the stronger winds, but we didn't really run into any of those. So.
Gotcha.
How's it been going here? Good?
That's been all right. Yeah, I've had a decent amount of severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in effect.
Straddling the border?
Yep. The Calhoun County cell is less impressive at the current time, but they're still maintaining the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for another about 18 minutes or so. Strongest of the winds right now, currently kind of in the Litchfield and Homer area. In fact, Litchfield's outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. So very lackluster in nature, but if you're in Marshall, Albion, Teconcha, Homer, severe thunderstorm warning does continue until about 7:15. Primary focal point, though, is going to be these winds down here in Hillsdale County. Let's take back the IWX radar directly over Camden right now, passing right down Camden Road at Patrick Road. Also up next is Gilmore, Carpenter, and Cambria. Those are all north-south roads heading towards the frontier area of southern Hillsdale County.
I do have the Raptor cam from Hudson pulled up. So I'll watch that on the right side of your screen as that moves toward the camera next half hour or so.
There you go.
Hi.
Also,
I see how it is. Ryan got to go on his camera, but I don't get to go on my camera. I see how it is.
I don't think we actually have a sidebar for you yet. If you jumped on Alex's PC, if you could find his link, then yes.
Never.
Some news, I guess, just in. They did cancel a big chunk of that severe thunderstorm watch. Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph no longer in that severe thunderstorm watch. You guys are good for that complex that is now out of the area. If we take a zoomed out look at the radar real quick. Again, it's pretty smooth sailing right now across southwest Michigan, primarily to the west of I-69 at the current time. Storms are now to the east of I-69, heading towards the 127 corridor in far eastern Hillsdale County and Jackson County. Again, we're watching that cell start to roll in courtesy of Raptor Industries there in Hudson, Michigan, over there on the right side of the screen. It's definitely a stormy looking atmosphere, nonetheless. And this is as a reminder for those who missed perhaps all of our forecast products that we posted on our page the last couple of days. This is our first round of perhaps 3 in a row in the state of Michigan for severe weather over the next 48 to 72 hours. Again, round 1 is tonight, and technically right now it's kind of a precursor or an appetizer, as Ryan said, for what's coming later tonight. But round 2 is tomorrow night, and then round 3 is going to be on Wednesday afternoon. So not as much of a nocturnal threat on Wednesday afternoon, but it is something we'll have to monitor, and we do have a new special weather statement coming in. Let me get the details on this real quick. I'm also going to switch to the alternate radar. Boy, it's kind of in the middle of all 3. Jackson County is kind of in that radar hole there, but we do have that special alert statement showing up on the screen. National Alert Service in Grand Rapids issued a special alert statement for a strong thunderstorm that's impacting portions of southwestern Jackson County through 7:45 p.m. At 6:59, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near Litchfield, or 11 miles south of Albion, moving northeast at 30. It's going to be winds in excess of 40 miles per hour and pea-sized hail. We got Jackson, Vandercook Lake, Spring Arbor, Sandstone, Pulaski, Concord, Horton, Hanover, Clark Lake, Jackson County Airport, Lake Columbia, and Liberty, all in that new special alert statement. And again, the special alert statement is kind of it's like the JV warning, if you will, say, for a severe thunderstorm warning. So it's basically for strong thunderstorms, but not severe. And so that's what we're seeing as it moves into Jackson County. Also, it appears our warning has been canceled early for southern Hillsdale County. You do not see it on the screen anymore. Just double checking behind the scenes to see if that is true.
It's true.
Yes, it is true. No longer active on that event. So no warning. Warning's been canceled for Hillsdale County. And we'll go ahead and switch back to main radar. As you can see, the orange box is gone. Somehow, some way, Calhoun County is the last county to have a warning still in effect with this complex, despite the fact southern Michigan, the border specifically along Michigan, Ohio, is a little more impressive at the current time. We also have a cell that is riding an outflow boundary in the Plainwell area. Not severe, but it looks like a tiny little shower, but over on our other radar site, there's a lot of lightning associated with this little cell. So if you're playing well, be advised, lightning ongoing there. If you hear thunder, head inside immediately and wait 30 minutes until you last hear thunder or see lightning before you go back outside. I'm going to go back up, since honestly our Southern Michigan cells aren't looking that impressive right now. We're actually going to go back up to Northern Michigan, where we do have what appears to be a decent looking cell moving in towards Kearney in Menominee County. Wind on that, not that impressive. It's more of a hail threat. No special weather statement in effect, but you can see cells kind of lining up down a line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back here in central Wisconsin. And some of those cells do have severe thunderstorm warnings for large hail. So ingredients are there. Maybe a little bit harder to achieve further to the north, but again, there's still severe risk up here today for some significant hail, especially in the extreme southern corner of the Upper Peninsula through the overnight hours. So we're going to keep an eye on that. As you can see right now, there's a whole plethora of orange boxes back there, and this is going to be the entire line that's going to be moving over into West Michigan later tonight. So be advised, again, if you plan on going to bed tonight, have a way to receive warning when you go to bed. Again, tornado sirens are not your main mode of warning. They should not be, unless you are obviously really close to hear them. But again, they are outdoor warning sirens for a reason. They're only meant to be heard outdoors, so rely on a buddy to give you those warnings, call you in the middle of the night, or obviously, of course, a weather radio, which is like having a tornado siren in your house. It's very nice. It's also battery backup, so in the event power goes out, it still will sound for your area. So definitely get a weather radio if you haven't. Tonight, if the hardware stores are still open, good idea to go out and get one, especially with the way things are going to be going over the next 48 to 72 hours. It's a good investment to have. Even if nothing does happen over the next 72 hours for your region, it's still a good investment for any severe threats that would be occurring downstream. So you can also get them online. Buy them online on one of your local big name brands. It's really impressive that the cell that is south of Grand in the Plainwell area that has a lot of lightning on it. It's not surface-based whatsoever, but you can see the upper level portions of it and how it's blossoming up in the upper levels only from the Green Bay radar, which is very far away. It's 27,500 feet up is the scan from the Green Bay radar, and you can still see that cell. So very impressive mid-level cell. In fact, it's starting to translate now down to the surface a little bit more. As you can see the heavier colors now showing up there on radar where the reds are taking over. Again, it's going to be your heavy downpours. Do we have any of our chasers alive? I know we have... Oh, Sydney's out there. Just doing a little bit of editing real quick.
Look at the radar out there. I don't really see too much in the way of anything immediately concerning. Looks like everything, the warning for Hillsdale's dropped. The warning for Calhoun continues for 8 minutes. Although that storm by itself doesn't really appear to be organized. In fact, it's almost out of the county to Jackson County now. So it's we'll see. Take my screen.
Yeah, I did see that you had.
There's a bird that's just flying.
It's a kite.
Or is that a? Oh, it's a kite. It's gracious. I'm just gonna be done. I'm done today. I'm logging off.
Ryan has lost his live streaming privileges.
Yes.
Ryan, that was a kite. Just in case you hadn't figured that out yet.
Thanks, Chandler. Appreciate your input.
You're welcome. Happy to help.
That cell's really blossomed on the outflow boundary, guys. Now it's in southwestern Berry County.
No tornado.
Decent cell there. No warning on it.
Thanks for the information, Tyler.
I got you back, brother.
Going back to the chat real quick while I kind of wait and see what these storms do. I'll go ahead and loop radar as well while we wait here. But we have Dilly D on YouTube, back for month number 17, saying, "Oh, hi, didn't see you there." We are definitely live. Again, current time 7:08. Good reminder, if your bottom of your screen is not close to the actual time at your place, that means refresh the stream. You're watching probably a couple minutes delay, or maybe you're watching this back days in advance or days down the road. Again, right now it is April 13th at 7:08. So it's a good reminder there. Again, thank you, Dilly. Also, Bree Clipper, $10 super chat there. Thank you, Bree. And Megan Dyson with a $5 super chat. An additional one as well, saying, "Do you think these cells will hold together to the east? Appreciate you all." The answer is, it is absolutely possible. Again, the atmosphere is primed all the way over to the east side of the state tonight. However, as we've noticed here in the last really hour, especially the last half hour, as all these warnings need to drop off, it's starting to become a little bit lackluster. And, this is par for the course for you guys in southeast Michigan. Everything that gets over there kind of just fizzles out a little bit. So, it is what it is. Of course, the only exception, of course, was when you had 3 tornado warnings a couple weeks ago now. So you guys aren't completely invincible, but here in 2026, it's kind of been the theme so far. So we'll see what happens as these storms continue off to the east. So definitely possible. And thank you as always, Megan. Also, JG with a $9.99 super chat here on YouTube, and Crystal with a $2 super chat saying, "Any chance for a washout tomorrow?" I'm leaning no at this current time. It's going to be raining through the morning hours for sure, especially early to mid-morning. But by the time we get to the afternoon, that's supposed to clear out pretty well. It's going to depend heavily. Tomorrow's going to depend heavily on whether or not the capping inversion prevents any early storms from firing. So we'll keep an eye on it tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be kind of the biggest day of the week. Again, not everyone is guaranteed severe weather with these events. However, again, damaging winds, do not take them lightly. This can bring down just as many trees as a tornado would if it was a tornadic day. So do be advised, again, damaging winds definitely a possibility tomorrow, along with some decent sized hail. Then it's kind of what we call a loaded gun sounding in terms of meteorological terms, where there is a lot of instability. It's summer-like out there for the atmospheric profiles, and it's only going to take one thing to kind of get it going. So we're going to keep an eye on that trigger and also the capping inversion tomorrow, because if those go, then we do have to watch out for an all hazards threat, primarily across southwest and southeastern lower Michigan.
We have Tyler on the Jackson cell with a view. If you want to go to his camera, I'm not sure if you have him pulled in. Yeah, we do.
Yep. Looks like he's, according to his location, Manchester.
I'm sure he'll chime in here with his exact location. I'm going to guess he's probably on Austin Road.
You just know.
I'm local, so I should know. If it's not Austin Road, I have no idea where he's at.
Watching for some lightning here. Tyler, what road are you on and what location are you close to?
Go back to the radar. Again, severe thunderstorm warning continues for 3 more minutes for Calhoun County. They're going to let this expire. And at the current time, we do have a special weather statement in effect for Jackson County. If I go ahead and switch on Polygon alerts here, I think it'll show up. Or maybe it won't, because it's just going to be funky like that.
I'll just take work.
Come on, give it. There we go. There's our extra little boxes there. That tan little box you see is the special weather statement for southwestern Jackson. That's for this little cell. Traveling into Concord and Hanover right now. 40-mile-per-hour winds in the main hazard is below severe limits, but it's still technically a strong thunderstorm by definition. So Do be advised, Concord, Spring Arbor, Hanover area, 40-mile-per-hour winds are possible, and some pea-sized hail mixing in. But no severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, and no severe thunderstorm warning anymore for Hillsdale County. It's just Calhoun for the next minute and a half here. This cell that is just to the east of Plainwell continues to grow upscale. If we take a look at our updraft buoyancy kind of radar, our ZDR radar here, that is very impressive. A lot of hot reds on our buoyancy radar here, showing that this cell is continuing to grow upscale in nature, perhaps along the outflow boundary, even over towards the Martin area on the 131. So keep an eye out. You can see the boundary itself. If I had a tool to draw, you can kind of see and follow my mouse here. That little line you see. That's outflow from this complex of storms that's now off to the east. And it's an extra source of lift that's allowing these storms to kind of fire up as this outflow boundary continues to pulse to the north. So Berry County, be on alert. This could be some very, very heavy rain and perhaps some pea-sized hail actually mixing in with this storm as it continues to grow upscale in nature. Off on Lake Michigan, we just have some normal showers moving in, it looks like, at the current time. That is about it in terms of severe weather in the state. It's literally just a special weather statement for Jackson County at this point because we are about to lose our severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun.
Are we going to break, Joel, or are we going to stay on for a bit?
I am inclined to stay on just because of the Berry County cell at the current time. So
Fair enough.
Impressive to me watching it from back here.
Chandler's watching from the corner. Sound distant. There we go.
Don't have my own camera spot.
You see the bottom of the screen, the orange bar is gone. It has now been replaced by the highest active alert, which is a flash flood warning. And so we are no longer in severe ops at the current time. So we're kind of in a lull. Heard a notification for a tornado warning behind the scenes. It's going to be way back in Minnesota, so not even anywhere close to Michigan. Keep it that way. To the north, there is a special weather statement in effect way up to the north. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at this real quick. This is going to be the cell. It is touching the Michigan border of Menominee County. It's this little white box you see back here that I'm circling with my mouse. This little cell in Wasaukie, Wisconsin. That's a special weather statement for 0.5-inch hail and 40-mile-per-hour winds. And this cell, it's also in Menominee County along the US 41 corridor, is also very impressive. I would not be surprised if there's some decent-sized hail falling there. So again, hail producers tonight, absolutely possible across southern UP. It's really at this point maybe the next location besides Berry County that would get some sort of statement or even a warning for that complex of storms. If you're watching from Jackson County, hello. You guys are the beneficiary of the only special weather statement in the state of Michigan right now. Congratulations. That's 40-mile-per-hour winds and maybe some pea-sized hail. Primarily in the Hanover and Spring Arbor area of southwestern Jackson County, also near Horton and Cross Mills. It's going to continue to seep into the Jackson downtown proper. So Vandercook Lake and Jackson area. Ryan, I know you're sharing, or Caleb's sharing cams behind the scenes, but I don't know if the Moline cam would have actually a really good shot at that. It's actually not far down the road from the outflow
I can
boundary.
check for you.
We also have the Wayland cam proper, but that's facing the west. The Vermontville cam might actually have a really good shot now that we do have that up, and even the Charlotte cam, which is also looking off to the west.
Yeah, I was looking at the Charlotte cam. I'm gonna just see if I can pull up the lean cam there for a second.
Yeah. New statement coming in.
I do have the lean cam pulled up. You want to take that?
Okay. Oh, wow.
This is facing to the south. This is 131.
That's a very gorgeous structure there. All the
Indeed, it
cumulonimbus.
is.
That is, you can see, you can almost physically see the outflow boundary.
Yep. Indeed, we can.
Yeah.
I will take a peek at Vermontville here next.
Wow.
That storm that's capped out over there is like the last time I went to Scott City, Kansas. That's what every single storm looked like. Capped out.
I do also have the Vermontville cam pulled up. The lean cam there was courtesy of Frontier Truck Parts, and the camera on your screen currently is now courtesy of Vermontville Fire. That is gorgeous.
Yeah. It's got that summertime look to it for sure.
It does. For those who don't know, Vermontville is in Berry County. Sorry, no. It is in Eaton County, close to the Berry County line, but it's between Charlotte and Hastings, just west of Lansing. About 25-ish miles.
Yes, Megan, that is a brand new camera. It's our 98th and 99th in our camera network that were installed, so that is Vermontville. And guess what? That storm that you are currently looking at on the screen now has a severe warning. Real quick, I did want to read off the special alert statement before I get to that. For the entirety of Lenawee County, for winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, it's a line of thunderstorms from Vandercook Lake to Hudson to Bryan. Again, moving east at 40 with winds of an excess of 40. So again, that's going to be all of Lenawee County. Also torrential rainfall occurring with that storm. But that storm that you see currently on the screen, that is the new severe thunderstorm warning. And Julie says Ryan jinxed it by looking at it. I guess I'll count it. So we're back in severe ops. Good call to stay live for sure. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Berry County, pretty much all of it, until 8:15 p.m. At 7:19 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles east of Martin, or 12 miles southwest of Hastings, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, so pretty slow. Hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and there's also quarter-size hail possible with the storm. Radar indicated locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Hastings, Middleville, Nashville, Freeport, Orangeville, Irving, Woodland, Delton, Banfield, Gun Lake, Yankee Springs, Prairieville, Hickory Corners, Dowling, Woodbury, Pine Lake, and Cloverdale. For your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of the building. It's a very impressive storm that just fired up on the outflow boundary. You can almost physically see it. That is the current severe thunderstorm warning that we're looking at. Way off there in central Berry County, south central Berry County at the current time of 7:21 p.m. So if you are in Hastings, this is going to be tracking up your way. You've got some time to take shelter inside, away from any wind or hail, or of course, thunder and lightning. It's pretty much tracking right down M43 at the current time.
Yeah, right up into Hastings. Currently over Prairieville, just to the west of Delton would be the core of the storm. It does have a good signature off the VIL. Joel, I'm not sure what GR2 is showing for the hail size. I don't want to have to turn it on at all. I would imagine that we have some pretty good hail falling within this storm, just based off radar alone.
I'm going to go ahead and switch here. I need to switch the storm motion vector. It's going to be 207 at 23. It's more north now. It does say the program does depict 1.25 inch hail could be tumbling down out of this storm. If you take a look way out there in the distance, it's a pretty decent rain core on the center screen where it's very dark underneath that base. And there's a lightning bolt right there we just saw as well on that storm. So it's a very strong storm. It's also a very small storm with a damaging wind threat up to 60 miles per hour, also 1-inch hail. And that is heading towards Hastings. And now we do have our first Upper Peninsula statement of the evening. Will we get a break tonight is now the question. Because now we do have strong to severe storms moving in to the Menominee area. And yeah, that's that first storm that we were watching. It's very, very bare bones. I will say that. If you're tuning in from central Menominee County, you do have this cell in the Daggett and Kearney area. Special weather statement in effect until 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central for a strong thunderstorm 7 miles north of Stevenson, 28 miles southwest of Escanaba, moving east at 15 miles per hour for winds of 30 and pea-sized hail. That's very, very bare bones special weather statement. But Stevenson, Bagley, Nadu, and Gorley, Daggett, Kearney, and Nathan, all of those cities are in this special weather statement up there in the Upper Peninsula. And that's going to be in effect for the next 36 minutes. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up. There is a cluster of cells ongoing up here in Wisconsin. Some of them will continue to slide towards southern Upper Peninsula. There is currently observed tornado warnings off to the west, but we do not expect those tornado warnings to really make it up into the Upper Peninsula. It's going to primarily stay along and south of that stationary front, which is currently outside of the Upper Peninsula. But again, if you know anybody in central Wisconsin, do be advised. We have some very, very strong supercells out there tonight, especially back towards west central Wisconsin. Again, this entire complex is going to be moving down here into southern Michigan later tonight. But it's going to be a while. It's going to take its time getting here. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be up all night with you guys. So feel free to hit that follow button, or if you're watching on YouTube, that subscribe button. It's all free to do. Especially if you are subscribed on YouTube, you'll get notified for when we do go live again for either part 2 coverage later this evening or part 1 coverage for April 14th. But again, zooming back into our severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. Again, there's the current view of it once again from our Vermontville Fire Department cam atop the Vermontville Fire Department. Out there in the distance is your severe thunderstorm warning. That's basically an entire county away. It's a very nice view of that storm out there in the distance. So we are watching that very closely. And another special alert statement rolling. We got statements galore coming in here. This is a new one for Jackson. Go ahead and switch real quick to GR2. Off of GR2 onto WeatherWise. This is a new special alert statement for eastern Jackson County. Strong thunderstorms will impact portions of eastern Jackson County through 8:30 p.m. So the statement's in effect for an hour and 5 minutes. At 7:25, the operator was tracking a couple strong thunderstorms along the line extending from Jackson to Cement City, and movement is east at 35 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 50 and pea-sized hail are possible. It's radar indicated. Locations impacted by this new special alert statement include Jackson, Brooklyn, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leone, I think is how you pronounce it. I could be wrong. Ryan, you are muted.
Leone.
We got Spring Arbor, Napoleon, Sandstone, Norville, Jackson County Airport, Oak Point, Liberty, Vineyard Lake, Clark Lake, Lake Columbia, and Michigan Center. Again, that's pea-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds for eastern Jackson County. And we now have another special weather statement coming in for a second cell in Menominee County. Back to back. And this is also bare bones. 0.25-inch hail and 30-mile-per-hour winds for far western Menominee County. As we have a train of cells moving into central Menominee County. So, a lot going on.
The latest scan off of the Berry County warning, the hail core on that has increased just a bit, and it's heading directly, basically, into Hastings. we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Very going to cross very close as well to the Hastings Airport on the west side of town. Could be some good size hail with that. Also, with the velocity, if you switch that over, there could be a downburst occurring with it because there is a little bit of some brighter colors on the leading edge there, close to 50, 55-ish mile per hour.
McKibben Road, near Mullen Road right now.
It's heading up into the Berry State game area.
This is a pretty impressive core for sure. If I go ahead and take a 3D scan and take a look at the hail core itself, I'm going to go ahead and pull this in here, the Volume Explorer. That is a very impressive hail core, Ryan. Look at the 3D volumetric scan. 30,000 feet on that hail core right now for Berry County. So that could be some decent hail falling within this storm. If you are
anybody
to the west.
close to that Berry County cell? So I thought I was muted. My bad.
You're good. But again, we always look for these pinks, and especially when it changes from pinks to grays and blacks, that is where you see the very, very heavy rain droplets. And again, you get those very powerful updrafts today, getting those water droplets all the way up into the freezing layer. They freeze quick, and again, with the stronger updrafts, they keep them tumbling around, continuing to accumulate ice, and eventually they turn into these large hailstones. So southwest of Hastings, heading right towards Hastings. If you have time, feel free to park your vehicle inside to avoid hail, or underneath an awning if possible. Because again, this cell is moving off to the northeast about 25 miles per hour, so it's moving slow enough to prepare. But it'll be in Hastings before you know it. Yeah, there we go. Switch back to the radar here. But yeah, it was a 30,000 foot hail core on that. I mean, Delton it's an ugly storm. Yeah, it's absolutely looking like it, at least according to radar here. And again, with a 3D scan showing us a hail core up to 30,000 feet, it is likely no surprise that we could see some 1-inch hail falling with a storm. So if you are in Hastings proper or southwest of Hastings, let us know what you're seeing in terms of hail. This could be some 1-inch hail or larger now falling out here. Prairieville and Orangeville, current time, and Delton. Next up is actually Podunk and Schultz for this hail core. Again, Central Berry County, this is a hail risk primarily only. We also have a decent pocket of wind showing up here, just near the Gun Lake Road area at Gun Lake and Shaw. But this is, again, going to be primarily a hail threat. There's no rotation with this, no tornado threat, just a hail threat. But again, the warning is in effect till 8:15 p.m. for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible in quarter-sized hail. Central Berry County. Portions of Berry County not included would be the southeast corner, which would include places like Lacey and Syria. We also have the far southwest corner, which is just north of Richland, and the far northwest corner, which is just southwest of Caledonia. Again, follow the lines, the orange lines on your screen. That's the polygon for the severe thunderstorm warning. If you know you are inside that orange box, then that means you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Another fun fact is sometimes when you get alerts on your phone, they are hyper-specific to perhaps the cell phone tower that they're coming off of. So if you live in an orange box, but you're not getting warnings, just know that you might be getting cell service from a tower that's literally just outside of this orange box. Again, it used to be, back in the day, that when they issue a warning, it was for an entire county. That has been changed as of, it's been probably 20-ish years now, Ryan, I think, since they've changed it over to not just issuing counties at a time. So they're very hyper-specific. As you can see on the screen, it's portions of Berry County. Some of them are not included in this severe thunderstorm warning. If this continues to the north, this will be impacting my area within the next hour as well. So I'll give you guys an update if something happens here. Firsthand, storm chasing on foot. Yeah, of course, still pretty impressive. are posh. Probability of severe hail. 90% chance within the center of the cell. Looks like it's surging more to the north now. It's still latched onto that outflow boundary, so it's getting pulled along essentially as it heads up towards the the M37 corridor. But it's traveling down M43 right now into downtown Hastings. It is sliding off just to the west a little bit, so more so the west side of town at the current time. But again, if you guys have any hail reports, feel free to send them in ASAP, and we'll send those over to the National Weather Service so they can figure out if they need to continue to issue warnings if this is verified 1-inch hail falling or not, or larger. And again, if you do have hail falling at your location, please measure with a coin or a ruler or a sports ball. Don't just put it in your hands and call it good. Everyone has different hand sizes, so it's hard to determine whether or not the size in your hand is whether it's going to be a quarter-size hail or baseball-size hail. Again, use a ruler. It's going to be the number one thing to use. Otherwise, a sports ball or a coin, if possible. But again, this is the only severe thunderstorm warning in the entire state. We have a set of special weather statements down here for some gusty winds in Jackson and Lenawee County. Main pocket right now is south of Michigan Center in Jackson County. And if anything, for Lenawee County on the border at Hudson, so far west side of Lenawee County. So that's an update from the TDTW airport, third time's a charm, there in the southwest corner of Wayne County. Do we have any hail reports coming in behind the scenes, Ryan?
I have not seen anything.
All right. Excuse me. Downburst winds perhaps possible right now. Currently on Whitmore Road, about to cross over Chief Noonday Road. New statement coming in. Going to be for Washtenaw. It flashes on the screen. It's the entirety of Washtenaw County here. It's going to be in effect until 8:30 p.m. At 7:35, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from 8 miles northeast of Jackson to near Grass Lake. To near Brooklyn, movement is east at 40 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 50 is the only hazard with this storm. For the storm in Washtenaw County, this line of gusty thunderstorms will be near Manchester, 7:40, Chelsea, 7:45, Saline, 7:55, Dexter, 8 o'clock, Ann Arbor, 8:05, Ypsilanti, Whitmore Lake, 8:10, Dixboro, and Willis, 8:15. Other locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm include Hudson Mills, Pittsfield Township, Whitaker, Linden Township, Hudson Mills, Metro Park, Bridgewater, Delhi Mills, Pleasant Lake, and Barton Hills. Again, that's the entirety of Washtenaw County in that tan box there. It's basically turning into just gusty showers at this point. Nothing severe at the current time for this cluster down here in southeast Michigan. Severe is ongoing in central Berry County. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds if you're just tuning in. If you know anyone in downtown Hastings, feel free to share the stream, or if you don't know anyone, hit the like button and let them know that we could see some damaging hail moving into downtown. Best to park your car in your garage or cover it up with maybe like a tarp or something in order to avoid potential hail damage. Again, it's not a guarantee, but on a day like today when you do have a decent amount of instability out there and those rain droplets are getting lofted so high up into the atmosphere, again, 30,000 feet on this hail core as of about 5 minutes ago, that's going to be some pretty decent hail if it can fall all the way out without, completely melting on its journey to the surface. So be advised, Hastings area, south of Middleville at the current time, and this is almost sliding due north as the outflow boundary continues to pull it straight up towards Hastings, Middleville, and eventually towards Freeport. Checking in on some of our reports behind the scenes, making sure I'm not missing anything here.
I have nothing to share on my end. I haven't got anything.
Yeah, it's pretty silent out there, but again, if you guys have any reports to send in, we would gladly take them. Again, time, location, and a accurate measurement if possible. A coin or a ruler next to your hailstones if you can measure hail. You looked like you wanted to say something, Ryan.
No, I just said I didn't have anything. That's it.
Okay.
For reports wise.
Got it. Checking in behind the scenes at these cells in Menominee County up in the Upper Peninsula, they're decent hail cores on them, but they're not really close to severe limits yet. So we'll keep an eye on them. But at the current time, if you're in central Menominee County, just make sure you're inside, away from windows, to avoid any, random gusty winds or perhaps some large hail there. Special weather statements, as a reminder, are a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. So, for example, right now we do have Jackson and Lenawee and now Washtenaw counties in a special weather statement for this patch of gusty showers and storms moving through. So it's strong storms, but not severe. And so even though the winds are 10 to 20 miles per hour below severe limits, those are still some strong winds, and those can bring down branches and power lines. So don't be standing outside underneath any trees or power lines if possible at the current time, especially with a lot of lightning ongoing out there too. Again, when thunder roars, go indoors. Again, wait 30 minutes until you last hear thunder or see lightning.
If you want to take my camera, I have a gorgeous look from northern Lower Michigan.
Wow.
At Lost Lake Woods, courtesy of Lost Lake Woods Club. Beautiful. Gotta love that. Saw it on the cameras. I'm like, I gotta look at that. It's quite impressive.
Absolutely.
Back to the Vermontville cams, though, just because I want to see what that storm is looking like as it approaches.
Yeah, it's continuing to head straight north as well, so it's going to avoid Grand Rapids unless that outflow boundary, which is draped across Allegan and Berry County, can fire more cells. And we'll use our Moline cam to kind of take a look at it as it continues to move in up to the north. But at the current time, it's only firing off storms in Berry County. There's that storm once again. The outflow boundary is starting to put out a couple of showers as well as it gets closer to Vermontville, which is where this camera is currently located. Yeah,
I do not see any updrafts going up on this boundary.
Definitely tell where the boundary is, but
yeah,
nothing otherwise. Whoa. We do have a view of that Berry County celery out there in the distance, so it's quite the downburst. And in fact, it almost looks like the sun's kind of shining on it too, like the downdraft down there. It looks like you can see a little bit of the hail core.
Mm-hmm.
So, bottom center of the screen, over the tree line there, it looks like you kind of see a little bit of that hail core. Sun shining on it. Also, real quickly, on YouTube, our YouTube channel again, MI Storm Chasers Jay with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Jay. Actually, I think I already say this one because Crystal also did a $2 super chat asking about a washout. Yeah, I've already said these ones. Again, thank you guys for sending those in. Washout chances are kind of minimal tomorrow at the current time. Dee Dee did send a $10 super chat in saying, how far in the future are radars reliable? Uh, it depends per case because as of like today, for example, our short range models really didn't pick up on this junk, I guess you could say, this complex that moved in from Illinois until really this morning. And it was showing itself last night as well on the briefing, but it wasn't showing it to this extent. And so,
Not how this evolved today.
yeah, not how it currently evolved. But again, that's a summertime atmosphere for you. You get these complexes that kind of have a mind of their own sometimes. And we know so much about weather, and at the same time, there's still a lot that is always changing and always just making forecasting, a little bit harder.
The airport radar over on the southeast side does show some pretty gusty winds moving into Lenawee County. I'm not sure if that's more so clutter or if it's actual legitimate stronger winds there. We'll find out here shortly. We have cameras there in Adrian as well as Tecumseh and Blissfield. I would have to imagine it's probably elevated just a bit.
Additionally, up there in the top right of the screen, we also have one of our chasers, Tyler. He's in the Chelsea area in Washtenaw County. Right there on I-94 this evening. Right in front of the main core of wind that is heading towards Manchester.
Grand Rapids has continued the severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail for Barry County.
It's been trimmed back a little bit. You'll see this trim coming in just a second. Delton, Prairieville, Orangeville, no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. Does continue for downtown Hastings, Irving, Middleville, Freeport, Carlton, and Woodland. All in that severe thunderstorm warning that is continuing.
Ooh, I just had a great lightning strike on the Adrian cam.
Did you? Looking at which
I wish there was
cell?
like a. Sorry,
No, which cell were you looking at?
Adrian, Lenawee County.
Oh, Lenawee County, gotcha.
I wish there was a button I could click that plays back the last like 10 or 20 seconds. That'd be a cool feature to try and add.
Probably is, but we haven't figured it out.
I can play back, but it doesn't really work very well.
Matt in chat here watching on our X account says double rainbow in West Jackson right now. That's awesome.
I wonder if we can see it from our Chelsea cam.
I'll send it over to your camera.
I'm looking. Not seeing anything.
Sun's getting down there though at that low angle now.
What else do we have? We have Jackson. We don't have anything in Jackson,
We
unfortunately.
do not.
We can try. There's that darn kite again. I'm gonna try Tecumseh. Too cloudy. Good lightning though. We could try Ann Arbor as well.
Not a bad view.
Cloudy. Not at all.
And there's your trimmed severe thunderstorm warning. Again, it's pretty much moving to downtown Hastings. It's been crawling along at 25 miles per hour, so it's taking its sweet old time getting up here. And the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 8:15. So we've got another 30 minutes on it. Hastings.
Are you yawning?
No,
Sound like you were.
maybe.
We have 12 hours to go, Joel.
Power nap soon, maybe. We'll see.
Maybe, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, this isn't downtown Hastings, by the way. It's right over the airport right now, the Hastings Airport. Say Highway 43, Heath Road, and State Road. We got Welcome Corner and Irving. It's going to be skirting just by Irving more so. But Carlton and Coates Grove will be up next, just north of Hastings. We have other showers moving on from Lake Michigan. These are not of any concern. They could theoretically zap a little bit of the moisture and juice out of the atmosphere tonight, but I think we're still pretty primed to the north for if/when these storms eventually make it to West Michigan. So again, we're still watching. I mean, you can see, guys, I don't even have to switch over to the radars. Every single of those orange and red and even those pink boxes on the screen, those are all severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and observed tornado warnings back there in Minnesota and Wisconsin. No tornadoes are really expected overnight tonight because, again, storms are going to be a little bit more elevated in nature and not surface-based. But again, good chance at a line of damaging winds tonight moving into the southern Lower Peninsula. For some reason, Ryan, our hail marker has shot up to 2 inches in diameter for downtown Hastings. We'll go ahead and
How high
take...
does that core go?
That's what I'm going to take a look at right now. 35,000 feet.
So if you're in Hastings right now, you're probably going to get some pretty large hail.
Yeah. Oh, it just updated. It's in the process of falling out now, so it's starting to collapse down. So I would imagine we're going to see probably another uptick in the hail core here at the surface in just a moment or two, next 1 or 2 scans. It's down from 35,000 to 31,000. And I can show you guys actually what I'm talking about here. Here's your volumetric explorer. Here's a 3D scan of your hail core. And if you go straight up and down, you can see where Hastings is at. But that is a 3D scan of your hail core for Hastings. And if you back it up a scan, you can see it was up at 35,000 feet. And you fast forward it one, and you can see how it started to push down on itself. So now it's down to 31,000 feet, and it's going to start collapsing down on itself a little bit more. And so as these pinks get closer to the surface, our surface radar image, which you can see that's displayed on the ground there, you'll see some of these pinks change to those lighter pinks and even the grays and the blacks. So be advised, it looks like it's going to do some sort of hail fallout right over downtown Hastings in the next scan or two. So if you're in Hastings, please be away from windows at the current time. And there's your latest scan. There's more of those pinks changing to grays and blacks that I literally just mentioned. Probability of significant hail is maxed out over downtown Hastings at 100% in a couple pixels right over downtown. So that could be some pretty large hail. So if you're in Hastings, feel free to say hi, and also let us know what you're seeing right now in downtown Hastings.
From our moderator, we have confirmation in Hastings of quarter-size hail.
Also starting to get flooded with a couple rainbow pictures as well. Thank you, guys. Gotta switch this back. There we go. Yeah, that's falling out right over downtown Hastings for sure. Ciasina, I don't know if that's how you pronounce your name, says the hail's starting to get larger. Ball-sized hail in Hastings. What type of ball? But this is going to continue straight up M43. It's going to be crossing towards Carlton and Woodland as it continues its northward track. Eventually, if this makes it into Ionia County, this is going to be a Clarksville and Lake Odessa problem. Even further north, it would be a at my house problem. So I'll let you guys know firsthand if we get some larger hail here. This is latched onto an outflow boundary right now. wind-wise, not a whole lot of wind going on at the current time. And yeah, there's your hail core on correlation coefficient, which I haven't bothered to check. Checking it for the first time now, there's correlation coefficient. So first time using this today for hail. We're looking for where the reds in this cell change to more of yellows and greens. You can kind of see it scattered in nature over downtown Hastings. Again, the reds mean that the objects tumbling around the atmosphere are uniform in nature. And so uniform would be rain, snow. However, you've got things that are non-uniform that are greens and yellows. Yes.
Update on that warning, they upgraded to ping pong ball size hail possible.
Wow. So that's just below considerable. Right? Considerable 1.75 or 2.
Yeah. 1.75 would be considerable.
So this is an upper end level 1 severe thunderstorm warning now. Upgrade. So again, large hail now falling. Ping pong ball sizes will damage things. So if you are downstream, Lake Odessa, Woodland, as I said, directly for you guys right now. There's also a base on this storm, Ryan.
Off of Vermontville? Or
Nope, from my brother.
okay.
I will send those in real quick. If my brother's watching, thank you very much. I appreciate the photos. They are sideways though. So Ryan in the B chat. Oh, it's not going to send. Brian, guess what? I'm texting you.
I'm here for it.
Yes, Arena, who's watching in chat, just sent in actually photos, I think, from Hastings. So we'll probably have some hail photos rolling into Messenger. But yeah, those are the photos of the cloud base in Hastings, Ryan. It just sent to you.
Copy.
Oh, I sent the same one twice.
It's all good. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. How's our Vermontville cam? Is it in the rain?
I have it pulled up if you want to take my screen. It's pretty obscured. Nothing really definitive, but it does have that view of it.
Yeah. Lightning as well. If you look at the center, right center of the screen there's your a little bit of a base kind of sticking out, but also you can notice just how hazy it looks in there. That is going to be all of that hail and rain that's just falling out from that storm. So it's very, very impressive. And again, it's kind of a scary looking cloud, but it's nothing that's currently concerning, especially since we're looking at it on radar. There's no rotation in there at all. So still very cool to look at. Unfortunately, it looks like there's some ping pong ball size hail falling underneath this storm. So if you are in Woodland and Carlton right now, eventually heading up towards Lake Odessa, this is going to be you guys. So. Turn it back to radar here. We'll go ahead and play this forward. Again, you can see a current track pretty much up to the north-northeast Freeport and Woodland and Lake Odessa all in the path of the storm. Now we are kind of waiting on to see if there's going to be a new warning issued. This is the only warning in the state. We also have those special weather statements down there in Washtenaw and Lenawee for 40-mile-per-hour winds. Not severe. Excuse me. Take a 3D volumetric scan. And the hail core is collapsing down. It's now down below 20,000 feet, so it's starting to peter out. Could see a short fused warning coming in perhaps for Ionia County, but it looks like most of the hail is now falling out now, between now and the next 5 minutes. And so we'll see what happens for downstream warning here for Lake Odessa. But again, if you're in Woodland and Carlton, this is first up for you guys. 1.5 inch hail falling. As high as 1.5 inch hail. That's just below a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning, which would be golf ball size hail. So ping pong ball size hail is still pretty large. Make sure you take shelter inside, away from windows. Again, wind-driven hail is a threat with this storm. So the storm continues to pulse to the north.
The sun is trying to peek through the cloud deck over in East Michigan. Good sunset opportunity coming in for a large area. There's that camera. There's also this camera in Adrian.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a gorgeous sunset for those underneath a shower there. All yellow.
Ooh, Chelsea's kind of windy.
Mm-hmm.
Chelsea Ranch here. This is
Chel-
going to be. Go ahead.
Nope. I was going to say, Chelsea's in that special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds. That's all I was going to say. So go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like the worst of the winds are actually just south of where the camera's at. So, moving into Saline, Ann Arbor area, looks like there's some pretty gusty winds. Also close to Lenawee County as well, Tecumseh, Palmyra, Blissfield, a whole gust front moving through Lenawee and Washtenaw counties currently. Camera here courtesy of Mirestone Ranch. I do want to take a look when it's closer here at the Ann Arbor camera. In fact, we'll do it right now. That's pushing into the region as well, very close here at Ace Aviation's camera.
Good lightning there.
The worst of the wind appears to be moving up toward this camera too. So,
all right.
I'll watch it.
Sounds good. So we have complex. This complex is kind of split now into two different sections. You have your main complex. It's gusting. It's really gusty in nature down in Washtenaw, Lenawee County, where there's special weather statements in effect. We also have the outflow boundary that has been pulsed off of this line. And so much so now that we actually have a secondary line forming now in Ingham County. And so we could see maybe perhaps some of the same stuff happening here in Ingham County later that's happening in Berry County, where you do have perhaps some severe hail. It's still getting its act together. I'm just telling you guys this right now. But that is something that we would have to watch as this storm continues to grow upscale in nature. New special weather statement now moving in, or now coming in. And this is going to be for Monroe County. And Ryan, you said it. It's gusty. Winds up to 50 with this special weather statement for Monroe County. Moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. And this is a special weather statement in effect until 9 p.m. here tonight.
Yeah, waiting for the verdict here in Tecumseh, but definitely up in Washtenaw and also in Adrian and Lenawee County. Very gusty winds. I'm estimating visually 40, maybe 45.
If you're tuning in and watching from southeast Michigan, you're wondering, oh wow, it's really windy. No warnings, but again, a special weather statement is just a touch below a severe thunderstorm warning.
So right now near Adrian, and I can't confirm. We have maybe 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but it's really sporadic. It's not a solid line of wind.
My weather radio is about to go off. New severe thunderstorm warning coming in now. You're probably going to hear a siren here in just a second in the background. It's going to be the weather radio. This is now MSC North Studios, now under a severe thunderstorm warning here. Waiting for the warning box to come in. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kent County, Ionia County, and northwestern Eaton County until 9 p.m. At 8:01, a severe thunderstorm was located near Freeport, or 6 miles north of Hastings, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, and it is radar indicated. Locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning include Ionia, Portland, Belding, Lake Odessa, Saranac, Seabois, Lyons, Sunfield, and Clarksville. For protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, severe thunderstorm warning now, primarily for Ionia County here, as large hail continues to be a factor as this moves up into Ionia County. We're also looking at these cells continue to fire up and down the line here in Ingham County as well. Curious to why my weather radio hasn't gone off yet. I'm inside of this warning. All right, I'm going to go check it out real quick to make sure that's actually set up. So if you want to take over for a sec.
Take my camera. We're about to get a good look here at the Ann Arbor cam as this line pushes in. Again, this is really gusty winds throughout Washtenaw, Lenawee County, moving into Monroe shortly and eventually into Wayne County. The worst of the winds, according to radar, are moving in right to the airport here at Ace Aviation. So on the right side of your screen, this camera's facing south, so the right side is your west. And you can see that core just starting to push over the camera here shortly. So we'll see if we can measure or at least get a visual estimate on how windy this actually is. But according to radar, it appears to be right around 40 to 50 miles per hour. And that's based off some radar data that's really close to this area. So it's pretty good data we're getting off of local radar. Figured out, Joel?
Well, it's if I hit the snooze button, I can hear the warning coming through. It just for some reason it didn't activate, which is weird. But I have a good signal, so.
Did anybody else's weather radio in Ionia County or Kent or Northern Barry not go off out of curiosity? Just out of curiosity, see if anybody else has any issues. Hailstorm now in Hastings. That's probably an old comment there. Hastings is all clear. They're just on the back side of the thunderstorm. The hail core has moved up over Woodland, moving in just south of Lake Odessa. It's going to move between Lake Odessa and Sunfield, which is going to be on the county lines of Berry, Eaton, and Ionia counties.
Sounds like some people are getting there. There's some of theirs are working. It's weird. I am pretty close to the. I don't know if it's because I'm really close to the edge of that warning. So like, maybe it's because the tower that I get the reception off of is not in the warning itself. I'm really close to the edge of this warning, so. That could be the issue, but when I went out there and checked the weather radio, I clicked the little snooze button where it turns on the actual speaking, and you can hear the guy talking about the warning. So, interesting, but yeah, maybe it'll still maybe at some point it'll turn on, but this is still pretty slow going if it is.
That's also why we say have multiple ways to receive warnings.
Facts.
If one thing fails or if two things fail, you should have more than one way. Luckily, Joel is on staff here at MSC, so he knows what's going on.
You bet. And I'll be up tonight watching the radar, so. it's definitely starting to organize a little bit further on that outflow boundary. Ingham and Livingston County, nothing yet in terms of alerts there, but we'll keep an eye on it. Main concern right now is the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Barry and southern Ionia counties. In effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail possible. And this northernmost warning is in effect till 9. The southernmost warning is in effect until 8:15. So about 7 minutes left on southern warning and 52 minutes left on the northern warning. So this is heading right down M66. Eventually, if this continues this northern track, it's going to be right in downtown Ionia and Saranac. Also, if it continues to expand on that outflow boundary, I would not be surprised if Portland got in on it as well, but it almost looks like it's trying to split into 2 cells here.
It might be.
Got another core coming in. Let's take a look at it again. Looks like it's rebounded and starting to collapse once more. So it was up at 28,000 feet. Now it's dropping down to 25,000. You can see the pinks are getting close to the ground. So we now have another hail fallout ongoing. Hail is now falling out in between Woodland, Woodbury, and Lake Odessa. This little popular area here of Barry and Ionia County. It's actually very highly populated here. So do be on alert for some very large hail. It's going to be directly over Lakewood High School and Eaton Highway, also the Lakewood Cemetery, and it's very, very close to downtown Lake Odessa. I would still be inside no matter what if you're in downtown Lake Odessa, even if it does look like the cell's trying to split around the city proper. Again, anywhere you see these pinks and the shades of gray and black on radar here, that's going to be where the heaviest downpours are, the largest rain droplets, and occasionally large hailstones like we're seeing right now. In fact, there you go. If you take a look at our correlation coefficient, remember what we said here, anything in red is your uniform droplets, but anything in the yellows and the greens, that's your non-uniform droplets, which hail is non-uniform, it's spiky. And so we're seeing that right now, those yellows and those greens, right between Woodland and Woodbury, as mentioned. We're cross-referencing that with what we're seeing on our general reflectivity radar. So Clarksville and Saranac would be potentially hit by the split, but it's looking less impressive than its counterpart to the east. I can also see how this outflow boundary is curving out a little bit quicker now as it passes over Elto and Clarksville. Also along the outflow boundary, it could get a little bit gusty. So be advised if it suddenly gets windy, even though there's no storm technically over you. That is because there's this outflow boundary. This outflow boundary also extends all the way back into Allegan County and western Barry County. So over towards Hamilton, Caledonia, right where this little line kind of passes through. But no storms are firing on that extent. It's just primarily the cell that's on the Barry-Ionia County line at the current time. So again, back down to southeast Michigan. All of these tan boxes you see are special weather statements. It's going to be 40-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps some small hail. We also did see, I think this is probably just posted on the page, but we do have a new, was a special weather statement for Livingston County, I believe, that just came in.
I have not been posting SPSs due to all the warnings coming in.
That's fair.
Also, the Ann Arbor camera is in that core now. It's not intense, but it is quite gusty. I'd probably estimate between 30 and 40-mile-per-hour winds.
It's a very unique view inside an airport as a thunderstorm passes over. I think I've never really seen that before.
You guys want to take me live? I got a beautiful sunset on the screen right now.
Ben has a sunset, apparently.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
It's quite the sun.
Indeed it is. Where is he at? Sherwood?
Yes. Can put him up there in the top right.
We got you. Thank you.
Special weather statement coming in. This one is actually very close to severe, Ryan. Special weather statement for southern Livingston County.
Yeah, sorry, I just caught something on my eye. If you want to take the TDW radar,
Oh, gotcha.
do you have that availability on
Yes,
TR2?
yes, I do. Give me a sec.
Check out just west of it. We have a downburst going on with some pretty intense localized winds there. Right on Willow and Whitaker Road, a downburst is ongoing. That is likely some very strong winds occurring there in Augusta Charter Township. Again, Willow Road as well as Whitaker Road, just south of Willis.
Spanish Oak Lane on the south side of Whitaker, also impacted by perhaps some downbursts. And what you're looking at here on radar is velocity, which is your measurement of winds in the atmosphere and how they're coming down to the surface or maybe even elevated. But this radar is low-level scanning, so it's very, very close to the ground. And you can see there's a lot of these brighter greens out here over towards Petersburg and Britain, even up here towards Saline. All of these are little downbursts that are ongoing, and that's why there's county-wide special weather statements in effect for 40, maybe even 50-mile-per-hour winds. And as you can see right now, there's a little pocket. This is a literal downburst where the winds crash down from the center of a storm and pulse out in every direction. That's why you see red on one side and green on the other. So red is wind heading away from the radar. Green is wind heading towards the radar site. And so it's kind of spreading out there at Whitaker. And you can see there's your cell on normal reflectivity. SRV actually has it a little bit better there. It kind of pulls it together. So keep an eye on that. Also wanted to get back to that new special weather statement that did just come in real quick before I get back to the severe thunderstorm warning. Went too far north. There we go. 8:09 p.m. Doppler radar is tracking a strong thunderstorm near Gregory or Pinckney, moving east at 30 miles per hour. It's 50-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. So very, very close to severe limits for both the wind and the hail. A strong thunderstorm is over Pinckney right now. We got Brighton, Hamburg, 8:25, Whitmore Lake, 8:30. Also in the special weather statement for this cell includes Parker Corners, Lakeland, Plainfield, Island Lake State Recreation Area, Charleston, Unadilla, Pinckney State Recreation Area, and Hell, Michigan. Again, 7.75 inch diameter hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. Also torrential rainfall occurring with the storm that you currently see on the center of your screen. In southern Livingston County, continuing to head off to the kind of northeast current time. It appears...
Would not be shocked.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't be shocked to see a blanketed warning for southern Wayne, northern Monroe County with all these downbursts going on. There's several here. If you look at Monroe County as well as Wayne County, there's a couple other downbursts happening in London Township, near Oakville, and as well as closer to Milan and London areas. And obviously the one going on up in the Augusta Charter Township as well.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a slight risk issued for rainfall overnight? Again, it's going to be a rainy one overnight tonight once that complex does move in. A lot of thunderstorms, but also, again, backside of these thunderstorms tonight, heavy, heavy rain. And even inside the thunderstorms, you can see all those reds and pinks that we're already seeing from these localized thunderstorms tonight. Rainfall rates in these thunderstorms are typically over an inch per hour. So if these thunderstorms slow down any, you can already see some flooding out there from just this first line of thunderstorms. Additionally, again, we only have one thunderstorm warning in effect, but I wanted to bring it back up because Berry County was canceled for that severe thunderstorm warning, or expired automatically there. But this is now primarily a far northwestern Eaton County threat, so Sunfield and south central Ionia County. So heading up towards Portland, Ionia, Clarksville, Saranac, right down M66 here towards our Ionia cam, which does face west, so we're not going to get a good view on it. But our Westphalia cam is actually up next, and that would have a good view on it very soon as this continues to move up to the north.
Several of our cameras, I was about to switch it to Westphalia, several of the cameras, though, have beautiful sunsets taking shape there. I'll pull up Westphalia.
210 at 21 is the storm motion. The 2-inch hail marker just popped back in here on our GR2 software. I'm going to go ahead and see if that means there's another big hail core about to blast down. Yes, it has regained more moisture. It looks like a big old hat. I kid you not.
I don't want to take away from that large hail falling, but check out my screen currently.
Beautiful.
Beautiful sunset going on here at the West Side Garden Center in Kalamazoo.
There we go. There's your 3D scan. Go ahead and take a look straight above. So you can see it's directly over Lake Odessa right now. Lake Odessa is hiding down here a little bit. Actually, it's more so kind of in the West Ciboa and Ciboa Corners area, Woodbury Sunfield. North is to the top side of the screen here. So I-96 right up here to the north. You got Portland off to the top right here. That is a very impressive hail core. Again, it's a 3D scan. If you back it up, you can see it went from this to this. So it went from 25,000 feet back up to 30,000 feet. And that little mushroom top, we start to see that move back down towards 20,000, 10,000 feet. That means it's falling out and down back to the surface. And so that's some very large rain droplets and likely large hail that's about to fall out again as this continues to head up towards I-96 very, very soon. Again, there's your new update here. Core size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still the text on this severe thunderstorm warning. They did trim portions of Eaton County. So if you are on I-96, please do not be taking shelter underneath an overpass. Make sure to get off the highway if you do have large hail heading your way. And again, blocking traffic is illegal to do. So again, if you do encounter large hail, please get off the highway. First and foremost, make sure to avoid it if you can. If not, again, just pull over on the side of the highway, well off out of the lanes of traffic if need be. But again, it's going to be a downpour and perhaps some large hail moving into Portland near the M66 exit for Ionia and Portland here in Ionia County. I did see we do have a new special weather statement coming in for Wayne County. So we'll go back over to the west side. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that information. In fact, I'm going to have to go back to my other air source here and take a look at it. Here's your special weather statement. Pretty much all of Wayne County. 50-mile-per-hour winds is possible this storm. Doppler radar at 8:20 was tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Ann Arbor to Milan to Dundee. And movement is east at 40 miles per hour. Strong thunderstorms will be near Canton around 8:25, Belleville 8:30, Romulus 8:35. You got Taylor and Flat Rock around 8:45. You got Dearborn and Trenton 8:50. Beyond that, you got Wyandotte, Greenfield Village 8:55, and Grosse Ile around 9 o'clock on the dot. Other locations in this special weather statement include Inkster, Brownstown Township, Melvindale, Gibraltar, New Boston, Sumter Township, Garden City, Riverview, Wayne, and Westland. Again, torrential rainfall also occurring with the storm. And is this line of gusty thunderstorms that are currently now entering Wayne County here near Romulus. So it's going to continue towards downtown Detroit over the next couple minutes. Be advised, any of these tan boxes you see on your screen are special weather statements, so it's not a severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically the precursor to a severe thunderstorm warning if we're going to be issued. But again, you need 60-mile-per-hour winds and or 1-inch hail to get a severe warning, and right now we're seeing 40 to 50. It's about 10 miles per hour below that limit, so it's still strong. Tree branches can easily come down. And another factor to mention here is because this is entering a populated area and you think you want to chance it outside by just staying outside and doing what you're doing, please don't. Right now, there is some cloud-to-ground lightning occurring with a lot of these storms with how much juice we have in the atmosphere today. So please take shelter inside. If you hear thunder, go inside. Wait 30 minutes until you last hear thunder or see lightning before going back outside.
We have Sydney and Evan with views of that storm. The hail core is very intense on the latest scan heading right up to Portland.
Yeah, I was going to take it back. I saw, as soon as I changed it back to the Wayne County cell, I saw the latest scan. I'm like, oh gosh, it's really starting to fall out now. So Sydney's in Nashville, Michigan. Not Nashville, Tennessee, but Nashville, Michigan. So south of the storm. She's trailing behind it, I would imagine. And Evan and Drew are also on the storm as well, I believe.
Yeah, Evan should have a feed. Drew is waiting for his to get set up.
What did Sydney just say?
Yep, we got you pulled up.
You also can see the sun starting to illuminate the sides of the clouds there. It's a little pink in nature, but this is a pretty impressive hail core now.
Hey, Joel, take my cam.
Yep.
This is the Dundee camera, courtesy of A&S Garage. We are rocking here with probably close to 40 to 50 mile per hour winds in Dundee. Look at the trees go back and forth.
Wow.
The camera's just shaking.
And lightning.
This might be close to severe, actually.
Holy cow. You turn the camera maybe a little bit at the trees or to the left or the right. That's
Definitely close to 50 at least.
yeah. I'm going to go back to my radar because I did want to cover that hail core real quick. That hasn't continued to impress. If you are in Portland, you need to be taking shelter away from windows as this hail core is now bearing down on you. There's some wind at the front of this storm, but the main threat right now is going to be this large hail as the storm has now continued to move off to the northeast. Center of this hail core right now, Clarksville Road at Kiefer Highway, also Clarksville at Petrie, also in the vicinity of Emery and Kiefer Highway, and eventually it's going to be crossing Knox Road in the vicinity of Knox and Kiefer. Excuse me. So Knox Road, wherever Knox Road goes under 96, that's going to be pretty much the path that's going straight up towards. So downtown Portland, you need to be inside in shelter right now as some large hail comes bearing down on you. Again, anytime we see these pinks change to these grays and blacks and red, that's a sign of some very, very large rain droplets. If it's not hail, it's rain droplets that are probably the size of your palm tumbling around the atmosphere. And again, it's super cool up there today with how much instability we have and very impressive lapse rates. And so hail is a very common thing that's going to be happening tonight with any of these lead cells that are occurring along what's now this outflow boundary from our initial stuff down that started in southwest Michigan. So it's been quite a journey for this little complex today. Waiting on a new scan.
A new E coming in for watch possible portions of central and southern lower Michigan. I'll have details on that as soon as I have them.
I have them right here. Interesting. So
I'm confused.
yeah, that's so what the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center is saying right now is obviously the low-level jets increasing tonight, especially since we're going to have that main cluster coming in, so damaging winds are going to increase. But it seems like this outflow boundary is going to turn into perhaps something a little bit bigger. It's going to be kind of its own prefrontal line that kind of swings up. And I will say this, the models did pick up on this actually better than the complex that has started in southwest Michigan. And so that is likely what's going to happen. You're going to have two arms to this, where you have a northeast moving arm, and then you have the main southeast moving arm later tonight, overnight tonight. That's currently still back in Wisconsin. And so that's kind of what this is reading as. The chance of a severe thunderstorm watch is 40%. Convective trends are being monitored for a possible watch. It says the discussion is the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, which, mind you, is in Norman, Oklahoma. They're watching a lone cell west of Lansing, aka the one that is currently severe thunderstorm at the center of the screen. They're watching that cell from outflow from a convective cluster to the south and east that's currently in southeast Michigan. The storm has produced marginally severe hails thus far. Lapse rates at the mid-levels are quite steep. 8.2 degrees Celsius per kilometer. Again, for those who don't know what a lapse rate is, that's the change of temperature as you go up each kilometer into the atmosphere. So every kilometer, the temperature is getting very, very cold quickly at 8.2 degrees Celsius per kilometer, diminishing values further to the east. So 6.3 over by Detroit. Again, these lapse rates, that's how you get it cool very, very quickly. That's how you get these large hail to form. It says during the evening, this low-level jet is forecast to be focused over the upper Midwest, including lower Michigan. There are already signs of ascent from northern Illinois into Lake Michigan, with some guidance showing additional intensifying activity evolving over the next few hours. These areas are being monitored for a possible watch. Large hail, isolated damaging winds would be the primary threats. The tornado risk is not clear as low-level profiles are expected to be neutrally stable at best. That said, low-level photographs will be large and theta E advection will slow nocturnal stabilization. So they're expecting it to stay somewhat uncapped, I guess, between now and probably the next couple hours, despite the fact that we are now at dusk here in Michigan in general. So it's something to at least monitor, but at the current time it's just one cell that we're watching, which is now currently in Portland, heading up towards Westphalia. So very interesting. And we do have a new warning.
I can't beat it. I see the alert pop in saying we're gonna have a warning incoming, and then it's instantaneous tonight.
Yeah, so it's looking like it's going to be the rest of this tiny little corner of southeast Iona County and all of Clinton. And there it is. There's your new orange box on the screen. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Iona County in south central Michigan and Clinton County in south central Michigan until 9:30 p.m. At 8:29, a severe thunderstorm was this line of severe thunderstorms is located along a line extending from near Portland to 12 miles west of DeWitt to near Grand Ledge, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So similar to the other severe thunderstorm warning. The locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include St. John's, Grand Ledge, Elsie, DeWitt, the International Airport there in Lansing, Eureka, Ovid, Fowler, Westphalia, Maple Rapids, Mulliken, Hubbardston, Eagle, Augusta, and Bath. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Once again, that's 60-mile-per-hour winds and wind-driven hail of 1 inch in diameter. And that core right now is in Portland. Anywhere you see these heavier pinks, right on I-96 in Portland. So very, very heavy. Downpour of hail and wind mixing at the current time. We have Sydney in the top right. She is currently last I checked, in Nashville. She's now moved up into the Woodland area, so she's still trailing behind it. We also do have Evan out there, and he is in Westphalia. He is kind of paralleling at the current time, and you can see it's very dark. That almost looks like the hail core in there. Definitely some lightning. But he is out in front of it. So he's being chased. And so Sydney's doing the chasing, and Evan's being chased, essentially, by this hail core. As well as Drew. Drew is also out there tonight in the Westphalia area as the storm bears down on them. Also have Tyler in Saline. He's chasing the special weather statements down there in southeast Michigan. Nothing further at the current time. Anything popping up on Doppler radar at the airport? Go ahead and check that real quick just to make sure.
There's
yes.
not really anything that stands out, but there's one spot up there in northern Monroe County I'm watching near Ash Township.
Carlton, right?
Also check out Weta Scan and Romulus heading right for the airport. Increase the velocity there too. If you're in Romulus or at the Detroit Metro Airport, the latest scan there does increase our potential stronger winds moving into the 275-94 corridor.
Is that this right here in Belleville?
No, I'm looking at the DTW radar.
Oh, you're looking at the big radar.
The DTW.
Oh, yeah, you're looking at the same radar as me. Do we have different radars?
Am I looking at an old scan? No, 1 minute.
There is, I mean, I see this right here, if that's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. It went from like 35 to roughly 45. It's actually, it says 53 miles per hour on my end.
And I'm also watching, as you mentioned, Carlton here. A nice downburst there as well within that storm. So, new special alert statement coming in to the north. And this is going to be Oakland County, which you can see is also a little bit gusty from the TDTW airport radar. This is going to be this line of storms, though. In South Lyon. Special alert statement in effect for Oakland and northeastern Washtenaw counties until 9:30 p.m. Wind gusts of 50 miles per hour in pea-sized hail are possible. This is a very populated center in Oakland County, so if you know anyone in Oakland County, feel free to like and share, show you care. This will be near Livonia, Novi, Milford, and Northville around 8:40. You got Southfield around 8:45. West Bloomfield around 8:50. Detroit, Royal Oak, Birmingham around 9 o'clock. You got Troy and Detroit Zoo around 9:05. Warren 9:10, and Pontiac and Sterling Heights around 9:15 p.m. Other locations impacted by this special weather statement, not a severe thunderstorm warning, but a special weather statement, include Franklin, Keego Harbor, Waterford, Orchard Lake, Commerce, Lathrop Village, Auburn Hills, Bingham Farms, and Farmington Hills here in Oakland and northern Washtenaw and northern Wayne counties. So it doesn't show up on the radar yet, but it will be there soon. What is Drew saying behind the scenes?
Yeah, he's getting in position. That's all he's doing.
Gotcha.
I don't believe I need that, actually.
The Lansing cell is primarily going north of Lansing. It's heading straight into central Clinton County. So if you know you live along the M21 and US 127 corridors here in Clinton County specifically, you got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Storm's moving off to the northeast. Severe warning text does say it's moving off to the northeast about 40 miles per hour. So not as fast as you would go down a country road, but it does not have to follow road patterns. It does cross northeast, so it's going to cross fields rather quickly. Think back to math, Pythagorean's theorem. A squared plus b squared equals c squared. Storms are going to travel a lot faster than you may think, even though they are going 40 miles per hour across the field. So, wide open spaces out there. We do have a lot of our chasers. I'm going to go ahead and cycle through them here real quick. We're going to start with Ben, who is offline. We also have Clayton offline. We got Drew. Camera not available. Evan, camera is available, and that's a pretty decent looking base to it. It's nothing special, but it is a sign that it is a strong to severe storm. It's a little raggedy at the base there, and a lot of lightning as well is showing that there's enough instability out there tonight to produce a lot of lightning. We also have Tyler, who is in Ann Arbor. He's in the rain right now. And lastly, we got Sydney, who's out in Vermontville. Still south of the storm at the current time, but you can still see out in the distance how dark that cell is. Again, the darker the clouds, the more moisture content that's actually in them. And so there's some way, somehow, there's a lot of moisture in this cell, whether it's going to be rain that's falling out or hail. It's going to come out at some point, and so Puamo, Fowler, Westphalia, be prepared for either a downpour of rain or perhaps some severe hail 1 inch in diameter. This storm has had a history of severe thunderstorm warnings that have had ping pong ball size hail text on them. We have not, I don't think, seen any ping pong ball size hail reports yet.
The largest I've seen is $half size. That was confirmed by law enforcement as well as a few of our viewers who sent in comments with reports as well. So that's the largest hail we've seen. That was back in Hastings about, was it 2 hours ago, 6:30-ish, around that time frame, I think it was. So we are most of these storms today, if I look at the storm reports page, I don't think we've seen that many severe reports yet out of these storms. Just hail so far. Power outages have been hard to come by, which is great news. But that risk, again, we expect the highest risk to
New warning coming
really
in.
be ramped up tonight. Sorry, go ahead.
New warning coming in downtown Detroit.
Yeah, that's that the Romulus cell I was talking about with the increased velocity. I didn't track it further, but yeah, it increased even further. It's impacting the metro airport right now with what appears to be close to 55-mile-per-hour gusts directly over the airport. So hopefully everybody's there sheltering in place and staying away from their windows, because there's a lot of tunneling effects there with the airport, with a lot of parking garages and stuff like that. So let's hope that everybody's in their cars or inside away from windows. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds for the southern part of Wayne County. It includes Romulus, Taylor, Southgate, Wyandotte, Riverview, as well as Melvindale and River Rouge. That's where the bulk of these gustiest winds are going to go. But the warning does extend down to the Monroe County line, so Sumter Township, Willow.
There it is.
Was that just delayed?
Yeah, it was a little bit delayed.
Basically all the way down the Monroe County line, and then all the way up to about just cutting off before Dearborn, downtown Detroit, and Garden City. So you guys up there in Canton, Westland, Garden City, Dearborn, and downtown Detroit are not in that warning, but you are very close to the cutoff line of that warning. We do have cameras in Riverview as well as Dearborn to pull up. I think the Riverview cam would be the best one at this current time. New warning now for Ionia as well.
Oh, yeah. The little tiny triangle coming in. We'll get that in just a second. I wanted to show you guys on radar where exactly we're looking at, and it's going to be on our wind radar right now. Yeah, that's really impressive right there, right over the airport you were mentioning, Ryan. We're looking at on radar, for those who are new to this whole radar thing, velocity. So it's the measurement of winds moving towards or away from the radar site. So if you can see where my mouse is on the screen, if I circle this TDTW symbol, that's where the radar site's located. So anything that's in red is wind moving away from the radar site, and green is heading towards. Where this red becomes orange and yellow, that's where the winds are actually increasing in velocity. And so you get winds, if I hover my mouse over these pixels here, of 55 to 60 miles per hour, that's severe winds. Again, 60 mile per hour winds is severe criteria. And that's, again, right over the airport there in Romulus at the current time. That's the center of it. We're also watching a couple other cells that are also popping up in and around Wayne County that aren't really severe, but they could be producing some strong gusty winds as well. But at the current time, the gustiest of the winds is literally directly over the runways at the airport. And these are going to continue off towards Taylor and Allen Park.
I'm getting a pixel over 60 mile per hour right over the airport too.
Yeah. 61. Let's see, 61. So that's going to be the center of it. Again, we're circling on the screen. That's the center of the winds. Less windy to the north and maybe to the west, but that's quite the pocket of wind there in that center of that storm. That's going to continue off towards Taylor, as I mentioned. If you guys are, I don't know if Wayne County has done it yet, but usually we always hear about, oh, the sirens are going off in Wayne County because there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, there's no tornado warning, so if you are hearing sirens, there's no tornado warning. But there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and it's for 60 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail, which is just below severe limits. Okay, so people are saying the sirens are going off. All right. That's what I figured. I know Wayne County's policy is we issue warnings for every single warning. So, again, don't be surprised if you hear sirens. That is because there's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. No tornado warning, just gusty winds at the current time. But don't be complacent in terms of taking shelter. Again, 60 mile per hour winds are still can be as destructive as a weak tornado. So again, if you are in Wayne County, specifically Taylor, if you're at the airport and in the vicinity of Taylor, you need to be taking shelter indoors, underground, if possible, away from exterior walls. Here's your cute. I will literally use that word for this severe thunderstorm warning because it is the tiniest severe thunderstorm warning I've ever seen. and it looks like a tiny little piece of pizza. For Lions in Powamo, I kid you not, East Central Ionia County, South Central Michigan. Who was talking just now?
Evan has lightning on his camera, apparently.
Okay, I'll put his camera in the top right. But this tiny little pizza slice severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 9:15 p.m. for East Central Ionia County. At 8:39, a severe thunderstorm was located near Portland, moving northeast at 30. That's this right here. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Dorito warning, that's a good one. It does look like a little Dorito. Impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expected wind damage to roof siding and trees. This tiny little severe thunderstorm warning will impact Lyons, Muir, and Powamo over the next couple of minutes. Also, torrential rainfall occurring with the storm. That's 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds for that Dorito-looking severe thunderstorm warning in Ionia County. We also have Clinton County that's still in effect as well until 9:30 p.m. for the 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail there. And again, if you're just tuning in from Wayne County, welcome in everyone. Feel free to hit that like button and also share it with your friends and family. We do have gusty, severe winds at the airport in Romulus. They don't show up well from our main radar, but if you go and zoom in on our airport radar, they are visibly there, where you see these brighter yellows. And these brighter yellows are the heaviest winds of 60 miles per hour or greater. North Line Road at Middle Belt Road, continuing off towards the east. Also, Goddard Road and Harrison Street near that intersection soon. Also, you got 5M Center Drive at Harrison in the vicinity of Eureka Road. So it's all these roads in this area right near the airport that are being impacted by these 60-mile-per-hour winds here in southeast Michigan. Couldn't avoid all of the action. Eventually, you guys had to get a warning or two out of it, and we got one tonight. As a reminder, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Toledo if you're traveling to the south, as well as down I-75 towards Bowling Green, New Baltimore, and Findlay. And that is also going to be for 1-inch hail there and 60-mile-per-hour winds for those warnings in Ohio. And again, this is just the precursor. Again, you guys are thinking, oh, this is one and done for the night. And unfortunately, it is not. We have a massive complex of storms out here in Wisconsin and Minnesota that are eventually going to be moving into Michigan later tonight. You can see some of these cells are very large in nature, very large hail falling up here in Wisconsin tonight, and even some tornadoes. Thankfully, as the time goes on tonight, our tornado threat will continue to wane, but our damaging wind threat, as that low-level jet kicks in, will continue to actually increase throughout the night. And so we could see 60 to 75 mile-per-hour winds overnight within this line of storms that is still way back in Wisconsin. A reminder, the timing on our severe weather graphic did mention that it was going to be from 7 to 7 tonight through tomorrow, and it's only 8:45. So we got a long time to go tonight. We're going to be live as long as these warnings are live in the state of Michigan, and at some point, if we can get a break, I think we're going to try and take it. But honestly, if the mesoscale discussion is a sign of things to come, we may see more storms actually fire up along this outflow boundary that you guys can't really see on radar, but it's draped from Muskegon to Cedar Springs over to Ionia through Lansing and Howell down here into Oakland County. We may see additional severe storms actually fire up with this northeast moving outflow boundary. And so we could see a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings coming in for places like Montcalm, Gratiot, Newaygo, Oceana counties before the main stuff comes in later tonight.
Those winds continue to show 50 to 60 mile per hour in Wayne County, leaving the airport now, following North Line, Eureka, and Pennsylvania Road towards Southgate and Wyandotte areas. Also, I have the Westphalia cam pulled up. It is a complete whiteout in Westphalia with the incoming storm there. There's actually a shelf cloud that was rolling overhead. And also, Drew has pictures of that we'll be posting shortly on our page. But here in Westphalia, courtesy of Soil and Water Management Systems camera, just complete low visibility and a lot of lightning. So a lot of heavy rain with this.
Someone in Westphalia says they're getting hail now. That would make sense. That hail core actually is directly over downtown Westphalia. And Eben's got a beautiful shot of this entire cloud structure here as this heads up towards him. He's up in Fowler right now, looking to the southwest, right into this core. And so you can actually see The light that is illuminating the hail core there on the right center side of the screen, that is heading directly for him. So that is likely directly what's over downtown Westphalia at the current time, which we'll go back to radar here and show you guys. Anything in pink is going to be your hail core. Again, directly over downtown Westphalia. You have Evan up here about 2 miles north of Fowler. Pewamo also getting impacted. Also Drew in between Fowler and Pewamo. Again, let us know. I will say this. I saw you guys' comments in here from Portland. If you guys have hail reports from Portland that you need to send in, feel free to do so. You've probably seen some of them, right?
Yeah, I actually just relayed one to the Grand Rapids NWS. We have a viewer report with a measurement of close to 1.5 inch hail. So
Wow.
that's ping pong ball size and diameter.
Where?
It's might be on the page. I'm not sure if we have permission yet, but it might be on the page here shortly.
Okay. Do we have a location? Is it Portland? Gotcha. Yeah, again, guys, it sounds like some large hail fell there, so if you guys have more photos to send in, please do so. So going through the warnings again, we have Clinton County in effect for 41 more minutes, portions of Ionia County in effect until 9 o'clock and 9:15, and Wayne County down here, pretty much southern and central Wayne County. This one's in effect until 9:45. Main hazards are going to be the gusty winds of 60 miles per hour. We'll zoom back into the airport here. The gustiest of the winds are in the vicinity of Taylor and just north of Woodhaven. So they're going to be coming up to US 24 here relatively soon. You can see if you back it up a bit, anywhere you see these brighter colors on the reds, that is where your 60 mile per hour winds are likely verifying. So these will continue. Again, if you're seeing or if you're hearing sirens right now, that's not a tornado warning, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, Wayne County's policy now, ever since the incident back in Livonia in 2024, is to issue the warnings for every single warning that does impact Wayne County. So again, they're
You
not
mean sirens?
What did I say?
Warnings for warnings.
Oh, sorry, warnings for the sirens. Yeah,
Reverse that.
yeah. All the Wayne County again, ever since 2024 in Livonia, when they had that incident there, that is the policy now for Wayne County. So anytime there's a warning, the sirens will sound. They're not called tornado sirens; they're called outdoor warning sirens for multiple reasons. The main one is you're not supposed to hear them inside. You're only supposed to hear them outdoors for those caught without technology here in anywhere in the state. So again, 60 mile per hour winds, main hazard for Wayne County right now, in effect till 9:45. Right now heading into Taylor and Woodhaven. Main hazard though right now is in Clinton County. You got the hail moving in. We have a blanketed special weather statement coming in all the way up there in northern Michigan for dense fog, Ryan. So dense fog and severe and strong to severe storms happening at the same time in southern UP tonight. So we've got a little bit of everything out there. So no worries on that. We also have a special marine warning coming in for the Detroit River. Winds of 50 knots and expires in 1 hour. So special marine warning is going to be this little blue polygon you see here. That is basically the equivalent of a severe thunderstorm warning for boaters. So if you know anyone that's boating on the Detroit River or Lake St. Clair, U.S. side, special marine warning in effect for 50 knots of wind, which is about 60 miles per hour. So please seek safe shelter or safe harbor immediately if you are boating in that area where that new special marine warning has come in southeast Michigan. So next up for this hail-producing storm, Maple Rapids and St. John's. M21 corridor right now. We got Evan and Drew out there, and also Sydney. And a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in further south. Monroe County, you guys are up. You saw the warnings to your south, you saw the warnings to the north, and congratulations. New warning now in for you guys properly on the northeast side of the county. See the warning popping in here in just a second. It looks like it's a short fused warning coming in. And that is actually verifying, Ryan. We do have some gusty winds starting to surge out near Woodland Beach and Estral Beach in Monroe County.
Yeah, it's very, very exclusive to the very far eastern tip of Monroe. So the western part of that warning, I don't see too much happening. So that's back in like Exeter, Raisingville Township. I would say this is more so for the shoreline of Erie areas, for like Estral Beach, Stony Point, and Detroit Beach areas. Unless you see otherwise, Joel. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
it
seeing
looks
here.
like it's primarily along and east of I-75 here,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
current time. So anywhere you see these brighter reds on radar, for those who are just tuning in. National Weather Service, the details do read as follows. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Monroe County in southeastern Michigan until 9:30 p.m. It might be actually done before then, given that it's so close to Lake Erie. But it is in effect till 9:30, just in case. At 8:51, a severe thunderstorm was located from Carlton to Monroe, moving east at 30. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and it is radar indicated. Severe thunderstorms will be near Monroe in the next 2 minutes. It's actually probably past Monroe at this point. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning includes Newport, Estral Beach, Schofield, South Rockwood, Woodland Beach, Stony Point, Detroit Beach, and Rockwood itself. Move inside to interior in the lowest floor of a building until the storm passes. Also, torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. So again, it's northeastern Monroe County, primarily here where you see these oranges and yellows starting to gust up here. That's going to be your 60-mile-per-hour pixels. Detroit Beach, Woodland Beach, Stony Point, and Estral Beach. Now, you guys did have, I think, a tornado there actually a couple years ago. And so again, kind of the same story, except this time it's just damaging winds moving in before they eventually move off onto Lake Erie.
There's been a couple of cases over the past couple of years of rotation and tornadoes in that general vicinity of Estral Beach, Stony Point, Detroit Beach areas. I know Newport had one back in 2023 with that August squall we had. Then we had a couple other instances near Stony Point. I believe I surveyed Detroit Beach a couple times in the past 3 or 4 years. But luckily today, we're not seeing any of that rotation with these storms. We are seeing a straight line wind risk, but again, this threat is very close to Lake Erie. So it won't be a long-lived threat, but right now where you guys are at, probably pretty windy on that east side of Monroe County.
Just catching up behind the scenes, some of our alerts here, or any of our new information.
Just so you're aware, I'm about to stuff my face with food very quickly.
That would be awesome right about now for me.
Right.
But that takes time to do.
Right. I can cover for you here once I'm done eating.
Yeah.
And I'll get myself settled in for the next 3 or 4 hours.
Everyone, we're human as well. Just letting you guys know, we're not AI. We do get hungry, and especially when some of our streams have lasted multiple hours before. If you're new here to the page, again, welcome in. We'd love to have you part of our MSC family by hitting that follow button or the subscribe button. Our longest stream ever was 11 hours last summer, and that was for some storms up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
We might beat that tonight, Joel.
We could. But I get, was that was one straight stream, I believe. Or was it broken up into two? It might actually, I think it was broken up into two, because I think we stopped the live for like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And then it literally went warned again up there in the Upper Peninsula. So
that sounds right.
yeah. So again, if you're new here, we track all these storms, all the severe thunderstorm warnings from beginning to end, anywhere in the state of Michigan, all 83 counties, year round. We have not missed, at this point, the last 750 severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in a row issued in the state of Michigan. You guys are thinking that's a lot of warnings, and you'd be correct. We have not missed the last 2 in a almost half year's worth of severe warnings or tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. So we are dedicated to keeping you guys safe. We very much care for you guys. We want to make sure you guys have as much details as possible, including what's happening out there right now, such as these severe thunderstorm warnings for for Wayne County, including Taylor. We have Monroe County, primarily the Estral Beach area. Both of these severe thunderstorm warnings you see on your screen are in the orange boxes. If you know you're in these orange polygons, that's where the severe thunderstorm warnings are currently in effect. 60-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps 1-inch hail possible No tornado warnings. Again, sirens sound sometimes for severe thunderstorm warnings. It's the best thing. That's the best thing I can say for you guys. I believe Monroe and Wayne County's policies are, as I can see here in the comments, the sirens are sounding. They sound the sirens for severe thunderstorm warnings. That's just the policy. So be advised, there's no tornado warnings. It is just 60-mile-per-hour winds. That being said, just because there's no tornado doesn't mean that these winds are still being destructive in nature. You do want to be mindful that 60-mile-per-hour winds can bring down just as many trees as a weak tornado would. So please be inside, away from any exterior walls with trees next to them especially, because again, we don't want trees to fall on you or your loved ones if they do move through at 60 miles per hour. So at the current time, the gustiest of the winds, again, Estrel Beach, Monroe County, and for Wayne County, it's going to be in Taylor and
Drew if we
Southgate.
have him.
Yep.
Take Drew if we have him.
Give me a sec.
I'm not sure if his camera up. He is
doesn't-
not. He says he's getting slammed right now. I'm not sure what that means.
Drew, your camera is not live.
I'm not sure if he has set up yet. I know he was working on it.
Marble size hail in the sail core, right where I'm at.
He's Westphalia last I knew.
Yep, him and Evan. We do not have Drew.
Oh, it was worth it.
Yep. He's right near Colony at Bower. It's about 2 miles north of Fowler. Also, Evan's kind of outrunning it right now. We'll have his cam up there in the top right for now. But again, we're looking for the pinks inside the center of the thunderstorm for your very, very large raindrops that eventually change over to hailstones. Taking a volumetric scan of this cell, the hail core right now is up at 20,000 feet. So pretty impressive, but not as impressive as what we saw earlier. We saw up to 30 to 35,000 feet on this hail core. That started all the way back. Ryan, if you remember correctly, that was what, the southwest corner of Berry County, and it has traveled all the way up through Hastings, Lake Odessa, through Portland, where some 1.25 inch hail has been reported, and even perhaps 1.5 inch diameter hail. Through Portland, Westphalia, now up towards Fowler, and Maple Rapids and St. John's is up next for this hail producer tonight. Again, only severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Rule of thumb, bottom of the screen. Look at the bottom of the screen for me, guys. Highest active alert, severe thunderstorm warning. That's how you know there's no tornado warnings in the state of Michigan, because tornado warnings are always going to be higher than a severe thunderstorm warning. So if there's a tornado warning anywhere in the state of Michigan, that will take precedent over the severe thunderstorm warning. So if I'm looking at a different cell away from your area, the neck of the woods, just know the highest active alert in the state right now is severe thunderstorm warning. We also have at the bottom of the screen all active alerts scrolling across. Now, granted, it's a little tough to see all the active alerts in the state because there's so many active alerts in the state with how many flood warnings, flood watches, flood advisories, and even flash flood warnings we have in effect. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for southeastern Ionia County. Portland, you guys are in the clear, as well as Lake Odessa, and anywhere down here in the Eagle area. Clinton County remains in effect, and also the Dorito-shaped severe thunderstorm warning for Powamo and Lyons. That one's in effect until 9:15. Clinton County in effect until 9:30. Down here again, once again, Wayne County in effect till 9:45. Monroe County in effect until 9:30. Those are all of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We have 4 of them. We also have a special weather statement in effect for Oakland County and Livingston County, although at this point the storms are outside of Livingston County. There's also a bunch of rain showers kind of popping up across the state. Nothing concerning or catching the eye right now. However, again, there is a mesoscale discussion in effect for a 40% chance of a severe watch. In this corridor of West Michigan, there's a outflow boundary that has formed. So basically a front of wind that's formed off of this complex of storms that move from southwest Michigan, in fact, all the way back towards Kankakee, Illinois, through southwest Michigan, and now is impacting what we see right now in Wayne County and Monroe County. It pushed out an outflow boundary, and that has formed this singular cell. It's an extra source of lift. It's forced this cell to pop up in Berry County and now travel through Ionia and Clinton County, and is now continuing up towards Shiawassee, Saginaw, and Gratiot County up next. So be advised, Gratiot, Saginaw, Shiawassee, this hail producer is heading your way. In fact, it's heading more north. So the next warning up would be Gratiot County, if anything, and then followed by probably Saginaw and then a little bit of Shiawassee. So keep that in mind. Going back to what I was saying about that mesoscale discussion, it's like a watch before the watch. That outflow boundary stretches from the cell down here in Oakland County all the way up through Clinton, through Montcalm, through Newaygo, and all the way up through Oceana County. There's an outflow boundary. You can't really see it on radar right now, but it's there. And it's going to perhaps pop off a couple more storms later tonight. That could be severe. So we may or may not get a break before our main line of storms that's back here in Wisconsin moves through overnight tonight. So as a reminder, we have over 4,000 of you guys in here tonight. Information you guys need to keep with you on hand when you go to bed tonight is have a way to be woken up by someone calling you or a weather radio going off in the event that a warning is issued for your neck of the woods. And again, as always, if you're new here, we are going to be live tracking these storms all night long as there's severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings in the state of Michigan. That is our policy. We've got you covered from beginning to end. We're not letting you down. So make sure you have hit that follow button. If you want notifications for when we go live, it is imperative that you guys subscribe on YouTube. It's completely free to do. Or follow us on Twitch and X at the username MIStormChasers. Those all give you guys notifications for when we go live. Unfortunately, Facebook does not. So make sure that you guys are following us on any of those platforms.
Joel, the airport at Detroit Metro gusted to 54 miles per hour with that storm.
Gotcha. So 6 miles per hour just below severe limits, which pretty much matches up with what we saw on the TDTW radar there when the initial gust did push through. So very close to severe limits at the very least tonight if it did not verify 60 mile per hour. So if you missed our severe weather outlooks today, they are on our page, although I do feel bad because we've had so many warnings already this afternoon and evening here in Michigan, so it's going to be hard to kind of scroll back and see them. Honestly, I think the best way to go back and see our alerts is if you actually go over to our Instagram page, MIStormChasers, because they are there. We don't post our warnings on Instagram because it's not really a platform built for live updates. So go check out our Instagram page if you got to check out the severe weather outlook for both tonight and tomorrow, because again, there's more severe weather coming in tomorrow night here in the state of Michigan. Highly recommend.
If you are on the YouTube side of things, one of the mods can drop our forecast links. The forecast 1 is for tonight, forecast 2 is for tomorrow.
There we go. Taking an updated look at correlation coefficient inside the storm. So again, uniform versus non-uniform objects. You did hear Drew about 10 minutes ago now saying he was intercepting some marble-sized hail. That looks like it's verifying according to correlation coefficient. It's not the greatest of signatures for hail, but there is some signs that these pinks and reds are changing to yellows and greens. Primarily here about 2 miles southeast of Maple Rapids or about 5 miles northwest of St. John's, impacting primarily rural portions of northern Clinton County in the vicinity of Maple Rapids Road and Grove Road before passing over into southern Gratiot County very soon. Still decent core on it. We see a lot of pinks on our normal reflectivity radar. It's the intensity of rain that's falling. Some of those pinks changing over to light pinks and even grays and blacks. That's where you have those very, very large rain droplets that are maybe the size of the palm of your hand. And when you get those palm-sized rain droplets advecting up 25,000, 35,000 feet in the atmosphere, those become super cold liquid pretty quickly. And on a night like tonight where the atmosphere is unstable, large hail is absolutely possible and on the table. So as we've seen so far, 1.5 inch hail has fallen. And we could see a couple more instances of that tonight, especially with this cell that is currently ongoing in Clinton County. So let us know what you guys are seeing as the storm rolls through northern Clinton County. If you know anyone in the Maple Rapids area, feel free to give them a heads up. Say, hey, there's some hail coming your way. It's severe hail of perhaps 1 inch in diameter, but would not rule out a couple higher stones if the timing is correct. Going back to our storms down here in the Detroit region, since we just covered the hail ones, once again, the Monroe County storm moved offshore really quickly. This warning was in effect, and that wind was basically come and gone through Estrel Beach. All of the wind right now primarily off on Lake Erie already. But severe thunderstorm warning does continue anyways for 22 more minutes. You also have, not really seeing any signatures anymore for Wayne County. These cells have kind of come and gone very quickly as well. It's primarily just rain right now in the severe thunderstorm warning for Wayne County. Still some gusts could be mixing in here of likely sub-severe. I would say probably 40 miles per hour at most. Also a couple pockets of wind up here in outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. Southeastern Oakland County, even up here towards southern Macomb. So those could be some 40 mile per hour winds, as denoted here by that special weather statement that's also in effect in this tan box you see on the screen. So be advised, again, that special weather statement for Oakland and northern Washtenaw in effect, northern Wayne as well, in effect till 9:30 for the winds there. But this cluster is falling apart really, really quickly across southeast metro Detroit. So it should be come and gone here in the next 30 minutes, and you guys should be clear for now here in the Detroit region once these warnings do expire. However, again, as a reminder, if you guys are just tuning in, seeing the stream for the first time tonight, we do have all of those storms back off in Wisconsin. If I take a zoomed out view, take a look at how many warnings are back off to our west. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 different warnings way off to the west. And that's going to congeal into one big line and move across west, central, and perhaps eastern Michigan if it can keep its oomph together for tomorrow morning. Speaking of Gratiot County, we get to go back to northern Michigan.
I was so hoping for a break there, Joel.
No, this storm is still it's keeping its act together, and this storm might be going for a little bit.
I agree. I do think we're going to break here soon, though, because we've got at least a few hours for the Wisconsin cells to move in. So as long as the storm here can weaken at some point, we'll have a break. I hope. I think.
So new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. We've got a right triangle. It's not a Dorito this time. It's a right triangle. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gratiot County in central Michigan until 10 p.m. What's up?
Joel?
Yes.
They are watching rotation with this cell as well, and there is a possible tornado tag on this cell in particular.
Wow.
I don't personally see it on the low levels, but there could be some there in the upper levels. I don't have GR2 open, so I can't look at that.
Yeah, give me a sec here. I'm going to change the storm motion vectors. 233 at 28 now. That's increased a little bit. It's right on the front edge of the storm. It's a very odd place for that rotation, but there's some gusty winds in there. I just don't... It's possible. I mean, the hodographs are enlarging as the night goes on, so would not rule it out. But it's going to be really hard to get rotation if, it starts to cool down just a tad out there. In fact, temperatures here across North Lansing area in the high 60s now. And I believe if I take a look at sounding in the area, it's starting to become a little bit capped out there. Hodographs do look good. We do have an STP Ryan of 1 directly centerized on that cell. So environment is somewhat there, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. But to continue what I was mentioning here about the severe thunderstorm warning, it is in effect till 10 p.m. At 9:09, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles northwest of St. John's and is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour, 30. Hazards are 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Locations impacted include North Star, Ashley, Perrington, our classic here, Ryan, Pompeii, and Bannister. Also, remain alert for possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement or small central room in a sturdy structure. Once again, this is 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds, and a tornado possible with the storm. Do our chasers know that?
I will relay that shortly.
Okay. I'll do it right now. Stab the walkie-talkie. Hey, just a heads up, guys. Evan, Drew, and Sydney, tornado possible on the storm for Gratiot County. Also saw a new statement coming in for, what was it, Wayne? Nope, Macomb. Technically, also portions of Wayne. Yes.
Yeah, very far northern.
Yeah, so it's not shown yet, but it's this little cell here in Warren and St. Clair Shores. Special weather statement effect for pea-sized hail and winds of 50. It's in effect for 32 more minutes. You can see it's pouring itself out in the East Point, Grosse Pointe Woods, Grosse Pointe Farms, Grosse Pointe Park, and Hamtramck areas. And Tyler's on that storm right now. He is chasing behind it. That's Sydney's cam. That's Tyler's cam. Very, very rainy out there and some decent lightning. Again, that is a storm here in far southern Macomb and extreme northeastern Wayne County. And it's a special weather statement, so it's a touch below severe thunderstorm warning, but you still want to be mindful that it is a strong thunderstorm. There's also frequent cloud to ground lightning occurring with a storm. Again, 0.25 inch hail, it's pea-sized hail, 50 mile per hour winds, and expires in 32 minutes for southern Macomb and northeastern Wayne County in southeastern Michigan. A trim has come in for our severe thunderstorm warning in Clinton County. You can see the old boxes here. The Dorito-shaped severe thunderstorm warning has expired now. It says 9:15. Fowler, Westphalia, DeWitt, and the airport at Lansing are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning, but it does continue for Bath, Laingsburg, Ovid, Elsie, St. John's, and Maple Rapids. It looks like this core is starting to put down some more hail again. I will go ahead and take another volumetric scan. Yes, it is. It was up at 20,000 feet. It is now collapsing down to 17,000 feet. So we do now have a hail fallout at US 127 and Maple Rapids Road, ongoing right now, right at the county line, really. I believe that is a place that I have been to. Yeah, Uncle John's Cider Mill. So Uncle John's Cider Mill is a pretty popular place there in the area, right there at the Gratiot County Line Road and Dean. So that's the area, if you guys know that area very well. It's very, very flat, kind of a little bit hilly out there. But you can see a ways. There's also a tornado possible with this storm, which, again, not really seeing much in terms of rotation, but there's a peculiar little bit of maybe broad, weak rotation here. Wilson Road at 127, but again, it's not really impressive at all. I think the main hazard still is going to be this hail threat, currently in very far northern Clinton County. I don't know if you echo my thoughts there, Ryan, but
I'm more so confused. I don't want to, point out it's not that late, but you said it's quite flat out there, but it's also hilly. I'm just kind of like, huh?
it's because it's next to the river valley. I know specifically that area. There's like a little hill, and then it's down to the river. So
I was just so confused because you said it's so flat, but there's also hills. It's like, wait, which is it?
Yeah, you can actually see on satellite view here. There's your river. It runs through the area, and then you get north of the river, it just flattens out like crazy. It's a good chase terrain if you guys have ever chased out there. But it's just that river area where you have that little dip. So it looks like that hill core is expanded. It's now directly over 127 there at the county line. I think someone's toying with you, Ryan. Someone says, I think I saw a spider behind Ryan.
Who said that?
I don't know. Pulse always. You do have a duck behind you. I will say that.
Yeah, it's the mascot.
Yep, it's back.
It's back.
The warnings have expired for Wayne and Monroe County. So you guys are good down there in southeast Michigan. Good to come out of shelter. Just be advised there's some gusty winds still moving through the area, especially up there in southern Macomb and northeastern Wayne. Only severe warnings in the state right now, Gratiot and Clinton counties. If you go ahead and switch over to the Detroit radar, see how the hail core is a little bit higher up. It's kind of just existing right now. And I still don't see much in the way of rotation, but the National Weather Service does a good job, and so I will continue to advise that a tornado is possible here. The 127 at M57 is next up, right in front of the center of the maybe rotation is at here in southern Gratiot County. It's about 10 miles south of Ithaca right now. You also have a couple cells starting to pop up near Perrington and Middleton, just outside of Carson City. But at the current time, again, if you zoom out the big picture, besides all of the flood warnings and stuff that are ongoing to say, there's nothing going on out there. If we go up to the Green Bay radar, we'll go ahead and check this out real quick because this line is now starting to, I believe, congeal into one big line, and it is. It's starting to take its shape. And we don't see any Boeing segments yet, but I'm sure this will start to do so within the next probably 2 hours. And it does look like it's slowing down a little bit. It is 9:18. This is supposed to be moving into Michigan by around 10 o'clock, and it's still on the other side of the lake. So it does look like it's slowing down. Again, that just means it's going to be more of an overnight threat for more people. And so, again, if you're going to bed tonight, be advised to have a way to receive warning when you are asleep, if a warning is issued for your area.
Joel, I want to highlight the news from Sheboygan area.
Yes.
There's no update that I know of as of the current time, but I do want to highlight the latest forecast model guidance off of the latest high-res trusted models. Overnight tonight, 1 to 2 inches of additional rainfall between now and in the morning. That is likely going to send water levels even higher.
Right.
So if you are downstream of the Sheboygan Dam there, or if you're in the local area who are monitoring the situation, what's coming tonight is not a good sign for Sheboygan.
Yeah, it's about 2 miles from the dam to Lake Huron, but that 2 mile stretch is basically all of Sheboygan. And it's no telling like what would happen if that dam were to break. So again, if you haven't already, they're at the ready stage. I think it dipped back below 12 inches to the top of the dam earlier this afternoon as it fluctuated, but they are in the ready stage right now for evacuation. So you should be preparing to evacuate if you're in downtown Sheboygan due to a possible dam break if the water does continue to grow higher. The set, I believe, is 6 inches below dam height?
I believe so.
Yeah.
There's specific criteria with time frames of height rises and stuff like that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's something like that.
Yeah, and then go is an inch below the top of it, which at that point, if you're at 6 inches or closer, I would be evacuating anyways, just out of safety. Because again, that dam is also, I've heard it was really old, so again, it could fail prior to the 1 inch mark, so you got to be careful. Haley says can confirm hail in Warren, and that does make sense. There's a tiny little hail core on it right now. What's funny is that the special weather statement has not popped in yet. I don't know why on my GR2 product, but it's a tiny little cell. Again, we're looking for those little pink pixels, which you can see that are stretching from Warren down to Grosse Pointe Farms, and it's very, very subtle, but it's there. And so again, if you guys have hail, please feel free to tell us what you guys are seeing in terms of size. If you guys have hail reports to send in, please do so with a ruler or a coin or a sports ball next to that hail, which I believe at this point in Warren is probably pea-sized hail, maybe marble at the largest, but again, any pictures will do. You got news there, Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead and take my screen. We're being requested to cover this real quickly. I want to go ahead and mention anybody who's awaiting the concern for later on tonight's severe threat. What we're going to be watching right now and next several hours is the line on your screen currently across Lake Michigan in Wisconsin. This is our weather for tonight, and how this evolves here will determine our risk tonight. So we're watching a severe storm currently in central Michigan, but this is our main show we've been watching and kind of highlighting all along. What this does will impact tomorrow's risk for severe weather as well. But right now, there's not much we can tell you. We can tell you, number one, we're getting a lot of severe warnings here in Wisconsin. But what these storms do when it crosses the lake into Michigan here is yet to be seen. But we do expect at very least a hail and wind risk to exist overnight tonight into early morning hours of Tuesday. but we have a couple hours left to go before it arrives, and it's always been expected to be later on in the evening. Watching the closest camera we have to our current warning in the Ithaca area, it's Gratiot County. It's going to be over in Flushing, courtesy of Bigfoot Pro Services or Heating, Cooling, and Electrical. Facing west here out of the Flushing area, you see the lightning there center your screen. They went ahead and expired the severe warning now for Clinton County. It does officially expire in some minutes. They're going to allow it to officially expire at the 9:30 mark, but we have a warning continuing for the very far southeast corner of Gratiot County for places like Edgewood and Sickles, currently impacting the town of Ashley. This is mainly for some hail. There is also very weak rotation when kind of tracking that the past couple of scans, but doesn't look overly impressive. So concern for that is quite low at this current time. The wind risk as well seems to be on the lower end of things. I don't see anything too impressive with that. But radar data in this location is a little bit scarce. We're kind of between both radars, so it may not be the best look at the storm because we're looking several thousand feet up in the atmosphere.
Also, Ryan, real quick on that storm in central Michigan, Clinton County has been canceled from the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, I got that.
Hail core right now over Ashley, and a secondary hail core over Elsie. We're down to 1, everybody. We might be able to take a break soon. I'm knocking on wood right now. Hopefully we can. Because again, it's going to be a long night for both Ryan and I.
Yes, indeed.
So.
Oh, there we are. I was wondering where we're going.
I was taking a sitting break. I always stand.
For me, it's the opposite. I need a stand break at some point.
Yeah. The only thing in southeast Michigan right now is that special weather statement for portions of Macomb and Wayne. The blue box you see on your screen is a special marine warning. It's like a severe thunderstorm warning for the waters when severe winds are impacting the waters. So that is that for southeast Michigan. Again, not really seeing anything else besides what's happening in Gratiot County. Looks like another hail course trying to put down some more hail once again directly over Ashley.
Stop it, Joel.
Yeah, 18,000 feet on that. Unfortunately, we're just relaying what we're seeing on radar, and it's more hail continuing to fall out, perhaps up to 1 inch in diameter directly over Ashley. So if you're in Ashley right now, type in chat. Let us know what you're seeing. Unfortunately, if you put a picture in our live stream, we won't be able to see it. That could be a good sign. They're issuing a statement instead of a warning downstream for this cell. So maybe we get a chance of this being kind of tapered off. We'll see. Special alert. Wow, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. Special alert statement in effect now for Saginaw and northwestern Shiawassee counties until 10:30 p.m. At 9:25, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Elsie, or 12 miles northwest of Owasso, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It says nickel-sized hail is the main hazard. No wind. Radar indicated minor damage to outdoor objects as possible. This strong thunderstorm will be near Oakley around 9:35, Chesaning 9:40, and St. Charles around 9:45. Other locations impacted by this strong thunderstorm include Brant, Nelson, Swan Creek, Shiawassee National Wildlife Refuge, Garfield, Foster's, Hemlock, Fenmore, Burt, and Layton Corners. If you're outside, seek shelter until the storm has passed. Frequent cloud ground lightning also occurring with this thunderstorm. Once again, 0.88 inches in diameter hail for far northern Shiawassee County and western Saginaw. The cell is heading up, this kind of a cluster of cells is heading up that way towards St. Charles. There's no tornado threat at the current time. The severe thunderstorm warning does say tornado possible for Gratiot County. However, there's really no signs of rotation whatsoever on this that I'm seeing. There's a centralized mesocyclone now that I'm kind of seeing that has popped up, but this is very, very broad in nature, just the north of Ashley where these reds and greens are, so not too concerned about it. But do be advised, again, it's still a severe thunderstorm warning effect for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail possible in this little right triangle-looking severe thunderstorm warning for Gratiot County. Quickly catching up, since we do have a brief moment here on some of our super chats over here on our YouTube page. Megan with a $2 super chat. Two $2 super chats. One says lightning and sprinkling in Milford. Thank you for the report there. Also asking us, do you guys have mini fridges next to you? The answer is no, I do not. We both don't. We'll just go out and grab it from our kitchen. But yeah. Also, shout out to Mabel Jordan for becoming an EF0 member. We also have Tamara as well. A. Jocelyn, $1.99 super chat. We have Missy back from month number 21 saying, weather tonight. What's it going to do for tomorrow? A lot. We have a primed atmosphere for tomorrow. And we'll have more details out tomorrow morning here at MSC for that. So once we get through tonight, we'll start talking about tomorrow night as soon as possible once we're all caught up on probably sleep. But we'll have forecasts out early tomorrow morning. They'll be scheduled out for when we get to take a nap, hopefully. Fingers crossed. So make sure to stay tuned for that. I also have N8IWS back from month number 16. It is Michigan, saying it is Michigan. I have a snowblower on standby. That's a good one. Thank you, everyone that has supported so far. Quick update. It looks like this rightmost cell, so the eastmost cell, Ryan, is starting to gain its strength back a little bit. And so that cell looks like it's starting to put down some strong severe hail. Yes, 20,000 feet in the vicinity of M57 here, just to the west of Oakley. And so that's going to continue up in through southwestern Saginaw County in the next seconds to minutes, eventually heading towards St. Charles. There's now 2 elevated mesos on this. We'll keep an eye on them. The storms that won't quit is what we'll call them. Started all the way back in Barry County, and now they're all the way up in Gratiot. What is going on in Evan's stream? Just watching the lightning, it looks like. Go back to Ryan's camera from the Bigfoot Pro Services camera in Flushing. You can see some of the lightning out there in the distance. It's our closest cam to that severe thunderstorm. Looks like some purple lightning out there. And this is looking directly to the west here tonight in the Flushing area. The storm is now going to be passing by more to the north here in the minutes to come. Does look like the winds are starting to uptick on that a little bit. Switch over to the DTX radar real quick.
It also does show the winds picking up just a bit. I'm actually looking at the Grand Rapids radar, so don't mind me.
Yeah, no, I'm just switching back and forth here. It looks more impressive from the Grand Rapids radar, less impressive from Detroit's.
I agree.
It's like backwards mesocyclones, Ryan. It's weird. Again, as a refresher, this cell that we're watching right now has produced some very large hail across the I-96 region tonight, specifically in Portland. I believe there's 1.5 inch hail reported there, 1.25 inch hail closer to the Hastings area. And I believe we have photos coming to you guys. I'm not 100% sure. But again, if you guys do have some 1.5 inch hail reports or larger or smaller, any size hail reports are welcome. Feel free to send them in to our page, Michigan Storm Chasers. Facebook page is the most followed here. Feel free to drop it a follow, and we'll go ahead and showcase your hail photo if you'd like us to share it. I'm gonna need a break here soon, Ryan. Especially for food.
If you want to get food, I can take over for a few minutes if you'd like me to.
That'd be awesome.
Okay. Oh no.
Flash flood warning.
That's just probably an update to the warning currently.
Extends time for another 16 hours. Manistee River downstream from the Tippy Dam. That's going to be up here. Manistee County, this green box. If you're in Manistee, flash flood warning continues for the next 16 hours downstream from the Tippy Dam. Grand Rapids still continues to show decent winds in there, but Detroit not so much. I'll toss it over to you whenever you're ready.
I'm just getting that graphic up on the page.
Sounds good. Severe thunderstorm warning for Gratiot County continues, by the way, till 10 p.m. So another 25 minutes if it doesn't get expired early. The way that this hail core is looking, at least, I mean, if you look at CC radar here, Chesaning and Oakley, it's decent return on that. Would not be surprised if they get another warning here soon for perhaps some 1-inch hail, as that rightmost cell, easternmost cell, continues to at least show signs of increasing.
Well, I am good if you want to take a break.
Okay. Sounds good.
When I take my screen, I'll go ahead and utilize this. I can drag this over and share where I need to.
There you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So while Joel goes and gets some food here, I'll be your host for 5 or 10 minutes or a little bit more than that. Take off my sleeve here. There we go. So what's up, guys? We're about to drop off our last warning of the current time. There's only one of those out there. It's for the eastern half of Gratiot County. That's barring a Detroit office not issuing another severe here for Saginaw County. As of the current moment, the storm appears to be strongest moving into Chesaning, up toward Brant, Lakefield, as well as St. Charles, and eventually moving toward Birch Run, Burt, Hemlock, and Swan Creek areas. Outside of the storm, though, zooming way out, we have a couple, unique pockets down here in Cass and St. Joseph and about to be Berrien County of these little popcorn cells. We have some up here in Allegan as well as Kent County. But overall, not much happening besides this complex over here up in the Saginaw region. We did have some storms down here in southeast Michigan, that have moved off onto Ontario or on the Lake Erie or Lake St. Clair. And then further north, we are pretty much dry minus the UP here. We have rain and some thunderstorms that are ongoing up here. And then obviously our risk later on tonight is right here on the radar. What you're seeing in Wisconsin is our weather incoming here for tonight. If I go ahead and animate it, you're going to see a motion on it. We are right now expecting much of central and northern lower Michigan to be at least in a risk for likely large hail and some damaging winds as well. Latest forecast model guidance does show this line does weaken a little bit, but models today, I want to highlight this and communicate the uncertainty. Models today have been all over the place. It reminds me a lot of what happens in the summertime. We have a lot of uncertainty with these complexes that form. So it's very similar to that, where we're not really sure what's going to happen or how it's going to evolve. But right now, we do have what's on live radar, and this is a bunch of rain and storms. Most of these warnings here are for wind, it appears, over in Wisconsin. There's also a couple of these with possible tornado tags on them, and these will be arriving over in the west side of Michigan sometime probably between, we're going to say 11 and midnight to 1 a.m. I will show you guys the models here to show you at least what it's saying, because I don't think it's too far off of reality, but I do want to highlight the uncertainty of the evening ahead. So this is a model. This is not currently live, but I will animate this and I will kind of run this through to show you guys what this is showing. So as I move this later on, this is going to be, hold on. Is this not loaded in yet? There it goes. Oh, this is going to be roughly, this is going to be, trying to see how this is going to evolve here. Makes no sense. Okay, they have it in military time then. So this is 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Here's 10, 11, midnight. Here's 1 a.m. You're going to notice that we have storms as early as that 1 a.m. time frame, potentially in the Cadillac, Manistee, Traverse City region. As I move this later on in the evening here to 1, 2, 3 a.m., you're going to notice that the northern part looks pretty nasty up there by Traverse City, Grayling, Roscommon area. Well, this line back here further south is shown to weaken a little bit, but it still arrives roughly around 4 to 5 in the morning at this current time. Um, Around that Mount Pleasant to Grand Rapids region. So it's going to be a late night for us, but it does show a weakening trend here. But with the way these systems evolve, I don't want to completely write off that threat just because it looks like it's weaker on the models. So we still expect at very least a severe threat, primarily for central and northern lower. The further south you go, I think the less your chance becomes, just because the models really weak instability, and also it just shows that there's not much happening down there until the early morning hours of Tuesday, right 6, 7 a.m. And by that time, the ingredients are much less for severe weather. But then we have that threat on Tuesday that comes in with another potential squall line that looks more potent tomorrow. This is tomorrow evening's risk here for the latest models. As you can see here, a very potent looking squall line all the way from Mount Pleasant to Grand Rapids. That pushes across the state throughout the evening hours here throughout Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So again, we're going to repeat tomorrow. We've always said tomorrow's threat looks higher than tonight's, and I still believe that to be the case with what's happening now. But what's on radar, if you have radar to watch, watch what's coming across the lake later on in a few hours from Wisconsin. That's going to be what our concern is. And again, hail and wind, your primary concerns. Can't completely rule out a tornado, but that seems to be quite low in nature at this current time. New severe, excuse me, new severe warning incoming from Detroit's office NWS. This is going to be for Southern Bay and much of Saginaw County. It's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and, sorry, no, back up, 50 mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So non-severe winds, they're saying the hail risk is the highest concern with this storm, and that is because of this hail core near Chesaning. I flip on the hail tracker, you're going to see there is a little bit of elevated signatures there showing the hail. is moving up toward the Chesaning area and eventually toward Birch Run, Frankenmuth, and potentially downtown Saginaw. Give me 1 minute. I do want to get that graphic posted on the page, so just bear with me for a brief moment while I get this saved and uploaded. I'll switch back over here to the radar here. Go ahead and back out, and we'll animate this for you guys to see a motion on how this is moving. There you go. While you guys look at that, I will slide this graphic onto Facebook. Perfect. That should be good. We do have a Frankenmuth camera. We can take a peek at that here shortly. I do have one screen I'm working with here, so I got to kind of slide back and forth. Let's pull up the Frankenmuth camera so it's at least ready. There we go. We'll pull that in. We'll go ahead and switch that to the highest quality we can. And we'll have that on standby here as the storm approaches that camera. Back to the radar, the hail core. Go ahead and stop this. There we go. Hail core appears to be greatest just north of the town of Chesaning. It could be crossing into Luce, as well as Clausdale, Groveton, toward Foster's, Burt, Taymouth, Birch Run, and Frankenmuth, Shiawassee National Wildlife Refuge. The Shiawassee looks like the state game area will be impacted here as well. The north side of this warning, I don't see anything hail-wise that stands out to me. There's nothing here that appears to be large hail happening on that north side of that warning. I think the most concerning aspect of this storm is going to be near Chesaning in this portion right here. Pop in the chat here. Look what you guys are talking about. Pastor Tony says, look at the Burton cam. Okay. Got to find it first. Is there something happening I need to be aware about, or I don't see anything? Well, the Burton North camera does have that lightning on it. Oh, okay, I see. There's a cell popping up there near Flint. I see what you're saying now. Looks like the Burton South cam might have a better look at this. Let me see if I can't pull that in real quick. That camera there in Burton, courtesy of Guardian Technologies. Did my screen get messed up, or what happened? Do I not have?
What are you looking for?
I found it. It's labeled South Burton.
Oh, yeah.
Looking for this camera.
Gotcha. I'm in the background, by the way, in case you need me to
Okay.
put graphics in.
Perfect. Joel is just taking a break. He's getting some dinner. We've been live for roughly just over 4 hours now. So I will go ahead and point this camera here. This is courtesy of South, or should I say Diamond Precast there in Burton. I'll point this camera toward the north where the storm is moving in. There's some lightning. I do want to also keep a close eye on the Frankenmuth camera just because that storm that is severe warned is approaching that area. The hail core on it did increase on the latest scan. I'll go ahead and bring the radar back in here as soon as I pull up the Frankenmuth camera. I can find it again. Of course, I lost it. It's right here. There it is. I'll slide this back in. There we go. Hail core now located over Gary Road, about to cross Gasper. Gary Road and Gasper, heading up into the Luce and Alicia area. And it's going to pass very close to the Burt and Foster's, excuse me, Foster's area. My voice starting to crack now. This should stay just south of downtown Saginaw. But animate this one more time for you guys, get a motion on it. Now, the northern part of this storm is likely going to impact downtown Saginaw, but I don't see any hail core yet, at least with the northern part of the cell. The southern part is moving up very close. Will likely pass right in front of our camera at Jan's Dry Cleaners in Frankenmuth. This is the only warning, or really the only storm that's warned in the state currently. Again, we are watching what's behind Lake Michigan and Wisconsin. This is likely going to start impacting the areas up by Manistee and Traverse City within an hour or two. And then further back to the west here in the central part of Wisconsin, that's probably going to be coming later on, 3 to 4 a.m. time frame for areas closer to Grand Rapids and Reed City. Severity of it, I would say, is a little on the unknown side. We do expect there to be at least a low to medium and severe risk with this line. It's just a matter of how it's going to evolve and play out with the atmosphere at hand. Tomorrow's risk will likely be a bit higher than what tonight's is. Really cheering for this storm to finally die, so Joel and I can get a brief break in, because these storms across the Lake Michigan are getting very close to crossing and reaching the western part of the shore here. So I think we have an hour at least, maybe 90 minutes. But
Retweet, by the way.
yeah, we're going to be up all night regardless. It's just a matter of just catching your breath, getting your voice rested, walking around, stretching those legs. Just not have to be locked in essentially. So, current time on your screen, bottom right, is 9:49 p.m. Eastern. Current date is April 13th. If you are not watching and it's not 9:49, within a couple seconds of that time, you are likely behind. So feel free to refresh your stream by restarting YouTube or Facebook or X or Twitch and get synced up with us. Hail core now impacting the loose area. I'll go ahead and turn on the hail tracker with this. And there you go. Increase of that hail tracker now entering the Alicia and the loose areas. It's going to be crossing right now on this road, which is Bishop Road. And it's going to head up toward Foster's and Burt area. It's going to be crossing 75 in a couple of minutes here. Again, this radar on your screen is the VIL, we call it, measures a water droplet size in the atmosphere. So the brighter the colors you see, the larger the water droplets, aka hail, in this case, will become, or could be, should I say. I do agree with you guys in chat. I know you're talking about tomorrow's risk. It does look more potent than what tonight is looking to be, but I would also say do not sleep on tonight, just because there is definitely a risk still. But we're really focusing on tomorrow and how it's going to play out. But again, how tomorrow plays out will deter, or I need to back up. How tonight plays out will directly impact how tomorrow plays out as well. So we could have a lot of different variables to go and kind of get thrown into the forecast that we need to account for when we wake up tomorrow and make a new forecast. So nothing is a slam dunk with severe weather, and Tuesday evening is no exception. A lot of these warnings over here in Wisconsin continue mainly for wind, it looks like, but there's a couple over here that do have hail as well as a tornado possible tag. Although I only see 3 warnings now, Joel. There looks like they're dropping a lot of these off, but there is still a nice healthy squall line that is forming there. Although the wind doesn't look too impressive with it.
Yeah. Of note, though, Ryan, that jet is supposed to increase overnight as well, so we could see an uptick as the night goes on, primarily only for damaging winds, less so hail and tornadoes.
Right. All right. Back to the Frankenmuth cam here in Chan's Professional Dry Cleaners. This is facing north in Frankenmuth. It's getting close to the camera here, but not entirely on top of it just yet. Got about 5 or so miles left before it impacts. But the cell is moving right to the camera. So I have a good view of what this is doing. I don't believe any of our chasers are out, Joel, at this current time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to take my radio out and charge it. They have upgraded the latest warning here in Saginaw County to half dollar size diameter hail, which is 1.25 inches. So a subtle upgrade there, but still it can make a big difference between quarters and half dollar size hail. So keep that in mind. We do have a little bit more confidence, or at least the Weather Service does. They have more confidence in some larger hail falling here. Did they source anything? I wonder behind the scenes, real quick. Okay, nothing there. Nope, they're still going off radar indications. There's no confirmation from EMA or local reports or stuff like that. So it's just simply based off radar. And I think that's very valid. I have to assume I don't have GR2 pulled up, but I have to assume there was likely one we had earlier in Portland and Hastings where that core was high and it started to collapse on itself, and all that hail comes down with it. Likely happening here with this storm as well. So that's probably why we got to upgrade to half dollar size. I'm sure Joel's going to confirm that here.
Sustained at 20,000 feet, but it's a pretty wide core. So yeah.
Okay. Latest scan there does show the purple hail core. I do know my camera's not on. There we go. Move this in. The hail core here, the biggest hail at least. This is 10 minutes old, so I'm going to not use that right now. The hail is likely going to be over loose all the way over to M13. Excuse me. In the Vern Road area. Did I hear a T warn go out there on your software, Joel?
Yes.
That Iowa?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. It's kind of scary for a second. Like, what are we doing here?
Or Missouri.
This hail core is on the B line toward Frankenmuth. So you do have a little bit of time in Frankenmuth if you want to go leave your car into a garage. I do think the worst part of it is going to miss Birch Run just to the north. Again, we're looking at the hail core in that purple color, black and white colors. This is basically going to move right into Frankenmuth downtown here. Our camera will be likely impacted by this core, so it'll be interesting to see how that looks. Looks like it's going to miss Birch Run to the north and also going to miss Saginaw to the south. And when I say miss, I mean the hail core here. You're likely still going to get rain in Birch Run as well as rain in Saginaw, but the worst of it is going to split you guys and head right in toward Frankenmuth. I feel like I've said the word Frankenmuth about 15 million times in the past 10 minutes.
You have.
All right.
Slowly moving that way. Storms aren't flying at 70 miles per hour like the ones we had, like 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, they're moving pretty slow tonight. The cell that popped up over Flint is moving into the Davison area now. Again, not severe. It just popped up a few minutes ago. Nothing really to be concerned about with that. Some lightning, some brief heavy rain. That's about it. Back further west, nothing going on besides some very brief showers going in Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, and even parts of Van Buren and Kalamazoo County. Nothing really happening there. Only concern currently is going to be in Saginaw County here with the cell moving up toward the Frankenmuth.
Wow. I'm just seeing some of the hail reports from earlier now in our G-chat. That's crazy. They may make it to our page. Trying to figure out which ones we have permission for, though, at the current time.
Yeah, I did relay the 1.5 inch report to Grand Rapids. But that looks a little bit larger there too, so I could relay that as well. I'm not sure if they've seen that yet.
Me and Evan are working on our way home. We both got about
I'm going to assume they haven't, so I'm gonna relay that actually.
New warning for Rochester, Minnesota, Ryan, for your curiosity if you're wondering where that latest tornado warning just came in.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull my camera, at least so I'm back on the screen with you here. Back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, we have one severe thunderstorm warning in the state of Michigan. Count it. One. Bert, heading up towards Bridgeport and Frankenmuth to add to the count of how many times we're going to say it.
Speaking of Frankenmuth, the camera has a good view of it now, or at least the leading edge of it.
Nice. Yeah, 1.25 inch hail in this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back to Ryan's cam there. Interesting.
Might be a leading edge shelf cloud there. Can't really tell, but lightning is definitely increasing.
This is looking north as well. Storm is moving off to the northeast, everybody. Pretty slow.
And this camera does face north, by the way, just for reference.
Yeah. 45 miles per hour, everybody, for those who are curious about the severe thunderstorm warning in Saginaw County. Was trimmed. I don't know if that was mentioned or not.
I have not mentioned that.
Okay. Just very far, so Oakley and very far portions of, western Saginaw County have been trimmed. I'm going to go back to my cam here. So the radar, for people who are curious, the hail core right now, latest update is 57. We're going to get a new scan in here in just a second, hopefully. Yep, there we go. So hail core right now is centered on Seymour at Dorwood, and anywhere in a 3-ish mile radius around that center point I just mentioned there, primarily to the west and south of that. In the vicinity of Birch, essentially. It's heading directly towards Frankenmuth and Bridgeport right now. Still staying south of Saginaw. Saginaw, you do have other cells heading your way, but the main focal point for hail right now is going to be south of you guys, with the cell that I'm circling with my mouse here. So, again, Bridgeport, Frankenmuth, heading up your way. Reese and Vassar would be up next. Not in a severe thunderstorm warning in Tuscola County, but if there were to be another one issued, you guys would absolutely be up next. Bay City kind of also way too far north for the main core of this cell that is now way off to your south. But again, it is all forming on this outflow boundary that is continuing to try and form other cells up and down the line. So we'll see if other storms actually come to fruition within the next hour. Wow. Public report just came in of 2-inch hail. Is that ours? That's wild.
Thank you for you guys sending pictures in. We're relaying this stuff to NWS in real time because of you guys. So this is fantastic. Watching a video from Lenawee County, apparently, of either a dust getting kicked up or a potential spin up, but I'm not sure.
Go ahead and switch it over to Grand Rapids radar here real quick. If it loads, question mark. please. There we go. Across the Grand Rapids area, nothing going on. There is a cell that is popping up in Hartford along I-94, but that is not anywhere close to being severe. Southeast Michigan, not much going on as well. A couple showers moving through the area on some remnant instability for the day. Again, we're going to have to watch. We kind of have a swinging motion going on for northeast movement with this first line of storms that extends from Manistee all the way down to the severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in Saginaw County. All those storms are moving up to the northeast, and while that does, we're going to have storms swinging back down from the northwest to southeast overnight tonight. We'll have to see how long they stay together, but primary focal point tonight for any severe storms along this line is going to be really along and south of M32, so that's a line from really Maple City, Elk Rapids, Traverse City, Gaylord, Atlanta, and points south. And severe could be intense through that area all the way down to about the Grand Rapids area, and then we start to lose a lot of our fuel temporarily, which will allow this first complex for today to taper off. Then we have to start looking forward to tomorrow. So we'll have to see how long this line of storms can survive overnight, but at the current time, it's still roaring over there on the west side of the lake. You can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings up there in the top left. Those are heading our way with time overnight tonight. But it has slowed down a little bit.
There's a bit of a hail core in that northern cell moving into Saginaw now from the Grand Rapids radar. Also depicting it very broadly on Detroit's radar too.
How's it looking on the cam there?
A lot of lightning.
Storm motion is 231 at 38. Sped up a little bit. Missouri. Again, thank you to Jan's Professional Dry Cleaners for this live weather cam review. We have 100 of them now in this day, 101. We got to introduce another one here soon. And again, if you would like to sponsor our weather camera, we have 101 in the state of Michigan. We'd love to bump those numbers higher. Or specifically, I think Ryan can agree, we're kind of looking up that 1 in 27 corridor from Jackson to Lansing to really Mount Pleasant, where these storms have kind of traveled through tonight. So again, if you guys would like to sponsor in that area, feel free to send us an email.
I was just informed today that we have potentially 13 different pending more spots coming soon.
Wow.
So
It's expanding fast.
Yes.
Yeah, so the stuff back off to the west, it's a wait and see game tonight. You can see a bunch of the orange severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, as well as there's a tornado warning back there in Minnesota. We don't expect much in the way of tornadoes tonight. It's going to primarily be a damaging wind factor overnight. As these storms move up towards Frankenmuth and Reese, we are expecting that at least a downstream watch or downstream warning or statement will come in here for Tuscola County. So Reese, Fairgrove, Caro, and Vassar would all be up next for this cell that is currently severe warned, about to cross over I-75 with perhaps some 1-inch hail, 1.25-inch hail at most. I-75, crossing I-75, the bridge for I-75 and East Town Line Road. Also close to Moorish Road and Curtis Road. Once these, if we can get a break, obviously, as we said, we will hop off and come back live later tonight for more severe weather coverage, because again, we're likely going to be up all night. So again, follow along if you haven't already. We'd love to have you guys keep us company and chat. It's going to be a long night, and again, if you guys have someone designated in your family to just kind of stay up and watch the radar, be a buddy to another person in terms of getting the warning out if someone's sleeping, that's a good idea to do so tonight, especially if damaging winds are going to be the primary factor, widespread across at least portions of maybe central and west Michigan, depending on how far you can make it over to the east side of the state. it would be a good idea to kind of just be here and be that buddy. So feel free to hit that follow button or subscribe button if you haven't. Also, shout out real quick to, we had 5 new members here come in recently: Christina, Jen Reg, Matthew N, Carrie C, and Lons, all becoming EFZ members. Thank you guys very, very much. Matthew also with a 49 super chat saying, did you guys ever go over the new Mesoscale discussion from the NWS for West Michigan? Yes, we did. Again, it was a 40% chance of a watch, and I don't believe they're going to issue a watch at this point for prefrontals. I think at this point it's going to be waiting to see what the stuff back off to the west does once it crosses onto Lake Michigan. So keep an eye on that, and the National Weather Service will as well. But I don't believe we're going to get a short severe thunderstorm watch for the first stuff, because there's literally nothing developing besides what's happening up in Saginaw at the current time. Everything else on radar you see here in this light green and light blue, that's light rain showers that are elevated in nature and honestly not really hitting the ground in some spots. So they are not forming. Also, Ashley back for month number 24. I think it's the first time I've seen someone back for 2 years. So thank you very much, Ashley, for your dedication to MSC. Saying thank you all for all you do to keep us safe. No problem, Ashley. And thank you as always for being one of our long-time dedicated monetarily members.
I think it's time to take the camera here, Joel. It's getting very close, and lightning is becoming more intense and more impressive.
Yeah. And that cell is now right on I-75 between Birch Run and Bridgeport. Again, if you need to pull over all the way off the roadway when hail strikes. Otherwise, find the nearest exit and exit the roadway completely and pull into an establishment that you can kind of just park and wait at. Make sure you do not block lanes of traffic. Do not park underneath an overpass. And it's illegal to block traffic, so don't do that.
About to say, do not sit underneath overpasses, please.
I'll say it louder than what Ryan just said to get the point across. So
I can say it louder.
no, don't. No. If you guys have seen Twisters, that's based on true events. So at least what's happened with sheltering underneath an overpass, but that's more for tornadoes. So don't do it. The cell that's heading into downtown Saginaw is upticked just a tiny bit. I don't really see much in terms of hail right now, but would not be surprised if at least some pea-sized hail mixed in for Shields and Saginaw, Zilwaukee in the next 2 to 3 minutes. It's hitting downtown right now for Saginaw. It is also heading up to the northeast towards Indiantown and Munger, and maybe Bay City if it can slide a little bit further north. But right now we are just going to currently watch the Jan's Professional Dry Cleaners cam in Frankmuth as the storm rolls in here in the Midland, or the Tri-Cities region of central Michigan. There's no other severe storms in the state besides Saginaw and Bay County. I want to make that very clear right now. Again, if you guys are watching from anywhere else besides Saginaw Bay, you guys are good. Tuscola, you guys are on deck for any severe warnings or perhaps special weather statements. If we can see an extension to the north, maybe the rest of Bay County. But Tuscola County for sure up next for any warning or statement. Again, a statement is a step below a severe thunderstorm warning. And I need to charge my headphones.
Perfect. Speak. Oh no.
There we go. Unmute myself. So current time at the bottom of the screen, 10:13. And we are currently watching a hail-producing storm moving into Frankenmuth. That's about it. It's severe. And here comes the precipitation right now. We can see the downpour starting. Bottom of the screen shows the rain falling pretty well there. Looking to see if any hail comes out of it. This will kind of verify whether or not this is actually severe worthy or not, as this is the only hazard I believe it's currently warned for, which it is. Winds are under 50 miles per hour. So it's just a hail producer at the current time. We have seen upwards of, if you guys just missed it, the cell that is currently in the Frankenmuth area has had a history of producing 2-inch hail way back in Portland, Michigan, which is along I-96, just to the west of Lansing. And so this has been a long cell. It's kind of stayed together throughout its entire journey from Berry County through Ionia County, over into Clinton, Gratiot, and now Saginaw, about to enter Tuscola and Bay. Fired off an outflow boundary, and it's continued all this way. But there's nothing else behind it out there right now. It's just the Frankenmuth cell. It looks like it's just a heavy downpour at the current time.
Yeah, I didn't see anything with it on the camera here. Good goodness. A good lightning show.
We like a good lightning show around these parts. Summertime vibes are alive and well this week, as temperatures will be in the 70s for most of the days this week, besides Sunday, for pretty much every location along and south of that 96 to 69 corridor, which runs from Muskegon over to Lansing and then up towards Flint and Port Huron. So it's going to be a warm week, summer-like down south, and unfortunately more rain coming up north over the next couple days here in northern Lower Peninsula. Any concerns for Frankenmuth? It's just the hail at the current time. There's really nothing else going on out there. We're kind of waiting to see if there will be an extension of this warning for hail. The cloud top itself, it looks like it's starting to fall apart. If you take a look at ZDR, though, it kind of shows you an opposite story where the updraft buoyancy is highest, especially in the Milwaukee and Saginaw area where these reds are mixing in. So that cell to the north is actually trying to get its act together. But again, we're still seeing pinks on these storms, so we're going to kind of roll with these storms until they are likely up into Saginaw Bay, or if no warnings do come from them, extended. Summer earlier with a $4.99 super chat said, Ryan, there's a spider. He just left because of that. No, I'm just kidding. But thank you, Summer, for the super chat. We have Bree with a $2.99 super sticker. Carol F. becoming a member. Leonium, back for month number 21. Julie with a $5 super chat saying, "I see heat lightning from Eaton Rapids." Again, it's not heat lightning.
I'm done with these people. I'm done with all you guys. I know what you guys are doing.
Yeah,
I know what you guys are doing.
it's Julie causing a ruckus as one of our moderators.
Inside jokes galore. If you're not on Discord, that's where all that stems from.
Yeah.
We have fun over there.
Discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers if you guys are interested in joining. Got a nice community forum over there. Yeah, make sure when you join, make sure to properly name your profile, and then you guys will be good to stay in the server. Daniel earlier, back for month number 8 as an EF3 member. Thank you very much, Daniel, saying thanks for all you do. Looking forward to more weather for Berry County. Won't have to wait long, probably. Got a couple of rounds possible over the next couple days. Thank you, as always, Daniel. Got Sue, back for month number 16, saying 17 months if you count gifted month to start. Thanks for all the great work, folks. So very appreciated. Smiley face emoji, the thumbs up emoji. No problem, Sue. Thank you, as always, for tuning in and being one of our, loyal followers. We have Wasteland Warrior sending happy number 2 for 10 joules. I don't even know how that's a thing, but that is a thing on YouTube now. So thank you very much, Wasteland Warrior. It's the first time I've ever seen that. And Flight's Delight with a $2 super chat. Can't speak. And there is the verdict on Tuscola County, as that is the last super chat there. They're going with a statement for the next 70 minutes. Ryan's shaking his head. New statement coming in. Go ahead and zoom into it here. Tuscola County. They are statementing it here. Strong thunderstorm will impact Tuscola County through 11:30 p.m. At 10:19, Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorm over Frankenmuth, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard is nickel-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Minor damage to outdoor objects is possible, and this severe thunderstorm will be near Reese around 10:25, Vassar around 10:30, Fairgrove 10:40, Caro 10:45, and Cass City and Gagetown 11:15 p.m. Other locations impacted by the storm include East Dayton, Deford, Colling, Tuscola, Wilmot, Colwood, Wisner, Ellington, Guilford, and Watrous. The storm may intensify, so be certain to monitor local radio stations and available television stations for additional information, including us here at Michigan Storm Chasers, because we'll be watching the storm as it rolls across Tuscola County.
Joel,
Yes.
they're back.
Who's back? I don't know what you're talking about.
Take my camera.
Oh, gosh. The deer are back. For those who missed it last night on our briefing, which you can go back and watch on our YouTube channel anytime, we showed off this new weather camera last night from Lapeer, and the deer were there, and they were synchronized doing the number 2, like the deer, as he was zooming in on the deer. So zoom that camera out, please, because you don't need to see that again. Yeah, a little inside joke from last night if you missed our briefing last night. And again, sometimes crazy things happen, including what happened last night. Hannah says you are banned from zooming in on the camera. Current time, 10:22. In Tuscola County now has that special weather statement. And if the severe thunderstorm warning goes away and these cells don't show signs of intensifying, we will probably hop off for now. And do note that we will be here watching in the background. Again, we do plan to stay up probably all night. at this rate. Again, strong cells also starting to push across the lake. And even if these aren't severe, these are some very heavy thunderstorms. And for an area of the state that is completely saturated and oversaturated, this is not good for northern Michigan tonight. And this is just going to be adding on to everything that they've had up there. So please, if you know anybody in northern Michigan, you see these these dark greens. That's going to be your flood watch out here. And I realize I turned my notifications back on for flood. I don't need those anymore. But there's like 40 flood watches and advisories and warnings out there. So each one is different. So make sure if you know you live in one of these green boxes across northern Michigan, please make sure to check the details on them. Some of them could be life threatening in nature, like the flash flood warnings that are in effect for Oscoda and Manistee counties for dam release of water. So make sure to check those out. Again, we do have a lot of different boxes out there tonight. Right now, everyone's in the clear besides Saginaw County and technically Tuscola County. Wait and see what happens out of this one. Looks like they are now about to issue not a special marine warning, but a marine weather statement for the Saginaw Bay. So it's a special weather statement for the waters. Strong thunderstorms capable of producing winds of 30 knots and small hail. In effect for the mouth of the Saginaw River, Bay City, Liberty Harbor, Seaboing, Bayport, Caseville. Again, it's going to be up there on the Saginaw Bay. But it looks like it's knocking on wood here. It's hopefully trending down. But right now, if you are in Munger and Reese, you guys are up next for these potential hail producers. 1-inch hail is possible. The text still reads, it was downgraded from 1.25 to 1-inch hail. So take note of that. Still good to see a couple larger stones. So if you guys have reports to send in, please send them in as soon as possible. I would send them in the National Weather Service Detroit first. But again, feel free to tag us as well. Michigan Storm Chasers, at MI Storm Chasers on a lot of the social media pages. Time, location, measure it next to a ruler or a sports ball, as I keep mentioning here. Specific location if possible. And again, if you would like to send them in to us, feel free to do so by sending in any damage reports to our messenger, our comments section on our Facebook page, or on our Discord server, as we mentioned, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Ryan, check B chat if you want to.
I've taken care of it already. I
Okay.
can't do anything about it.
Cool. I didn't know if you saw it. A couple cells actually starting to pop up a little bit further to the north, just offshore of Caseville and Bayport, which we do have cameras there. Probably a little bit of lightning popping in, as well as over by Bad Axe in central Huron County. But those cells are just thunderstorms right now. But radar is depicting that there is lightning. What's up?
We should take the Port Huron cam.
The Port Huron.
Port Austin. Goodness gracious. We don't have a Port Huron cam
We could.
yet. We could. We don't have one yet. Let's turn that out to these storms. Where are they at? Basically due west.
Yeah, due west.
Oh, whoa.
Camera's
Too far.
spinning.
There we go.
As long as you don't find more deer.
You know what, Joel? Wild.
You have nothing to say because you're guilty.
I'm very guilty.
Again, overnight threat tonight is going to be primarily damaging winds. Can't rule out an isolated larger hail event still, especially up north. But as the low-level jet increases overnight, it's going to transition to more of a damaging wind threat. So especially West Michigan got to be on alert first, as well as Northwest, Lower, and Central Michigan. And again, this line of storms continues to get later and later, and so I'm almost inclined to believe that we won't see almost really much in terms of severe weather overnight. We will obviously probably still get a couple warnings later, especially up north, northwest area near Traverse City and Manistee. But again, the later we go into the night, obviously the jet's increasing, but we're also kind of losing a little bit of our service instability and just instability in general as we get further into darkness. Tornadoes, not really worried about tornadoes tonight. Tomorrow's a different story. We'll talk about that tomorrow.
The storms overall in Wisconsin, there's a couple warnings out there, but largely, I know you said the jet's going to increase, but it just looks unimpressive.
Right.
There's very little organization to it, at least not right now. Once we get off here, which I assume we're going to have a chance to in a few minutes, I might do a late night daily video update for YouTube. Oh, hi. Jewel just threw me out here to
No, I got you.
high and dry.
I'm adjusting my desk right now.
Gotcha. I have yet to see any lightning on the Port Austin cam. Oh, I spoke too soon. Camera up there in Port Austin, sponsored by Thumb Heating or Thumb Cooling and Heating, as well as Port Austin Hardware. Some of you guys may have noticed a lot of our cameras are offline on the Michigan Weather Network YouTube page, and that is largely because YouTube has changed their policy. Policy now states we cannot have more than 5 to 10 concurrent live streams per channel. So we have 65 cameras that should be on there. We technically can only do 10 at most. So we are working on switching different platforms or building a customized server to host those cameras for you guys to look at. So if you are an avid follower of our weather cameras and you've noticed they're offline, that is the reason. Oh, we're muted? Joel, you muted? There you go.
I was just saying that the severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed for Saginaw, Birch Run, Frankenmuth. That's about all I said. Is Saginaw, Frankenmuth, Birch Run, Bridgeport, Shields removed from the severe thunderstorm warning. I'm not getting any chat coming through. I don't know if it's broken or what. If you are still watching, feel free to say hi.
Oh, there's got to be chats. There's over 3,000 people watching. 2,000 people. Can you restart your dock?
Yeah, let me go ahead and do that real quick.
See if that works.
Let's see. Yes, okay.
There we go.
Cool.
Hi, Caitlin. Melissa, Jasmine. There we go. I got you guys. Anybody on YouTube watching? Or is it just is YouTube broke?
No, I'm seeing. Yeah, that's weird. The YouTube comments are not coming through, but Facebook comments are. I can see the YouTube comments over on, like, I have the stream pulled up to the right. So I can see you guys on YouTube, just not on our main streaming software.
Okay.
I was like, it's really silent. Is it because I was just talking to nobody? Like, I didn't mean to be that mean. And taking a look at the big picture, there is no other severe warnings out there, no other storms to talk about at the current time. There's a cell that's popping up in Midland County. It's heading straight to the north.
No.
Well, I have to say it because it's on the outflow boundary, so.
Going on 5 hours into our coverage, Joel.
Yep. Discord server is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Feel free to look it up. I know on Facebook we're not allowed to type links, but again, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure when you join to set your profile name to a valid first name. It can be a fake first name, along with your county name at the end, so that way we can send you guys alerts, especially if you have weather anxiety. I know it's a place that a lot of people go for weather anxiety. We can give you customized alerts for your location. And again, when you guys send in damage reports, we need to know like an exact county that you guys are in. So again, it's part of the server rules. Make sure to follow them when you guys do join the Discord server. Nothing concerning in Lapeer County. Current time right now, 10:34, almost 10:35. We are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma. Right below me is Ryan, President of Operations. As we've mentioned, we've been live for about 5 hours now. We're coming up on that 5-hour point. We're getting to MSC after hours. If you're new here, it gets sometimes a little crazy after like 11 o'clock at night. But again, we're pretty personable with you guys, so like we'll always be hanging out with you guys, especially if there's only like one storm that's severe, which right now is only for Saginaw and Bay counties, for some 1-inch hail. Again, if you're downstream, Fairgrove, Akron, Caro, Unionville, you guys should be on alert for some 0.88-inch diameter hail is what the statement says there. So it's a strong thunderstorm, but not a severe thunderstorm warning for Tuscola. It's technically called a special weather statement, which is a step below. But yeah, that Midland cell is starting to kind of pick it up a little bit in terms of rain. We'll say that much. If we take a look at our VDL product there, there's a tiny little bit of VIL, tiny little bit of hail, perhaps starting to fall now near Hope, north of Sanford. Let us know what you guys are seeing, though, there north of the US 10 corridor. But I have a sneaky feeling that this northeast moving line and the southeast moving line are about to turn into this like one big mass of just cells everywhere with like hail. Rain and hail that's like 1 inch, like borderline severe. So if we do get a moment here, just because we are also limited to 8 hours live in a row, and knowing that we're going to probably be live for a long time overnight, as soon as this last warning does expire, if it does, we will go ahead and jump off and get part 2 set up for tonight, so we can make sure we don't run out of time when we're actually live streaming later. So fingers crossed and get a break here. We'll take advantage of it here in just a sec, but we are currently still live for severe warning. Munger, Reese, cell heading up towards Fairgrove and Akron. Our Sea Wings cam, it's going to be next up for that cell. Yes, part 2. Again, we're expecting more storms later tonight, so bear with us if that's news to you guys for the first time. Again, we got multiple nights here of perhaps severe thunderstorms, especially tonight and tomorrow night here across the state of Michigan. So you do want to make sure you're locked in with us. Make sure you're following us on YouTube, Twitch, or X for notifications for when we go live. Facebook does not send out notifications. And again, tomorrow's gonna be more of probably our bigger day. Again, we're looking at the ingredients, and it's pretty loaded for tomorrow compared to tonight. And that's kind of what it's always been over the last really week now. Tuesday's kind of always been the day that we're kind of looking out for here in the state of Michigan. So keep that in mind. Also, the outflow boundary is really starting to kind of take off here across eastern Michigan. Just cells popping up and down the line. So it's kind of literally what I just said, Ryan, where it's kind of taking off here as we get after dark. But we're hope and pray for a break. Yeah, you see that too, that cell in the Clinton County area. It's part of this other line of showers that extends from Lake County down here into Ingham County. No concerns on that cell at the current time.
Joel, I just put out our infamous post of the year that we usually do around this time.
On Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
We are getting a lot of comments about it.
Ryan's already starting arguments in chat.
I'm stirring the pot. Stirring the pot. We're going to late night MSC crew here, so. Joel.
Huh?
I said, Joel.
What?
And would you mind if I hopped out and I did a update video real quick?
Sure.
I'll be back.
Okay. I might not be here when you get back, though.
I hope you're not, truthfully. I mean that in the best way possible.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, we're trying to wait and see for the severe thunderstorm warning. By the way, the severe thunderstorm warning expires here at 10:45, so we got 6 minutes.
For those of you who want to know what I'm doing, I am making a update video to go on YouTube. So if you guys are subscribed over on YouTube, you will get this pushed out here once I get it uploaded and edited. So stand by. I'll have an update video for you guys. What's to come tonight, as well as taking a peek at models for tomorrow. So stand by, guys. I'll be back.
While Ryan does that, more cells starting to pop up. Again, still here in county, in that Midland County cell. Nothing severe on those. We're going to hopefully keep it that way. Kind of just waiting and seeing at this point. We have about 5 more minutes here. And while we do that, really quickly, again, there's a decent amount of guys still watching in here, and we got to give our love and support to all of our trusted partners that help make these live streams possible. Again, we are funded by you guys and also our trusted partners. So anytime you guys like, share, it all helps either way. It's all free to do. But again, you can also donate monetarily. And again, our big thing here at MSC is our trusted partners. And we have about 18 of them. So we'll go ahead and shout them all out here across the state of Michigan. If you guys have any service needs that have to do with these companies, primarily with roofing and tree removal work, but there's a couple charities in there as well and restoration work companies. So feel free to write down the numbers as we go through all of our trusted partners here. So we'll go ahead and start off strong with McKay Tree Specialists for all of your tree removal needs in Southeast Michigan. Got Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding for all of your roofing needs in Sand Lake and St. Clair counties. Also, On Top Roofing. If you're in Livingston County or surrounding areas, feel free to reach out to On Top Roofing for all of your new and roofing replacement needs. If you're over in West Michigan, again, with all the flooding going on, Rainbow Restoration's your go-to for all of your storm cleanup needs there. Ronald McDonald House Charities of Detroit, great partnership with them here at MSC. Feel free to donate to families in need by calling the number on the screen first thing tomorrow. We also got ServPro from fire and water damage to mold remediation and storm cleanup. ServPro is ready to respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week across the state of Michigan. If you're in North Metro Detroit, StormGuard Metro Detroit North's got you covered for all of your exterior home construction needs. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors. If you're in West Michigan, for all of your siding, roofing, gutters, and window needs across West Michigan. Up next, we got Top Notch Tree Care. If you're watching right now from Lansing to Jackson, there's your go-to for all of your tree care needs along the US 127 corridor there, between the two cities I just mentioned. One of our newest sponsors and trusted partner of the day, Victor's Home Solutions, roofing, gutters, attic insulation needs across the Tri-Cities region. Up to the top, we got A-Class Construction and Restoration. If you're watching up there Northwest Lower, contact A-Class Construction and Restoration today for all of your restoration needs. American Arbor. All of your storm cleanup needs, insurance work regarding tree damage. Call American Arbor for all of those in Southwest Michigan. If you're up there in the Thumb in Genesee County, Apex Restoration Mitigation is your go-to for all of your water, mold, or fire damage emergencies today. If you're interested in IT work, Battle Creek IT, proud partner of us here at Michigan Storm Chasers as a trusted technology partner. Also, fuel propane delivery needs, big need here in the state of Michigan. Crystal Flash is your go-to there. Contact them today at the 1-800 number shown on the screen. Got Ink Media. It's a specialty service in terms of website design and digital marketing strategies. Feel free to reach out to Ink Media. Katz Roofing and Siding, also supporting us, one of our longtime standing sponsors from the Potterville area, southwest of Lansing. You guys can support them too. Also, Kuiper Tree Care. If you're over in West Michigan, that is your go-to for all of your tree care needs across the West Michigan area. And that's the end of our list. And all those numbers were there on the screen. Feel free to rewind back and take screenshots if you missed any of them. As always, they're also scrolling right below me, right down here at the bottom of the screen, as they rotate through all of our shout-outs for all of our trusted partners. So again, thank you to our trusted partners. Can't do it without them. All the love to them here at MSC. And again, if you guys would like to become a trusted partner, we've got a few limited spots open. And so if you guys would like to see your business supporting MSC, feel free to send us an email today or emails on our social media pages. And we are not going to be hopping off anytime soon, everybody, because guess what? We just got a 90-minute long severe thunderstorm warning right as the Saginaw and Bay County one just expired. That's unfortunate. Oh, man. All right, well, no brakes. All gas, as we'll say. Bottom of the screen, you saw the new warning pop in. The orange bar is still there. New warning. Up in the thumb. National Alert. Okay. National Alert Service in Detroit, Pontiac, has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Tuscola County, northwestern Sanilac, eastern Bay, and all of Huron County in southeastern Michigan until 12:15 a.m. At 10:44, a severe thunderstorm was located over Fairgrove or near Akron, and it's moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. Sarah says, you may have some thunderstorms still going on, but right now they're not severe. Sarah, I think you jinxed it. I'm sorry. But again, yeah, the storm's moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. $half size hail is the main hazard of this storm. So that's 1.25 inches in diameter. So it's not your ordinary 1-inch hail. Radar indicated damage to vehicles is expected. The severe thunderstorm will be near Cairo and Akron around 10:50. You got Unionville, 10:55. Gagetown, 11 o'clock. Cass City, 11:05. Owendale, 11:10. Ubly, 11:25. Bad Axe, 11:30. And all the way up there in Harbor Beach in Port Hope around 11:55. Other locations impacted by this new severe thunderstorm warning include Parisville, Colling, Huron City, White Rock, Ivanhoe, Rapson, and Grindstone City, Wisner, Ellington, and Guilford. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building away from windows, as 1.25-inch hail can come crashing through. It's going to be these cells that have continued all the way from Berry County, those pesky little cells. Two of them in a row here. We got Fairgrove, and we also got one up here just to the west of Akron that's kind of riding up the lakeshore for Saginaw Bay. But we're looking for these pinks on radar. And again, those pinks are your very, very heavy droplets. We're talking, like I said, the palm of your hand. I used that as a reference earlier today. And again, you get those palm of your hand water droplets advecting all the way up into the freezing layer in the atmosphere. And with the strong updrafts we have today, those hailstones formulate very quickly, and they stay strong and supported in the buoyancy of the updrafts for quite some time before eventually, getting heavy enough to fall out. But by the time they do so, it's already 1-inch, 1.25-inch hail, 1.5-inch hail in some cases tonight. And we actually saw 2-inch hail tonight here in the state of Michigan in Portland, which is just to the west of Lansing, if you guys don't know where that's at. So, we're got to watch out for the hail threat. But this severe thunderstorm warning will not expire at the earliest, or at the latest, until 12:15 a.m. So we got to stay live here for an hour and 27 minutes, unless it does expire early. But I do not believe that's going to happen. We do see a little bit of an uptick in intensity with these lines of storms here. Again, the outflow boundary has now kind of turned into its own little front as it's now crossing the thumb region. And we do have more cells trying to approach from the west. Go ahead and go take it back to the Green Bay radar here. We got a swath of cells moving in. Special marine warning right now off of Sturgeon Bay, west side of Lake Michigan. This is for winds of up to 40 knots. And that's going to be heading over towards Benzie, Manistee, Mason counties here, likely within the next hour. So got to keep an eye on that. Also have a couple of prefrontal cells down here offshore of Ludington and Hart at the current time. But yeah, only one severe warning in the state of Michigan. It's an hour and a half long. If the National Weather Service office in Detroit is watching, I love you guys. This is also unfortunate because we can't jump off because we can't leave anybody in the dark here at MSC. That is our policy. So again, if you are up in the thumb, this is heading your way. You guys thought you weren't going to get storms till later. Well, in this case, we got some prefrontals ongoing, and so if you are up towards Sebowing and Gagetown and Owendale and Bad Axe and Ubly, you have some time. Again, it's about an hour and a half long severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it back here in Fairgrove and Caro and the history of the 1 to 1.25 inch hail and higher. It's heading your way. You still got time to prepare, but make sure when you do go inside and seek shelter, you are away from those windows because wind-driven hail can hurt you, especially if there's any flying glass involved, not flying grass, excuse me. Ubly, sorry. Ubly. You got it. This is the one issue of your strong commitment. Yeah, that's okay. You know, we love what we do. We truly care for you guys, so we want to make sure that you guys are getting the adequate warning, which right now, again, Tuscola County up first. You have a little bit of gusty winds in there, but the main hazard is hail. Correlation coefficient right now, we're looking at our reds on radar transitioning over to more of yellows and greens. And you can see that right now in the Caro and Fairgrove area. And that is going to continue off the northeast, crossing over M24 right now. M24 near Fairgrove Road and Graff Road. Good storm chasing terrain out there as well if you guys have ever been out that way. Nice and flat, except for the random river valleys that you run into. It's nice terrain out there. Shout out to anyone who's watching from the thumb. If you're watching from the thumb right now, this severe thunderstorm warning, let us know. Feel free to shout yourselves out, shout out your town. I'd love to see you guys supporting from the thumb here tonight as we continue on hour 5 of our live severe weather coverage for the state of Michigan. Laura says, huge hailstone in Fairgrove where I live. If you have an estimate on the diameter of that? Fairgrove is right in that core that I just mentioned here. So feel free to send us an approximation in terms of inches in diameter or a picture with the hail next to like a ruler or a coin. When it is safe to do so. Again, don't go outside right now if you can't. We have to make sure safety is number one when it comes to severe hailstones. 2-inch hailstones. Again, if you have pictures of those, that would be very crucial to know so that we can send that over to the National Weather Service immediately. Too scared to walk. That's fine. Videos out your front porch are fine for now, but again, any videos you send in the live stream, you can't really see. So again, send in those hail reports to our Discord server or Michigan Weather Reports. That's a community group on Facebook, or just our Facebook page in a comment section on a post that is not the live stream, if that makes sense. Meg's watching from Bertucky. We got Tina watching from Charlotte in the clear. Cassie's watching from Sebawang. Cynthia says, so far seems okay, just lightning and thunder. It's definitely a different story, I guess, in Fairgrove. I don't know where you're watching from, but Fairgrove's getting hit with some large hail right now. Akron, you're very close to it, but I believe it might be passing just to your south. Got another flood warning coming in up in the UP. We've had a lot of flood warnings, a lot of flood advisories, even flash flood warnings popping in. Real quick, also back over to YouTube. Again, Flies Delight, thank you again for that $2 super chat. We also have M Shooter back for month number 20, saying thanks for y'all. Do keep up the good work, no problem. Also the 199 super chat saying thanks, y'all. No problem, M Shooter. Thank you for always supporting us here at MSC. We appreciate your support. And of course, always tuning in to stay safe when it comes to severe weather coverage. J Rob, welcome to the team as an EF1 member. Also, Sky, meow, meow, with a $2 super chat. How's Grand Traverse looking for tonight? Unfortunately for you guys up in Grand Traverse County, a lot of rain. It's going to add to the flooding risk up here. Already saturated soils, and you can see, I mean, obviously you still have a low outside chance of severe weather tonight with this Boeing segment, especially coming in your way. But these are very heavy rain showers. So even if you're not getting severe weather, you're looking at rainfall rates of maybe 1, 2, 2.5 inches per hour rates. And it's not going to be good for the already overwhelmed streams and rivers and just flatland area that it does not have the frost layer that's melted completely yet. So again, a lot of rain tonight, perhaps a couple strong to severe storms moving in, but at the current time, not really seeing a whole lot in terms of severity until maybe it gets onshore. So we'll keep an eye out for you guys here later tonight. But again, my primary focal point for Grand Traverse County tonight is going to be that rainfall threat and flooding, maybe even some flash flooding mixed in. But yeah, we're still watching this complex out here to the west. There's, as Ryan mentioned earlier, there's not really as many severe thunderstorm warnings anymore. We're hoping that maybe these winds are just not going to cut it tonight. But again, as we mentioned as well, there's that increasing jet throughout the night that'll kind of help push these winds out, gust them forward faster, and we could see some 60 to 75 mile per hour winds up here in west and central Michigan first. And then it's unclear if they can stay together that long over to the east side of the state. But again, if you are going to bed tonight, make sure you do have multiple ways to receive warning, especially when you are sleeping. And again, don't rely on the sirens. The sirens are not supposed to be heard indoors. You have a weather radio or some apps on your phone or someone that can call you in the event we do get severe weather for your area.
I was really anticipating. I was halfway through the video and I heard a doo-doo. And I had to look and I had to wrap it up and I'm like, oh no.
And you saw how long it's in effect until, right?
I did not.
Hour and a half.
Well, Joel, nice knowing you. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah.
Wow, wild.
I don't think we have any of our chasers still out there tonight. I think they all have gone back to bed. Which makes sense. There's not anything going on out there. We just got Tuscola and Huron and portions of Sanilac County. Motion on these, by the way, everybody, for those just tuning in, is off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. It's going to take a little bit to get across the warned area. And Ryan, in case you missed this, half dollar size hail still possible. 1.25 inches in diameter. Someone in chat here did mention that they were getting 2-inch hail in Fairgrove, but they couldn't go outside because they don't feel like it's safe to do so, which is understandable.
Absolutely.
But again, if you do have a point where you can go outside and get some hail reports, feel free to send those in. But once this line comes through the Fairgrove Caro area, you guys are good until later tonight, perhaps, when that secondary line comes in from the west. Hail up next for Gagetown, Cass City, Unionville at the current time. Bach and Owendale up next as well. See, a lot of you guys are watching from the Thumb region. I see Alexander watching from Port Huron. We got to Derek, Bad Axe. Got Chris, Cass City. Will, Port Austin. Bad Axe from Bolt. Squeegee is in Kingston. We got Skull in Harbor Beach. Again, we appreciate you guys tuning in all the way over there in the thumb. Just had a little bit of lightning in Lapeer for the report there. You have a trim coming in for the severe thunderstorm warning. Still going to be 1.25 inch hail and winds under 50. That is going to be trimming the Reese area in far north eastern Bay County. You can see the old box versus the new box there in the thumb. So Bay County, you guys are in the clear. Storm is now in solidly in Tuscola County, and up next is Huron County, within as little as maybe a minute or two for places south of Seawing, where our weather cameras, I think, a little bit outside of town there on the southeast side of town, I believe it is. So they're getting hit right now between Seawing and Bach. Owendale, as mentioned, up next. Eventually downstream, Bayport, Bigeon, and Elkton. And the Bad Axe in Ubly. Not Ubly, but Ubly. Thank you guys once again for correcting me there. Yeah, it's Huron County right now, as well as Tuscola and very northern portions of Sanilac. Couple of you guys watching from Lansing and Chesaning. Harbor Beach checking in, says Arthur. Adam watching in Croswell tonight. Welcome in, everyone, once again. Hidden.
Marine warning now, Joel.
Colin. Yeah, that's a pretty big marine warning. Issued by the Detroit Pontiac National Weather Service until 12:45. It's an hour and 45 minutes.
I'm not looking at that one.
Oh, you're talking back off to the west.
Yes.
Which one?
For the waters off Ludington.
Okay. Oh,
Greater than
yikes.
34 knots and large hail.
Yeah.
We're not going to get a break, are we?
I don't think we are.
Send good vibes our way. We're going to need it.
Got East Jordan watching in. Major flooding up this way. You guys, we got Matthew watching from Mount Pleasant. Warren, Michigan from 51. Timothy watching from Port Austin. Darian is asking in chat here, what's with the heat lightning post, LOL? Yeah, Ryan.
It's our annual rage bait post. No. It is a factual post. And we gained close to, 300,000 followers since last year? We gained a ton of followers.
True, yeah.
And we typically like to post that a couple times a year because our comments are flooded with, oh, there's heat lightning here and there. It's like, it doesn't exist. It is just it's a myth. If you're seeing lightning, it is lightning. So unless you think heat lightning is just distant lightning, you're correct. But a lot of people think heat lightning is some phantom lightning that doesn't do. I'm not going to go into it. I'm taking a break, Joel. My mind's going in circles now. I'm taking a break.
It's fine. Are these storms getting hickory dory as Joel predicted? Well, did I say that?
Who asked that?
Did I say that for the Tuesday stuff or the Monday stuff? Because again, the lines look the exact same. I thought it was the Tuesday stuff. But again, Monday, tonight it looks the exact same. So, is what it is. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the Detroit radar because I see it looks like maybe an increasing hail core here, but it's tough to tell unless I take a volumetric scan. So I'll go ahead and do that. 22,000 feet. It's very skinny though. And the hail core is going to be right on M81 at Cass City Road, about 3 miles to the west of Cass City.
Video's up if anybody wants to go watch it.
Ryan, from our YouTube or from our Facebook subscribers on our Patreon post, 8:30 p.m. we had Kathy send in a picture of looks like 1.25-inch hail from Portland, which just makes sense. Matches up from some of our other reports that we saw there. So,
Yep.
Bay County's got another statement coming in. This time it's on the other side of Bay County. We have to go all the way up here to the Standish area.
Do you know, Joel, if large hail in marine warnings is the same as large hail as a severe on land, or is there a different threshold for marine?
They just say large hail for special marine warnings. They don't really have sizes, I don't think, for hail. They just say greater than, I think.
Your screen share is frozen for me. I'm not sure if it's a you issue or my issue.
It is. Looks fine on my end.
Okay, that would just be mine then.
New special weather statement coming in here. Here's the box on the screen here. Mount Forest and Pinkenning. National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac issued a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm impacting northwestern Bay County till 11:30 p.m. At 11:03, Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm over Bentley or near Standish, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Nickel-sized hail is possible. The storm. We also have Pinconning, Bentley, and Mount Forest in this special weather statement. If outdoors, seek shelter immediately. Also, they are putting in special text here that the storm may intensify, so be certain to monitor your local sources for alerts, which we got you covered.
What'd you call that town?
Which
The
one?
P word?
Pinconning? Pinconning? Right? Is it Pinconning?
Pinconning.
Yeah. I like saying it fast, so just like how I was saying oobly instead of ubly.
I heard Pinkening. I'm like, it sounds awfully close to Pinckney, which is down by like Ann Arbor area.
Yes. So it's still just watching one severe warning by technicality, but there are a couple other strong storms starting to pop up as well. Say it 10 times fast. I'll pass. The duck is right below me staring into our screen here. You guys can see it. Needed a, if you guys in Cass City could use that emotional support duck right now. The large hail moving in Milligan Road at Spence Road is where the center of this hail core is at. Go over to correlation coefficient. In fact, there's a little bit of a, what we call a third body scatter spike with this storm. So there's some intense hail actually tumbling around in this storm. And can confirm that. You know, this third body scatter spike is that blue on the backside of the storm. The beam is having a tough time making it all the way through the storm and coming back, so it's getting kind of junked up as it passes through the hail on the backside of the storm. So third body scatter spike is usually a sign of some very large hail tumbling around, at least in the upper levels of the atmosphere, and so we'll have to watch and see if any of that transitions down towards the ground as maybe perhaps some significant hail of 1.75 inches in diameter. Right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.25 inch hail, and this is going to be for Tuscola, far northwestern Sanilac, and all of Huron counties. The cell that is in question for West Michigan with a special marine warning is this very strong looking thunderstorm up here. Offshore of Ludington. In effect till midnight tonight. 10:59, a severe thunderstorm was located 13 nautical miles west of Penton Pier heads, moving northeast at 35 knots, and its wind gusts at 34 knots or greater, and large hail, it's going to be about 45 mile per hour winds, translated over to miles per hour. Small craft could be damaged in briefly higher winds. Again, you shouldn't be out boating on a night like tonight, but we understand some people do go out there late night hours in the middle of April, and so if you're out there tonight and you find service and are able to watch us, we're telling you right now, get off the water. With that blue box on the screen is your special marine warning. Also have that special marine warning in effect for all of the Saginaw Bay and portions of Lake Superior. That's that, again, as I mentioned, that blue box you see down there. Kind of looks like a big old arch over the thumb. Like a big old Band-Aid.
A new severe thunderstorm
And
watch
here
has
comes
been
a new
issued.
severe thunderstorm watch issued for a decent chunk of Michigan coming in here tonight. A lot of counties actually coming in here tonight. You can see the whole list of counties is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. This is going to be a very, very large severe thunderstorm watch coming in overnight. So here comes the information right now. So this is going to be for that cluster back off here to the west, over here in the Wisconsin area. And I need to switch it over to reflect. There's a lot going on here, but this is that massive complex you can see up here in Wisconsin right now. It is starting to make the journey across the lake over here into West Michigan. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a severe thunderstorm watch in effect for portions of central Lower Michigan, Lake Huron, and Lake Michigan. In effect until now through Tuesday morning, 11:10 p.m. through 5 a.m. Primary threats include scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible, and scattered large hail events to 1.5 inches in diameter. Tornadoes are very, very low chance of occurring. Summary: thunderstorms will develop and overspread much of Lower Michigan overnight as strong low-level winds overspread the area. A few of the stronger storms will pose a risk for hail and damaging winds. This severe thunderstorm watch area is approximately along and 60 statute miles north and south of a line from 60 miles west-southwest of Manistee to 25 miles east of Bad Axe. Remember, severe thunderstorm watch means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. Persons in this area should be on the lookout for threatening weather conditions and listening for later statements. Again, a severe thunderstorm watch means that the ingredients are on the table tonight, overnight tonight, for severe thunderstorm warnings, severe thunderstorms to develop. It doesn't mean that they're occurring now. Warning means it's happening. Watch means you need to be on alert. There's a chance you get severe thunderstorm warnings overnight. So if you just got issued a severe thunderstorm watch, you are at risk for a severe thunderstorm overnight. So you should have multiple ways to receive warning and be able to wake up overnight. This could, and in times past, we've seen Boeing segments come down from the northwest of 4 where they surprise us with those, as mentioned, those 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, get some of those Boeing segments moving in. That is possible tonight here in West Michigan first, and then moving over to central and eastern Michigan as the night goes on. So we're going to be up late tonight. Strap in with us. We got you guys covered with this severe thunderstorm watch. As I loop this here, you can see our band it's slowly moving its way in, and this is also going to be critical for flash flooding across the north as well tonight. So a lot of rain, a lot of severe weather moving in. And again, the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for the following counties: Aranac, Bay, Benzie, Clare, Crawford, Genesee, Gladwin, Grand Traverse, Gratiot, Huron, Isabella, Kalkaska, Lake, Lapeer, Manistee, Mason, Mecosta, Midland, Massaukee, Montcalm, Muskegon, Newaygo, Oceana, Ogemaw, Osceola, Roscommon, Saginaw, Sanilac, Shiawassee, St. Clair, Tuscola, and Wexford counties. If you are in any of those counties I just mentioned, it's a large severe thunderstorm watch now until 5 a.m. for portions of central, western, and eastern Lower Peninsula. We will also have that severe thunderstorm watch graphic on our page. Make sure to follow us over on Facebook at Michigan Storm Chasers tonight. Again, we're going to be live for a while tonight here in the state of Michigan. As soon as the severe thunderstorm warning goes away, we may be able to jump off, but at this point, there's no guarantee. So we might be live for another 7 hours. And Ryan's back in his chair. Hope you're ready, Ryan. He stares blankly into the camera.
My headphones have to charge at some point.
Mine are charging right now. Hey, weather radios are going to be crucial for tonight. That cell, by the way, again, we're still watching the hail that is currently ongoing near in the Cagetown area, about 15,000 feet off the ground is the highest the hail cores go up, so not too bad. We got that big old cell coming in towards the Ludington area. I'm sure there's probably some decent lightning on that one.
I believe I am sharing. I am not. My bad. I've had this up for a while. Take my screen now. I do have the Ludington cam.
Wow. I was looking southwest at that cell. It's moving. Wow.
Yep.
That was a big old bolt there. Now that is a summertime thunderstorm. Look at all those bolts crossing the sky. It's cloud to cloud right there. Consistent. That is a very strong thunderstorm, y'all. Again, this is moving into the northeast towards Ludington. No warnings, no statements on it. Would not be surprised if it got one soon, though. We got some decently large hail showing up in the upper levels. In fact, there's a third body scatter spike on this one, Ryan. And the cloud tops on this thunderstorm that we're looking at live, 47,000 feet up. So if you're in Ludington, Mason County, this is heading in your way. Very strong thunderstorm moving in. No warnings yet, but you do have that special marine warning offshore for boaters. Again, that's the current radar. What's up?
Nothing. Just get myself settled in here next couple hours.
Gotcha.
That Ludington cell likely will be getting a warning or a statement very soon.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Again, you can see how intense that storm is. Just how much energy is available as well tonight with how much lightning is just flashing consistently out there. And it's very bright. And again, I don't know if you heard, Ryan, but this storm is up at 47,000 feet right now.
Yep.
So that is a storm that is completely tapped into the full capabilities of this atmosphere. And again, this is going to be moving in towards Ludington, Scottville within the next probably 20 minutes. Again, moving rather slow, but it's going to be on top of you guys before you know it. Northeast at 35 knots, about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Again, that's this cell right here in this blue box offshore of Ludington. That hail core continues to get larger. Also, if you are in the National Weather Service Gaylord region, we might have a warning coming in for Aranac County as well. Some large hail starting to show up in the Standish cell. And yeah, there's some decent returns on this one as well. If you guys are in Omer, Sterling, Standish, let us know if you guys are seeing some hail right now. And boom, there we go. Rack it up, Brian, as a point. It's like, I know it's happening. So new warning coming in. That's a big box that it goes up pretty far ways away. So the new orange box on your screen is the new warning. The National Weather Service in Gaylord is their first warning issued of the night. And they crossed jurisdictions. They issued a half square mile of Detroit zone there in Bay County. So if you live in that little section, you're also in that severe thunderstorm warning. But the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Aranac and southwestern Iosco County in northern Michigan until midnight Eastern. At 11:16, a severe thunderstorm was located near Standish, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees. Also possible. Holy cow, I just heard a massive tree fall outside my house. That's another thing. Before I continue on the warning here tonight, when the ground gets really saturated the way it is, you can have these weak trees. They're just waterlogged, and it only takes a little bit of wind and knocks them over. So that's another threat we have to watch out, especially up here north tonight. Before I continue with the severe thunderstorm warning, Ryan, you said you had something to say?
I was going to mention the cell in Ludington. It needs close watching. It's heading right into town.
Mm-hmm.
Nice hail core on it. Very nice hail
Oh,
core.
wow, yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
From the APX radar, 2.45. That's
Yeah,
wild.
even from Grand Rapids, it's pretty potent. It's heading right into downtown Ludington too. At our camera, really, it might miss our camera just off to the north, but Ludington should be inside, away from windows as well. No warning currently in effect, but definitely some larger hail incoming.
And that's the cell up here. But back to the severe thunderstorm warning at mention here. This severe thunderstorm that just got issued for Aranac and Iosco, in effect for the cities of All Gray, Maple Ridge, Omer, Twining, and Turner. They'll be around there at around 11:20, so the next 3 to 5 minutes here. Whitmore, National City around 11:30. Got East Tawas and Tawas City, 11:40 p.m. And Tawas Point State Park, 11:45. For your protection, move to the interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Please be mindful of some wind-driven hail as this core continues to increase. And look at that CC fallout there over Omer. If you're in Omer and Twining, you guys need to be away from windows right now, as that could be some very large hail moving in. Posh, 100% chance, probability of significant hail right over Omer. The core right now going to be on Steve's Road near North Main Street and Jose Road. And again, it's going to continue up into Twining and Turner very, very, very soon.
I believe it's pronounced Twining.
Twining, sorry.
I believe. I'm not 100% positive.
I had that in the back of my head. I'm pretty sure they've said that before.
I just lost my keyboard entirely.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, how nice. Okay. Yeah, my keyboard is cooked. Stand by.
Okay. And again, if you're in Ludington, you need to be heads up for the cell moving in. We got a live view of it at the JC's mini golf course there. You can actually see in between the lightning flashes, you can see that core of hail starting to move in, or at least at the very least, a very heavy downpour. Again, it's moving right into our JC's mini golf camera. And again, this area is no stranger to some large hail up there. We've seen it this year. We've seen it past couple years. So you need to be ready. Flood advisory coming in for Gogebic County. And the cell is also extending down south into Oceana County. Specifically, Hart could see an extension there very, very soon. A whole decent cells out there tonight in terms of hail. Going to go back to our Omer and All Gray cells.
Joel?
What's up?
Severe incoming for Mason County.
Got it. Oh, before that happens, again, very, very large hail cores coming in. Still over Omer and Twining, if it's pronounced that way. Yeah, I see the Jer Bear in chat saying it's Twining. So Twining, heading up your way. If you guys have hail reports, send them in immediately when it's safe to do so, and we can send those over to the National Weather Service in Gaylord. Easiest way to do so is going to be just tagging them on social media, whether on Facebook or X. Their tag is usually at NWS Gaylord. This is specifically if you live up here in Aranac and Iosco counties, where this severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. If you're in the Thumb region, you got some large hail moving in, which right now there is in the Gagetown and Cass City area, moving up towards Bad X and Ubley. Again, it's 1.25 inch hail right now. Kind of in that tri-corner between Huron, Sanilac, and Tuscola counties. That's right where the hail core is at, but that's heading up to the northeast. And so that's National Weather Service Detroit Pontiac. That's your warning go to there. And now we do have the new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Mason County. We'll go ahead and read that off in just a second. Decent still third body scatter spike on this one. The Posh does say 100% within a tiny little zone here, but the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Mason in west central Michigan until midnight Eastern. At 11:20 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Ludington, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Hazard is ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a step below a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated people and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail to damage to roof sidings, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roof siding and trees. So if you're in downtown Ludington, your time to pack it up and pack it in, move those cars inside is now. If you're off to the northeast towards Free Soil and Fountain, also need to be preparing for some large hail here. Locations impacted included Ludington, Fountain, Free Soil, Hamlin Lake, and Ludington State Park. Again, move away from windows. It's 1.5 inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds for downtown Ludington. Back up to the north, though, since that cell is still coming on shore. A lot of rain ongoing across the northwest lower. Nothing too crazy right now. Could be some actually pea-sized hail starting to move in for the Maple City area. Got Williamsburg here, and maybe down here towards Roscommon as well. Not that impressive at the current time. But we are watching a big hail producer up here in the Gaylord region. Their scans are slow. I don't think they have rapid scan on right now. They do not. I have 6-minute scans for Gaylord. It's not much to update on that until we get a new scan in for there. We'll go back down to the thumb. Again, there's 3 different warnings and 3 different jurisdictions for the National Weather Service here. So we're going to be bouncing around from warning to warning. The hail core is still on that tri-county line between Huron, Tuscola, and Sanilac, about 4 miles to the northeast of Cass City at the current time. We also have a secondary and tertiary cells, Bayport to Pigeon to Elkton, moving in within the next 3 minutes. These are going to continue through Huron County through about 12:15 a.m. this morning, which as it stands right now is still another 50 minutes away on that severe thunderstorm warning. We got a lot going on. Also more cells starting to pop up from Sandusky down to Crosswell and even down towards Lexington Heights and Lakeport. No statements on those at the current time, but those are starting to grow up scale a little bit. New scan coming in from the Detroit National Weather Service office that moves this core off now about 5 miles away from Ubley, 5 to 7 miles away from Bad Axe. So you guys still got a little bit of time, but it's heading your way. Again, I'm going to go ahead and zoom out so you guys can see everything, and I'm also going to turn off the alerts so you guys can see a little bit less cluttered of a map here. And there you go. Any hail reports from behind the scenes yet, Ryan, coming in?
Not this time. Very intense rain. I can't tell if there's any hail. It looks like there is hail bouncing off of the pavement in Ludington. But the lightning is absolutely insane.
Go back to your cam here. Wow. I wonder if the north cam here at JC's Mini Golf has any other signs.
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
Never mind. See an alternate view.
No wind. Keep that in mind, guys. There's very little wind with this storm.
Yeah, continuing that special marine warning offshore of Ludington for very large hail possible in gusts greater than 34 knots. Water spouts not expected. Again, no tornado risk really out there tonight, but these hail in instances of damaging winds, they could be pretty gnarly in terms of what we usually, or above what we usually see here in the state of Michigan this evening.
The severe warning for Iosco AirNet continues at baseline. They did trim it back just a bit.
Notifications are coming in slow. Yeah, there's your trim. So if you are in Standish, Sterling, and Omer, you guys are out of the clear, or in the clear. In the clear
Out of the clear.
Yeah, out of the clear. In the clear here for that hail. If you're still up in Twining right now, that's where the hail's at. Also Turner, it's just past through Au Gres. And Alabaster and Tawas City are up next, as well as East Tawas. So a lot going on out there. Again, if you missed it, severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for much of the Lower Peninsula of Michigan overnight. Damaging winds up to 70 possible with any storms, as well as 1.5-inch diameter hail. Tornadoes not really expected out there. It's going to be primarily damaging wind and hail threat overnight. So you want to stay tuned with us. We're going to be live for a while. I don't think we're going to get any breaks. Unless things suddenly fall apart. So
At some point, we got to restart the stream because we're going to lose connection to Facebook in 2 hours.
Yep. Current time right now, by the way, 11:29 p.m. If you're watching, make sure you're watching live. We got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You can see them all on your screen in the orange boxes if you're just tuning in. Got Mason County up there in West Michigan for some ping pong ball sized hail. If you're up there in Iosco and Aranet County, you got some 1-inch hail, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds. And Huron County, primarily just a hail threat. You got half-dollar sized hail, 1.25 inches in diameter there. All of these storms pretty much have the same common theme of hail tonight, but as we move in towards the overnight hours, they'll transition more to a damaging wind threat as the line kind of bows out with a strengthening low-level jet. If you guys have any damage reports, as always, please send those into our page. Do not put them in the comment section here on our live stream. We won't be able to see them. Send them in on one of our other posts at Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook. Also on X, we are there at MI Storm Chasers. We have a community group on Facebook called Michigan Weather Reports that you can submit this to as well. Ultimately, you can also send in any damage reports to us. Don't send in questions, send in damage reports to our messenger. And of course, the Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Make sure to answer the questions once you join. If you guys are watching right now, let us know if you are in one of these warnings and what you guys are seeing in terms of the hail size. See, Alex says hail in Ludington. How big? Got Summer here with a $4.99 super chat on YouTube saying, have you tried putting the state in rice to stop the storms? You know, we haven't, but it'd be a good idea if someone wants to try. It's a big square mileage, but gotta start somewhere. Thank you as always, Summer. We also have Suzanne Dean and Steve Edwards joining the team as EFZ members. Salute you guys. Thank you guys for joining the team and coming to a monetary support here at MSC. Going back in for a zoomed in view, first and foremost, cell number 1 to the east, heading in through Elkton right now. It's kind of through Bayport and Pigeon. Bad Axe and Ubley up next within the next 5 minutes. Minden City also on the southern flank of this, and Ruth. Also up towards Caseville and Kind. Or Kind. Silent E. Cell number 2. Got to switch over to our Gaylord radar. And it is quite the hail core right now, primarily in Aranet County, but it's about to cross the county line right here near Alabaster. Strongest hail right now appears to be on Noble Road. Noble Road at Twining Road, right along Lake Huron. So heading straight up towards Alabaster at the current time. If it continues its current track, it will be in towards Tawas City within the next 20 minutes. It's 2 syllables? Boy, it's changing it up on me all the time. Kindy. All right. And storm number 3, by the way, still a crazy hail core on it. We have the cam back live here from JC's Mini Golf. I don't know if we see any hail plopping down there, but there's some decent lightning. A little bit of a lowering there, too. Some scary looking clouds. Again, that is Ludington, Michigan looking north. If that is hitting the ground, that's some gnarly hail. But this is Mason County. And it's going to be tracking up towards Free Soil Township and Fountain within the coming minutes. Well, there's a lot going on out there tonight, so strap in. There's also a dense fog advisory on Lake Michigan right now, too, so that could lead to some eerie scenes with this storm.
One common theme all day, even with a lot of severe warnings, we only have just over 1,000 customers out of power in Michigan. The counties top that would be Wayne, Gladwin, and Genesee. So kind of sporadic. There's no really widespread outages tonight, which is really good news.
Yep. If you know anybody, if you know anybody upstream in Manistee County, and especially in Manistee County, but currently also Mason County, feel free to share their stream with them or hit that like button. Information needs to be sent out to them for this large hail, ping pong ball size possible. US 131 going to be up here in the next 5 minutes, especially north of Scottville. Go ahead, Ryan.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Sorry.
It's all good. It's about time that we get these there we go.
We'll go hail core by hail core. This stretches, for number 1, for Mason County, it stretches from Jibavi Drive through the Angling Road area, down towards Victory Corner Road, and really north of Hanson Road, about to cross over a very large north-south road of Stiles. Still approaching the US 31 corridor north of Scottville. That's number 1 hail core. Got to go up, switch radars over to number 2. Hail core number 2 right now, pretty much going up Noble Road. Also some instances on the east-west road of Twining Road. And maybe a heavy pocket of hail. Santiago at Schwartz, and really just down downtown Turner. About 5-ish miles south of Whittemore. And again, continuing off to the northeast towards Alabaster at the current time. Number 3, got to switch radars yet again. So move over into the thumb. You got kind of a slew of hail here. It's kind of tough to pick out where exactly the heaviest is falling, especially CC doesn't really give you a good idea. But it does look like it extends to about 4 miles north of Elkton, down through Bad Axe, decent core between Bad Axe and Ubley, and all the way about 5-ish miles to the west of Minden City. So that's some hail there. Those are all the 3 locations for all these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, currently ongoing in the state of Michigan at the current time of 11:37 p.m. and 10 seconds. And we expect these storms to fill in coverage here as the night goes on.
Joel, I am making something. I want your approval on when I'm done with it.
Okay. Where are you going to send it?
Well, I can do it, Chat B.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys mentioned the Flint area. It's just a line of showers at the current time, heavier showers, in fact. But that is well away from the main action. And again, anywhere you see an orange box on your screen is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning. So Huron County, far northern Sanilac and Tuscola. You got also up there north of the Saginaw Bay, Iosco and Aranet counties. And over there in West Michigan, you got Mason County, primarily the northern half. Now remember, these boxes aren't confined to the entire counties. They can be drawn across county lines and partial counties as well. So when we say Mason County, it's only the northwest half of Mason County, the southeastern half. Not in a warning. For example, say Aranac and Iosco counties, you can see the clear portions of Aranac and Iosco counties that are not in a severe warning. And up until literally just now, Huron County was the actually only county that had a full severe thunderstorm warning. It's now been trimmed back. You can see it's kind of been moved back from Sebewaing, Owendale, Gagetown, Cass City, all removed from that severe thunderstorm warning. Pigeon's going to be up next. Pigeon's pretty much in the clear, but you guys are still in that orange box at the current time. Grand Rapids continues the severe thunderstorm warning. They have knocked down the hail size from ping pong ball size to quarter size hail, so that goes from 1.5 to 1 up there in Mason County. Winds picking up hail now in Bad Axe. Thank you for the report, Tyler. Again, we do appreciate your live in-chat comments as I do roll in, so feel free to do so. Burton is loud.
How loud?
Still don't have my YouTube chat. I wish my YouTube chat was working.
Let's say refresh your thing, but I see you just did that already.
It does say error, internal error.
Let me see if I can.
Don't mess with it. It's fine. I can read the chat here on YouTube.
Oh,
New severe warning coming in.
yep. $50 size hail for Manistee.
Manistee County just can't catch a break. National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Manistee County in northern Michigan until 12:30 a.m. At 11:40, a severe thunderstorm was located near Hanlon Lake, or 9 miles north of Ludington, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is 60 mile per hour winds and $50 sized hail with radar indication. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, as well as wind damage to roof siding and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near East Lake around 11:45. Got Manistee and Parkdale around 11:50. Norwalk, Brethren, 12 a.m. And Calava, Onekama, 12:05. Other locations in the severe thunderstorm warning include Star Crossing and Pierre Marquette State Forest. Torrential rainfall also occurring with a storm, and a flash flood warning is in effect for portions of southern Manistee County. So severe thunderstorm warning and a flash flood warning. In some cases, you need to be seeking shelter in high ground and low ground at the exact same time here. So the middle ground here is the lowest floor of the building that's not flooded in an interior room. It's the best thing I can say. If you are in one of those situations right now where your basement's flooded, interior room, lowest floor of the building, if possible, that's not flooded. So that's currently for Manistee. Flash flood warning in effect and a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. So the middle ground, not the high ground, not the low ground, but the middle ground. See a plethora of comments coming in about the hail and Bad Axe. Thank you guys for your guys' reports. If you guys have estimations in terms of the diameter of the hail, feel free to put those in chat, or of course send us pictures our way. Or send them over to the National Weather Service directly so they are able to update the warning. Again, if you're in Bad Axe, tag the National Weather Service Detroit on X, NWS Detroit, with your reports, or on Facebook as well.
The cell looking north out of Ludington now has a shelf on the backside of the storm. It's actually quite picturesque.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's got a decent base on that. Holy cow.
That's what I'm saying. Caught me off guard when I saw it.
Yes. The chat's getting spammed with the wow. Yeah, that's impressive, everyone. That's a decent base. And again, that's the storm heading up into Manistee County. So you can see what's coming your way here firsthand up there in Ludington, Michigan, heading up towards Manistee. Also, multiple of you guys are saying pea-sized hail and bad axe. So thank you guys for the report there. So not severe hail, but it's still hail nonetheless, which means it's a strong thunderstorm. Second floor, if you have no way to make friends with your downstairs neighbor, on the first floor, again, with this hail threat, as long as you're away from an external wall or exterior wall, you should be good. Just don't be near any glass. Now, when the winds kick in, it's better to be downstairs. Just be away from any walls or windows that are next to trees or from the direction that the hail is coming from, essentially. Yeah, we're not going away all night. We'll be here staying up with y'all. So Kraken energy drink will be up for a while. I don't drink energy drinks. I don't think Ryan does either, but we'll be here.
I haven't touched caffeine in
Big
forever.
severe thunderstorm warning coming in, by the way, right now. It's a very long one. Holy cow. Storm motion on that.
Lake Mason, Nuevo, Oceana. Storm motion to the northeast at 44.
It's a decent looking cell. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued the severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Newaygo. It says lake in general, but it's more like the southeast side of Lake County. Also, southeastern Mason and northeastern Oceana till 12:30 a.m. 11:45, a severe thunderstorm was located 11 miles southwest of Baldwin, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. It is quarter-sized hail is the hazard. It is radar indicated. Locations in the severe thunderstorm warning include Baldwin, Luther, Chase, Colfax, Walkerville, Nirvana, Bristol, Wolf Lake, Big Star Lake, Bitely, and Idlewild. For your protection, move to interior room away from windows, as 1-inch hail is possible with this storm. Could be wind-driven. There is no wind threat with this, just hail. So Baldwin is heading straight your way. You see the new orange box on your screen. It's heading up into your neck of the woods. As a reminder, severe thunderstorm watch is in effect, where conditions are favorable overnight tonight for the development of severe weather. Storm over there in Mason County, also getting further away from our camera in Ludington, but also closer to our camera in Manistee. And so we'll keep an eye on that as it does get closer. It might be a little bit of rain wrapped around, because we also have other cells up here in Manistee that are kind of interfering, so to speak. What do you got?
I'm trying to find it without having to manually put it in. I found it.
That's our weather camera, so it's going to be on the very left side of the screen. I maybe just barely see the edge of the shelf there, but it's very, 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 very tough to see. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has updated the severe thunderstorm warning for Mason County. It went from 1.5-inch hail to 1-inch hail, now back up to 1.5-inch hail for the storm that is now heading up into the free soil area. So it started as a strong storm, dropped to normal severe thunderstorm warning, now it's back up to 1.5-inch hail. And this is heading up towards Stronach and Oak Hill, south of Manistee, in the coming minutes. Very close to our Manistee cam that you can see there on the screen, courtesy of 6 p.m. Hospitality and Guardian Technologies. You said you had an idea you were going to run by me, Ryan. Did you send that my way?
I'm still working on it.
Okay.
If you want to hop into our editing software, I'm on page 62 of IWO. I'm almost done with it. You'll see the idea I'm doing.
It's going to crash my computer. I'm not going to do that.
No, it's not in that folder. It's in mine.
Oh. Okay.
All the way at the bottom.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you agree or do you disagree?
I'd bring the severe line a little bit further south, maybe another line of counties south.
Okay.
I know there's not a
Gotcha.
severe thunderstorm watch in effect for Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, but it's definitely possible we could see a couple isolated chances. So.
Okay.
I would also add the time that we're watching that through as well.
Yeah, I was gonna put C text or C post text. I was gonna put more details in text.
Yeah. And I'm just not getting any chat at all through my... That's fine. Through my dashboard here. Probably because the stream's been going for so long. Yeah, it's completely busted. It's fine. Again, if you're just tuning in, we have like 5 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. We're going to go ahead and go back up to our east cells right now. First and foremost, bad axe. You guys are almost through it. You still got some heavy rain moving on. Kindy is getting impacted right now. Some pea-sized to marble-sized hail. Ruth as well. And at the northernmost extent, we do have Port Crescent and Piney Bog. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I'm not even going to try. But if you're in the area, it's spelled Pinnebog. It looks like Pine Bog. Heading up towards Port Austin here at our Port Austin cam very, very soon. Also, we'll switch over to the APX radar because this is going to probably cover a lot of these different counties up here. But we got some decent hail. Very, very large hail, in fact. Just outside of Tawas City to the west. Take a 3D volumetric scan. I need to be on base reflectivity for that. Okay, so is everything just broken, or what are we doing? There we go. That hail core is up at about 28,000 feet. So that's a decent hail core right now. That is actually in the process of falling out. So directly over Chambers Road at State Highway 55, so M55. Also heading up towards Miller Road in the vicinity of Miller. And McArdle Road. Again, it's about 6 miles down the road from Tawas City at the current time. So that's going to be heading up into Iosco County. If you are in Aranac County, there's still a chunk of it still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is primarily an Iosco County threat at the current time. And we'll likely see a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in soon for the rest of Iosco County up towards Ioscoda. So if you're in Ioscoda right now and you're watching, you got some time to prepare, but I would imagine a new severe thunderstorm warning coming soon, as it doesn't show signs of slowing down at this current time. So decent hail cores there. We got some very, very large hail probably falling here in the northern Mason and Manistee County areas. Again, this one here, Manistee County is in effect till 12:30 for $half sized hail. You got Mason County also in effect for some ping pong ball sized hail, and that's just really impressive. I'm going to go ahead and switch the storm motion vector on this to 226 at 37. Change it up a little bit there. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds are also possible with a storm, and tough to tell, Ryan, but it's looking like it's trying to get an elevated supercell threat to it with this storm in free soil. You can actually see on the backside of the storm, or the southwest side of the storm, that there is a little bit of mesocyclonic rotation going on here that's a little bit elevated in nature, but that is a very large cell at this current time, and I would not be surprised if we did get an upgrade for some larger hail, perhaps, if the storm can continue on.
With this graphic I'm making, I haven't looked at radar here, so I'll jump back in just a second.
Yeah. Scott Loud and Burton in Mount Pleasant. You can see those cells actually individually. There's number 1, south of Coleman. Number 2 in Burton itself. Not severe, not expected to be severe, but we'll keep an eye on them just in case. Those are prefrontals. Also checking in on our environment. It's semi, yeah, it's definitely capped up there now. If it's minus 150 convective inhibition, so it's pretty heavily capped out there. So these cells are going to be elevated in nature. Thankfully, because again, we do have some very large looping photographs out there tonight within these cells. So yeah, these cells could take on a supercellular look very, very soon, especially these two in Baldwin and in free soil. Those are number 1 and number 2 right now, and I really, really wish they were in rapid scan for APX, because this is going to be a decent cell moving in, and 5-minute scans are just not cutting it for tracking here as this moves up into the US 10 corridor. Sorry, not the US 10, the M55 corridor from Manistee to Wellston. A decent cell.
I'll give your final write-off on this before I put it out.
What?
Do you want to give your approval on this before I put it out?
Let me look. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Here comes that new warning coming in, as mentioned, for Iosco. Absolutely needed. Another graphic to add to the party. Over there at MSC.
Already up.
Over there at MSC on Facebook. Getting spammed with warning graphics out there tonight. New information coming in. You're going to see that new orange box pop up on the screen here in just a second. But the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Alcona and eastern Iosco counties in northern Michigan until 12:45 a.m. At 11:56 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Tawas City, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at 60 and quarter-sized hail are possible with the storm, radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Wind damage to roof siding and trees also possible. This severe thunderstorm will be near East Tawas in the next 5 minutes. Au in Wordsmith's Airfield, 12:05 a.m. Oscoda, 12:10. Mikado, 12:15, and Harrisville State Park around 12:25. The severe thunderstorm warning also includes Wilbur and Sidtown. Torrential rainfall also occurring with a storm. Once again, that's 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Iosco and portions of Alcona County, northeast lower. And a special marine warning has been issued as well offshore from that cell. But that spoke too soon. That Coleman cell is starting to get its act together. And it's kind of along that line. So we'll see what comes of it. Be advised, probably some small hail now in Coleman. It's got that pink to it. And this cell is just very impressive for the Manistee County area. It's hopefully not larger than what we're seeing out there. Let's go ahead and look at correlation coefficient. Not a third by scatter spike, but still, as you can see, the reds are mixing in with the yellows, the blues, and the greens for some very large hail in this area. There's some funkiness going on with some of our base velocities in this area, so I would not be surprised if there's some damaging winds moving in down here. But we got to go over to the Grand Rapids radars. There's some severe thunderstorm warnings in the Grand Rapids zone. And these are going to be hail. I'm just looking at some of our other storms, though. Yeah, hail. Lots and lots of hail. Baldwin, you guys are going to be very, very soon here for that 1-inch hail. So every orange box you see on the screen, those are your warnings. We got 6 of them now. No brakes, all gas, as these storms continue off to the northeast here at 11:59 p.m. on April 13th. It's our last minute of April 13th, 2026. So we count down to midnight. It's not a happy new year, it's a happy new day. And we start the day with what will be 6 severe thunderstorm warnings at the same time. All counties in a severe thunderstorm warning right now are Huron, portions of northern Sanilac. You got Iosco, Aranac, Alcona. Severe thunderstorm warning has been trimmed. Oceana is no longer in it, but we still have portions of Lake in northern Newaygo, northern Mason, and Manistee counties. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different counties in a severe thunderstorm warning spread across 6 different severe thunderstorm warnings this morning. It is now midnight. Welcome to the new day. Severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped for Aranac counties. Alabaster, Whittemore, you guys are in the clear. No some more severe thunderstorm warning there. Continues for Tawas City and up towards Harrisville. It's 1-inch hail. We're going to go over to the thumb in eastern Michigan, just to take a look at these cells here. First and foremost, I know you guys are watching from Burton, you're like, holy cow, it's so thunderous out there right now, and it's just a normal little cell with maybe some small hail popping in. That's about it right now. Again, if you guys see anything different, though, let us know. Again, between Burton and Davison, right here along I-69. Nothing in effect. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for portions of Huron County. Has been trimmed back from Sanilac County, and this hail is going to be entering Grindstone City, Port Hope, and Harbor Beach in the next 5 minutes in the thumb. Again, hazard here for our thumb severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So again, the severe thunderstorm watch is in effect till 5 a.m. Means conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to develop overnight across central lower Michigan. Go back up to the north. Still some very impressive cells, and I believe we're going to get a third body scatter spike now from some of these. And we have a very impressive one now, Ryan, for this Baldwin cell in Lake County, which again has already been hit by some decent hail already this year. As a reminder, this Lake County cell is for 1-inch hail, and we're now seeing a correlation coefficient. It's very, very indicative of some very large hail falling here, just near Baldwin. And if you're in Baldwin right now, you should be away. Wow. I took a weird slice out of this storm, but GR2 is saying that this could be a hail core of 2 inches. I'm going to go ahead and switch my source here for our volumetric scan, if it lets me. That's annoying. No volumetric scan. All right, that's fine. All right. Well, I can't show you guys the 3D slice of the storm, but this is very impressive. Again, when we see these cells, the colors get from pinks to the grays to the blacks. They usually assign some very, very large raindrops. Again, I mentioned it about 3 times in the stream now. So I'm going to mention it for the 4th time. These rain droplets are about the size of your palm. And again, those get lofted up in those updrafts so far up, and it freezes so quickly. On top of the fact that you have so much positive buoyancy out there tonight, those hailstones continue to accumulate hail and rime, and eventually they become heavy enough to fall out. And so that's why we're allowing some of these cells tonight to get up towards 2 inches in diameter, which you've already seen in Portland, Michigan earlier tonight, and that was down by Lansing. So very, very impressive cell. And again, the third body scatter spike is all of this blue on the back end of the storm. It's usually when the radar beam is getting refracted off in every different direction due to the fact that the hail is so large. So upgrade to the warning potentially. It just depends on how this cell continues to move over the next couple minutes. But Baldwin, you absolutely should be away from any windows. Same goes for this very strong thunderstorm that's up here in the U.S. or the M55 corridor from Wellston to Manistee. A bunch of different little cells also popping up from Thompsonville over to Buckley and Leasick and down towards Harrietta.
That post just went live.
I saw a notification come through there. Friend up by Baldwin, he said he's getting quarter-size hail. Thank you for that report. Again, if you guys have photos, please send those in ASAP. Send them to the National Weather Service, your local National Weather Service first. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the jurisdiction boundaries here. And this goes for a bunch of our different warnings. So this little tan line you see that separates all of these jurisdictions is the National Weather Service boundary line. So right now, Mason County, your severe thunderstorm warning has expired. So you guys are good there, even though there's some decent downpours ongoing. If you are in Lake County right now, Baldwin area along M37, that is going to be National Weather Service Grand Rapids. That is your jurisdiction all the way up there. You go north of that line, so you go to Manistee, Wexford, Missaukee County, National Weather Service Gaylord. Feel free to tag them in your reports there. Again, X is going to be the #1 spot. Otherwise, Facebook can tag them pretty easily as well. Also, if you're over in Iosco County right now, where that hail's moving through the Tawas City and Oscoda region over towards the airport, your National Weather Service office is National Weather Service Gaylord. If you are in Huron County right now, along Port Austin, Port Hope, down towards Harbor Beach, where we have some 1-inch hail trying to fall, in the M25 corridor, you guys have National Weather Service Detroit Pontiac. So a bunch of different jurisdictions. You can see the boundaries on them all. Again, you can see down here, Bering, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, Hillsdale counties at the bottom of the screen. That is National Weather Service Northern Indiana. But right now, nothing going on down there. It's every other National Weather Service in Michigan besides National Weather Service Marquette. So again, it's a very impressive cell for Baldwin. National Weather Service Grand Rapids has continued the severe thunderstorm warning. They kept it at 1-inch hail possible for the storm in Lake County. They've canceled it for the Newaygo portion until 12:30 a.m. Probability of severe hail is 100%. Sorry, 97.6% in that little pixel there, about 3 miles south of Baldwin. It's only a place marker, though. Storm top right now, cloud top's up there about 36,000 feet. So not as rooted in the atmosphere as some of our cells that were on Lake Michigan that were reaching up towards 50,000 feet. But the hail core goes up all the way to 25,000 feet. So that's a decent looking hail core right now. And again, if you are in Baldwin, this is where you're at. And Chase and Luther all up next. Also Nirvana. And I'm not really seeing any other cities in the area. Eventually going to be heading towards Reed City and Olivers if it continues off to the east. But it does say we're moving off to the northeast. Northeast at 45, so probably more north of Reed City. But that means Leroy and Tustin. You also have to be watching out for the cell later. DBZ values right now are peaking at about 72. Usually, if anything, for some large hail, we're looking for values of 60 to 65, 70 to 72, and 73 even on here is wild, to say the least. But again, that's also up at 5,700 feet, so it's about a mile and a quarter above the ground. So keep an eye on it. And you guys need the ground truth is awesome. So if you guys know, or you're seeing the large hail out there, you should be sending it in our way. Building an arc now, honestly. Yes, we'll be live for the storms tomorrow. Again, our policy here, if you're brand new to Michigan Storm Chasers, first and foremost, absolutely welcome to the channel. We appreciate you guys for finding us and hitting that follow button for the first time if you're new here. Our policy is we're live from beginning to end for all severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in the state. So much so that we have not missed covering a single warning like that in over 2 1/3 years now. So again, we started doing these live streams full time in 2024, and really since the start of 2024, we haven't missed a single warning at all. And again, that's the truth. You can go back and watch all of our live streams on our YouTube page if you do insist, but every single warning is about 725 or 750 in a row now that we've covered live from beginning to end. And Ryan remembers some of those being Isle Royale up on the Upper Peninsula.
Yes. That's
So
what I do.
even the ones that are, affecting population 0 will still be live for you guys. So definitely tune in tomorrow. We'll be live for tomorrow's action here across the state of Michigan. But right now, it's tonight. It's Monday night, and we got scenario number 1 playing out right now, where we got our first line of severe thunderstorms moving in. We already had the appetizer, which was a cluster of cells that moved in across southwest Michigan, and they kind of split. We had a pocket of winds move over to the east side of the state in the Metro Detroit region. Outflow boundary pulsed off and moved straight north. And in fact, the outflow boundary, it's crazy to see what an outflow boundary can do in its full capacity, I guess, because that outflow boundary is now responsible for the storms that are all the way up in Oscoda, Michigan on Lake Huron. That formed off an outflow boundary from the initial storm that was way back in Berry County. So that storm has gone for quite some time. In fact, that's like 7 or 8 counties straight over the last couple hours here, from Berry to Ionia to Clinton to Gratiot to Saginaw to Bay, Tuscola, Huron, and it's split over towards Aranac and Iosco County. So quite the journey for that outflow boundary tonight, and it's going to be kind of meshed into the secondary system that's moving in from the northwest, as you can see right now, moving in across Lake Michigan. And it looks like it's trying to speed up in terms of the jet. It's getting that look to it.
Hey, Joel.
What's up?
We have a Lapeer cell that's isolated by itself, heading right for the new camera. There is a lone deer just sitting out in that grass, not doing anything.
He's laying down.
Yes, he is. Also lightning off in the distance.
Ryan, leave the deer alone. Yeah, they're sheltering from the storm. Hailcorn now crossing over US 10. US 10 at Nelson Road. Also, if we go up to the Gaylord radar, see a couple of the severe thunderstorm warnings up there. Good news, Huron County, you're good. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled there for Huron County, so feel free to take a break, take a nice little power snooze. We got more storms coming in later tonight. Severe thunderstorm watch still remains in effect through 5 a.m. But if you need to hop off for now, we totally understand. We're going to continue our live coverage. We are now in hour 6.5 here at Michigan Storm Chasers for our April 13th coverage, now into April 14th, 2026. Are we delirious? Sometimes. But this is what we're here to do. We got to keep you guys covered from beginning to end, and that is what we're going to do. So, right now, if you are in Iosco County, specifically Oscoda and at the airport, this is going to be your 1-inch hail. Also, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts mixing in. If you take a look at velocity, goodness gracious, Ryan, we're going to have to take a break just for our English.
English, it's hard at this point.
Yeah.
Ooh, take my camera.
There's not a whole lot
camera.
going on for the winds up there. And once again, Ryan zooming in on a deer. Lexi in chat says, "Oh dear."
Oh dear, that's correct.
We're going back to the Iosco County cell. You guys have not really much in terms of wind. It is just a hail threat. It's tough to tell where exactly without correlation coefficient being much of a help. Go check out VIL. It looks like it's more offshore now more than anything. That does line up with the heavier pinks and even some light grays that are showing up on our base reflectivity. If you are to the north of Gaylord, bad news. There is a lot of rain moving in. This is, this is just hours straight of downpours across an already saturated region. I would not be surprised if we do get another couple flood warnings or flash flood warnings here with some of the localized pockets of heavy thunderstorms. Again, this is just not an overall good situation to be in if you're up here to the north tonight in these low-lying areas that are completely flooded. So, again, severe weather in terms of severe thunderstorms, not as much of a chance, but the flooding is definitely a concern. Anywhere you see these reds and oranges on radar, that's your moderate to heavy downpouring rain. And some of these rainfall rates are over 1 inch per hour. If they can stay consistent over multiple hours in your area, I mean, do the math. That's 3, maybe 4 inches in just an overnight period. And a reminder, this rain is just Monday night. We also have Tuesday night. We also have Wednesday afternoon. There's a lot of rain still moving in for portions of Michigan. So, unfortunately, this is not a good look for northern Michigan tonight. Do be prepared if you are living in a low-lying area that's already kind of seeing flooding. More is likely to move in tonight. Ryan, you looked like you were in disgust. Do you have something to say?
I do not.
Okay. Any chances that we'll be doing a balloon launch tomorrow? There's a high possibility that we will. Location TBD. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Manistee County till 12:30 a.m. So about 14 more minutes on that. Down here to the south, you got Lake County still. That's in effect until 12:30 as well. So another 14 minutes on that one. The Iosco, Alcona County cell in effect till 12:45 a.m. So the next 15 to 30 minutes, maybe we'll get a break, but I highly doubt it. We're likely going to see a new warning coming in, I would imagine, very shortly for Osceola County. So Tustin, Leroy, and perhaps Reed City, as this hail core continues to impress overall on both the Gaylord radar and the Grand Rapids radar in terms of a hail core. As a reminder, hail severity starts at 1 inch in diameter, so that's quarter size. So think of the quarters, your coins. You get below that, you get to nickel-sized hail. That is sub-severe. It's still pretty decent-sized hail, but it's not severe by technicality. So 1-inch hail is your borderline for hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds is your borderline for severe winds. And again, overnight tonight, you saw it in the severe thunderstorm watch text. Winds up to 70 miles per hour possible. I would not be surprised with a low-level jet kicking in later tonight. We could see some wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour, and that would line up with our hatching forecast that we actually put out earlier today across this portion of the state. toughest location to actually get storms overnight is probably going to be down here south of 96. If you guys just saw our graphic posted to Facebook, we kind of highlighted the threats overnight. Again, this line of storms, in my opinion, has slowed down significantly. And so by the time this line of storms moves through the 96 corridor, we're likely not going to see much in terms of severity down that way, which is why the severe thunderstorm watch right now is in effect for places along and north of Grand Rapids and north of Lansing. So we're a little bit generous in terms of bringing it a little bit further south, but it does appear that the majority of our severe tonight is going to stay north of 96. So that matches up perfectly with the severe thunderstorm watch. Again, in effect till 5 a.m. here on now Tuesday, April 14th. Cadillac splitting the gap. It is a possibility. It's as it stands, current storm motion, I would say yes, but things can fill in. If you're just tuning in, you're tuning in from Huron County specifically. Your warning has expired. If you guys are anywhere in the thumb right now and you guys are hearing thunder, that's for the cell that's in Lapeer. Current time, nothing strong. Or nothing severe, but it certainly does look like it's strong. So keep an eye on it. This storm near Beaverton also does have a decent hail core on it. Directly over Dale Road at Wagner Road. And Shock Road near Giddon Road. So the thunderstorm warning has been maintained and it's been trimmed back for this still very impressive looking cell here in Lake County. This hail core is still up at 25,000 feet. It's kind of just hanging out there. And there is a third body scatter spike still on this severe thunderstorm. Haley in chat says Beaverton is nuts. Let us know how nuts. Yeah, thumb is good for now. Possible later tonight. Looking at CC for our cell that's in the Calava area, not as confident of hail being actually occurring there. There are still a lot of vertically integrated liquid cells that are kind of just popped up everywhere, but our main threat right now is going to clearly be this cell that's down by Chase. And it only has 1 inch hail on it. Kind of playing the wait and see game for some of our radar scans. It's unfortunate that we're not in a speedy scan here, but good news for the Iosco region. National Weather Service believes that the storm has fallen below severe limits, and so that is the removal of a severe thunderstorm warning for Iosco and Elkona. So no severe warnings there, but still a strong thunderstorm heading up that way. New severe thunderstorm warning just popped in on the screen. And here we go. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Clare and northern Osceola in central Michigan until 1:15 a.m. At 12:22, a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles southeast of Luther, or 12 miles east of Baldwin. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail, radar indicated. Locations impacted in this severe thunderstorm warning include Marion Highland, Leroy, Tustin, Sunrise Lake, Avondale, Rose Lake, Dighton, Ashton. This is 1-inch hail and winds less than 50 as this moves into Osceola and far northwestern Clare counties. I know Annie was trying to speak on radio. Did you catch what she was trying to say?
My reader's been off. I didn't think we had chasers out.
Annie, are you out there tonight? Radio silence.
She replied, nothing came through.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing.
Annie, if you're talking, nothing's coming through.
Looking at this from the Grand Rapids radar, you can go street by street. 8th Street at Hawkins Road for this new severe thunderstorm warning. Also, very close to Oakwood Trail and Deer Lake Road. It's about a mile from the county line. Some of it is leaking into Osceola County right now. And cell is, it's impressive, but it is starting to kind of get ingested into the rest of the line, so it might start to lose some of its oomph and power. Still a good downpour with it, nonetheless, and a lot of lightning out there tonight. So make sure that you are inside, away from things that could end up being a conductor for electricity. So don't pull a Midwestern dad. Tonight's not the night to do that. It's dark outside. You're not going to see anything. You're going to see lightning. You're not going to see the storm coming. So please be inside. We also have the Gladwin County cell that is not severe. Beaverton Gladwin does have a supercellular look to it, but there's no statement and no warning on it. Could be a decent hail core, but still just going to monitor it at the current time. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect up here as well in the Calava area. The cell itself is kind of just discombobulated everywhere. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the Gaylord radar because I believe there's a little bit of pocket of wind in the Kingsley area. And there is. Also in the Calava area. There could easily be an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning, but as to where, that is a good guess because this is probably the most congested set of cells I've seen in a long time here across northwest lower Michigan. We obviously had a couple weeks ago in the same area, but to this extent, I don't think it's been this overpowered in terms of precipitation. So this is definitely a flash flooding threat up here in the Traverse City and Kingsley area tonight. Ryan, I don't know if you want to add on to that, but it's pretty impressive rainfall rates that we're seeing so far.
Yeah, and I just put a post out a few minutes ago regarding flash flooding risk across northern lower. With this rain, we're going to see renewed river rises and potential additional dam issues.
Mm-hmm.
So I would expect at least a generalized 1 to 2 inches of rain. Wouldn't be shocked to see localized higher amounts possible. Joel, restart your chat again. I reset something on the back-end software and may have fixed it. Cross fingers. Hope.
Let's find out. So it should be all of the platforms coming through?
Should be.
Oh.
Yay!
Sweet. Even though it still says error, it looks like I'm still getting the chats now, so that's good.
Yep.
what's kind of going with that Osceola County cell? A lot of hail. If you're in Leroy and Tustin, please be advised. This could be some maybe larger than 1 inch hail. We don't know for certain. Again, if any of this is making its way to the ground, but it's some very impressive DBZ values that we're seeing on radar here. So if you are in between Leroy and Baldwin, just north of Chase, let us know what you're seeing if you're watching out there tonight. Or if you know anybody in the area, feel free to like and share, showing you care. Send this stream their way so that way we can kind of gather some information and then toss those weather reports over to the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. But right now it's just a hail threat for this storm in the Osceola County, Lake County region, with some torrential downpours and a frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. It's a loud night out there. Nonetheless, it's going to feel like summer for the next couple days, especially in the Lower Peninsula. But with the summer-like conditions, we also have severe to worry about. I'm going to go ahead and pop in my headphones. Stand by.
Joel will be jamming to music shortly.
Nah. They would come through on here. All right. All right, speak now, Ryan.
Speak.
Perfect.
I have a question from Haley in chat. I thought the storms were supposed to go to the south, not northeast. They are moving north-northeast currently, but they will begin to drop south as the night goes on.
Yeah, I could take Green Bay's radar back here. That's what we need to be concerned about right there, is that little bow, which, as you can see right now, is trailing up to the east a little bit, almost due east. But with time tonight, this segment will make its way to the south. This is going to be quite the flooding threat tonight, especially if these train over the same areas. You can already see flash flood warnings in effect all across the Green Bay area in these green boxes. And again, if these train more east than southeast, it's going to be a long night across central Michigan. But anywhere where you guys see these little bows, it looks like a little boomerang within the line, that's going to be where your apex of the winds are the strongest. So you see one moving into Manistee right now. In fact, there's probably going to be a lot of lightning moving in with that one. You also have number 2 back here towards Matawit in Wisconsin. And maybe back here towards the Linden Station area in Wisconsin. That could be another Boeing segment later tonight. So you see it's like boom, 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 all up and down this line. It's a very impressive line of storms, but at the current time, this line does look intimidating, but a lot of these winds are not making it down to the surface. So it's just a lot of heavy rain at the current time. It's good news and bad news because, again, good news, we don't want severe winds. We don't want severe hail. Bad news is it's a lot of rain. So it's kind of a win-lose tonight, or lose-lose if it's severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings, which is likely to occur with this line. We have a nice shear line over here on the other side of the lake, heading towards Sheboygan, Wisconsin, spelled with an S and not a C. So we'll have to watch that as that continues to track pretty much due east, slightly southeast. It'll be heading towards Mason, Oceana County within the next couple hours. Getting a report from our severe thunderstorm warning post that was made 46 minutes ago from Katie in Baldwin of hail covering the ground. A lot of the hailstones look to be about 0.5 to 0.75 inches in diameter, but it is covering the ground completely there. It looks like snow. Thank you for that report. Got Dan in chat here saying marble-sized hail south of Baldwin. Thank you there. Also see Steph. No comment on location, but it was under the post about Ludington sharing a handful of around quarter-sized hail in their hands. So it's awesome that we get to see that from you guys. So again, if you can, we do appreciate the hail reports, but if you guys can send it in with like a coin or a ruler, that would be just great because then we can kind of eyeball it better because everyone's hands are ultimately different sizes. So yeah, we are chugging along here. Got more hail moving into Osceola County right now. The severe thunderstorm warning for Manistee County has been dropped, and at the current time, we just have one severe thunderstorm warning left, Ryan.
Maybe we get to restart the stream soon, or get a break.
I don't know. We'll find out. This storm, though, in Osceola County is still very impressive, in my opinion. I don't see it stopping anytime soon. It's isolated in nature. And so we'll have to see what happens. I see a couple of comments on our page just like not knowing the difference between a watch and a warning. So as a reminder, if you guys are watching right now and you don't know the difference, a severe thunderstorm watch means the conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to develop. They're not technically they're not necessarily happening at that moment. Whereas a severe thunderstorm warning means that the conditions have come together and are now occurring. So which analogy should we break out here? The taco one? That actually might be an important warning, Ryan, before I tune in here. We got a flash flood warning now, and this is going to be the Charlevoix Dam. So we'll have to wait and see what the box says, but I don't even have it on my screen yet. Oh, sorry, no, that is different county. My bad. I was thinking of Sheboygan. Charlevoix is totally different. We got flash flood warning. This is going to be for Antrim till 5:30 in the morning. 1 to 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional amounts of 1.5 to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area, with locally higher amounts up to 2 inches or more possible. So they're expecting upwards of 3 to 4 inches by the time it's all said and done tonight here across northern Michigan in that flash flood warning for downtown Charlevoix. That's a lot of rain. Again, this is going to be in effect till 5:30 a.m. It's again Antrim County, northwestern Antrim, and south central Charlevoix County, and southern Emmett County in Michigan. They saw that box just pop up on the screen, that green box, in effect till 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Not Sheboygan, Charlevoix. I messed up my C cities. I will apologize for that. Oh no, we have lost a YouTube chat again, I think. It's not loading on my software, Ryan. That's okay. It's a good thing I have it open in the background. But back to the analogy about the warnings, the watches versus the warnings. We do have a decent hail core still moving up towards Tustin and Leroy. Think of tacos, taco watch. The ingredients are on the table for tacos to be made. Taco warning. The ingredients have been put together in a tortilla shell, and tacos are being devoured. Atmosphere works in the same way, so. I'm in Ogama County and assume the storm over Leroy is heading my way in near when. Ogama, it's way. Over there. It's about 2 counties away. If it can stay together, I would be honestly watching out for the cell a little bit further south. And Gladwin County has a decent core on it too. A decent wind as well, and a little bit of a scatter spike on the backside of it. So, with cloud bases stretching up to near 37,000 feet, that could take off pretty quickly. You could see a statement or a warning very soon for that cell. It's about further to your south versus the one that's further to your west. Addie says they have ankle-deep water in Elmira. It's very unfortunate to hear. We were definitely thinking about you guys up there in northern Michigan. And unfortunately, more rain moving in right now as we speak. You can see there's Elmira right there, just south of Boyne Falls, and you have these heavy bands of rain that are continuing to move in. And all of this rain up here in the Benzie, Grand Traverse, and Wexford County regions, that's all also moving up to the northeast as well. Severe thunderstorm watch goes pretty far north. So Beulah, Grand Traverse, Kalkaska, and Crawford counties. And then it kind of angles down to Ogemaw and Aranac counties. Those are all the counties in the severe thunderstorm watch in the northern extent. If you're in Oscoda, Iosco, and Elkona County, you guys have had severe thunderstorm warnings, but you are not in a severe thunderstorm watch. This complex off to the west is believed to, by the time it gets over to that side of the state, it'll start to dip a little bit to the south. Oh, but if you're in downtown Leroy, let us know what you're seeing in terms of hail right now. It's still a decent core on it. Unfortunately, we're only getting scans every 5 to 6 minutes now. Good thing Taco Bell is open late. In that case, MSC may have to issue a severe taco warning. You guys are just killing it in chat tonight. Ryan.
Absolutely wild.
Chiming in. What you working on back there? Huh? I can't hear you.
Can't say for sure just yet.
Oh, that's a secret.
It's private.
Got it. I'm going to go down to the Grand Rapids radar because we also have a lot of other showers starting to pop up. We have, in fact, a couple downpours in the Grand Rapids area. Nothing concerning there. More prefrontal cells in Mason and Oceana County and offshore Lake Michigan west of Pentwater. Gladwin County cell still looks impressive to me. I just have a cluster over here in Lapeer in northern Macomb and western St. Clair counties. Not strong, but just definitely a decent rumble of thunder. But only one severe warning, and that is Osceola County. Leroy and Tustin. The hail core right now for you guys is at Rose Lake Road and Mackinac Trail. Also at North 170th, where Rose Lake Road crosses over. We have also a decent area here around a lake, I believe, just to the northeast of Leroy and southwest of Dighton. It's Rose Lake itself on Rose Lake Road. So a big old lake there, a lot of houses. If you are up there right now, I could have some 1-inch hail falling, maybe a little bit larger, but the warning does denote 1 inch in diameter. Winds less than 50. Issued by Thomas. Shout out, Thomas. Ryan and I know who that is. Last name.
I'm confused.
Aaron's like, what? Last name Thomas? One of our friends at the National Weather Service office?
Yes.
Yeah. Issuing the severe thunderstorm warning up there. That severe thunderstorm warning is now over 170th at Rose Lake. Next up, 19 Mile and 160th, probably right now. Also Marion Road at Gregg. And 21 Mile near Center Lake Road and 150th Avenue. So it's creeping up towards the Missaukee County region. McBain would be on deck, as well as Marion. No warning right now for Missaukee County, but it is heading your way. Be advised. Some gusty winds from the Grand Rapids radar. We'll go check the Gaylord radar. It's a little too far away. Possible. Oh boy, just only negative thing is just so far away from the radar. 239 at 39 knots is storm motion. I'll change that. GR2 still depicting 1-inch hail falling here. Probability of large hail actually is 100% right over downtown Leroy. So Leroy, if you're there and watching us right now, hello. Welcome in. And what are you guys seeing at the surface? Because this is quite the pocket here, as you can see on the screen. Tyler says Ryan's probably watching the deer. He's definitely hard at work, guys, for sure. Check out that third body scatter spike, Ryan. Core's up at 25,000 feet for sure. That's actually a pretty wide core. Hail and wind in Beaverton. It's all over now. Thank you for that report. Part 2 of the stream coming soon. That's the plan. Again, we're now in hour 7. If we can get a temporary break here where these warnings completely are done, we will do so. Unfortunately, it looks like there's another hail core starting to pop up here, and yes, there is. Just south of Scottville and Walhalla, north of Walkerville. So kind of training over the same areas, heading towards Lake County again. Starting to get its act together. The ZDR radar, it's meager at best, but it's continuing to grow upscale as this continues down towards the US 10 corridor between Walhalla and Baldwin. So keep an eye on that. So far, no warning there. Gladwin County cell still tremendous downpour there with some pea-sized hail mixing in. Over to the east, you guys are good for now. Make sure you have ways to receive warning, especially later tonight and, well, I should say later this morning. It is 12:46 now. So be advised. Y'all are still here. I admire the commitment, but are y'all in a safe spot? Yes, we are. I do have a basement at my place. I'm more over in West Michigan. Ryan will be fine as well. I think he's solid for the evening. He shouldn't be affected by the severe weather. But yeah, we'll be all right. And if one of us has to take shelter, the other will for sure take over. But most of the severe weather for us, for both Ryan and I here at MSC, should stay to the north of us tonight. Again, it'll impact us later this morning, but it won't be necessarily severe during that time. It'll just be a nice downpour. So it'll be nice, but no severe for here, especially in the Grand Rapids area. Again, it's still a possibility for the Grand Rapids area. It's going to just take a lot of oomph to keep it going, essentially. Yeah, definitely starting to get its act together a little bit more now over here in Wisconsin. It's got an outflow boundary. Base velocity, yeah, there's your main jet. Yeah, this could be a little bit further south. It was moving more northeast, but this back end jet over here in Baraboo, Wisconsin, that, if it continues straight to the east, would take it right down 96 through Grand Rapids very early tomorrow morning, probably around 3 to 4 hours from now, I would imagine. It's got a long ways to go, but this is going to pick up It's going to pick up speed probably pretty quickly as these winds gust out. So we'll keep an eye on it. Time will tell. And we have yet another special marine warning for the waters offshore of Mason and Oceana County for 34 knots of wind or greater and very large hail. And that is due to a cluster of cells that are moving in towards Manistee and Pentwater at the current time. There we go. I am getting our thumbnail ready for our part 2 coverage here, because if this warning goes off, which I would expect an extension here very shortly for this cell. Latest scan, oh my goodness, 2-inch pixel popping up here for about 7 miles outside of Tustin to the east. That's impressive. Correlation coefficient, that scatter spike is just the longest thing I've ever seen. It's all the way down towards Leroy and Reed City, so that's, it's reflecting out a ways away from the cell. So don't take this very lightly, but again, if you are in rural portions of northern Osceola County, you should be away from any glass if possible. That's a very strong thunderstorm. But at the same time, we are looking for verification. Now, a lot of travelers do take M115, but I advise you guys, if you're traveling from Cadillac down here towards Marion, this is going to be a storm you do not want to interact with. So wait it out. Stay away from the storm before you drive into the hail, and that would not be good. Unless you're a storm chaser and you have a hail guard. But we don't have many of those in Michigan, so. Severe thunderstorm warning continues. Hail of 1 inch in diameter for Clare and Osceola is what they're going to go and roll with here.
I am officially back. Gosh darn it.
This is the first time you've spoken like 10 minutes, and it's right when a warning pops in.
I'll take the blame. It's my fault. Missaukee County.
Yep. Yes. So the National Weather Service in Gaylord has issued this new severe thunderstorm warning in Missaukee County until 1:30 a.m. At 12:50 a.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lucas, or 9 miles southeast of Cadillac, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, and wind damage to roof siding and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near McBain and Lucas around 12:55 a.m. It's a little bit generous. I would say probably closer to 1. Falmouth and Vogel Center also around 1. Lake City, 105, and Moddersville around 110. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning include Stittsville and Merritt. That has a lot of T's in it. For your protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of a building. I thought it was the S word for a second. That would have been a catastrophe if I read that off with an H instead of a T. Oh boy. But again, that is Stittsville and Merritt, along with all those other cities I just read off, for Missaukee County in north central lower Michigan. It's a very impressive cell heading up towards Lake City and Moddersville. So we'll go ahead and take it back to the Grand Rapids radar. Rain continues to fill in here across the West Michigan region. It's just some normal showers, but it is showing signs that the atmosphere is moistening up a little bit. The hail core right now is on 22 Mile Road at 120th. It's also pretty much on M115, as I mentioned here. Near M115, it's going to be crossing M115 near 22 Mile and 110th Avenue. And there's not really much else to say other than the latest update does say is now over 115. Now up towards 23 Mile and 100th, as well as 100th at Himba Road and 90th Avenue. What's up?
Is my screen still shared? It is. Big shelf cloud pushing into Liddington.
Oh, wow. Liddington with the impressive structure as always. Oh, man, that's cool. Cue the wows in chat.
Oh, you guys are wild.
Sheldon says 1-inch hail in Baldwin. That must have been from earlier. There's no storms in Baldwin right now. Traverse City right now, no severe storms up there, just a lot of rain. Yeah, that's quite the shelf. You guys aren't catching a break tonight. That's true.
No, we're really not.
Every time there's a warning that comes in, and then it tries to expire, and a new one comes in. Go ahead.
I believe Facebook, our stream there may cut off in about 45 minutes. So we'll have to likely shut that off manually and restart it between now and 1:30 or so.
That's fine. Manistee is going crazy, says Raven. We do have a camera there in Manistee. It's probably just getting drenched in rain at the current time.
I've been watching that for the past 10 or 15 minutes, and it's just constant lightning, and it was heavy rain, so I moved it down to here because it wasn't really doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still a third body scatter spike on this cell. We are looking for any hail reports you guys have up here in rural Osceola County. You guys could be the make or break difference between any hail reports coming in tonight, especially as this heads into McBain. I know McBain's decently populated. I know we have a couple of you guys watching from McBain tonight, so this is on your doorstep. It's about 3 to 5 minutes away right now. Getting around 1 a.m. it should be moving in. And again, this could very well be larger than a 1 inch in diameter, which I have experience with 1.75 inch hail, and that does some dents to your vehicle. So if you have time with these hailers tonight, make sure to bring your car inside, or at least cover it up with like a tarp or any other valuables you have outside that may not fare well in hail damage. Just some friendly advice, of course. Again, this will be heading up towards McBain and Falmouth in this new severe thunderstorm warning. First up, later Mottersville and Lake City. If you're over here in Wexford County, Boone, up towards Manton, Kingsley, Fife Lake, and South Boardman, a lot of heavy rain moving through at the current time. Not a whole lot in terms of hail, it's just more of a downpour. This extends all the way up into Traverse City, Elk Rapids, Kalkaska, Mansalona. And again, we could see more flood products come out, including the addition of flash flood warnings, which this northeast movement on this cluster here, Ryan, it could be one for the Traverse City region or just outside. In addition to that, we do have a lot of stratiform rain. It's also off to the west here across Lake Michigan. That is just going to continue to pound this region throughout the overnight hours tonight. And so it's just not going to be a good sign up there. I would imagine a couple of flash flood warnings would probably pop up besides the one that's already come in for Charlevoix.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would expect a lot more flash flood warnings to be issued between now and sunrise.
Cells is starting to get ingested into the line as well, which may choke it off a little bit. But look what just popped up to the south of that. That Tustin to Leroy band. It looks like a wishbone now. And guess who's in the middle of it? Downtown Cadillac. You guys are surrounded by hail-producing cells. Rain intensity starting to pick up as well in Baldwin. It's back in Lake County. Also still continuing to monitor the situation over here in Aranet County. It's a nice heavy thunderstorm and has shown signs of perhaps strong hail, but not severe, according to radar data. But there's no statements or warnings currently in effect. Take a look back at the shelf cloud. It looks like it's kind of moved a little bit off screen or fallen apart. Still an impressive light show out there, and I can see a lot of lightning out there to the north. You may also check radar once again to these cells to the south of Ludington. Not that impressive. But there are cells on our other JC mini golf cam. Again, also shout out again to JC's mini golf for providing these camera views. Definitely a huge help. It's getting exhausting, Ryan. It's like, it's only 1 a.m.
We have 6 more hours to go.
Yeah.
The page may be empty tomorrow, Joel, while you and I rest and recharge.
That's fine. Or is it? Because Sal's going to be popping up tomorrow. At some point, I will be making severe weather forecasts for the next 2 days. Some point over the next couple hours here, so.
We're hoping that we can clear out some warnings here. I think if we do, for some reason, get no warnings, we should definitely end it. That way we restart the timer on our stream as well.
Right.
I think YouTube has that either 10 or 12 hour limit as well. So we're probably going to hit that if we keep going. So any chance we get, even if we think there might be more severe weather, we're probably going to take it to just to restart the stream by itself. If we don't have to go back live, cool. But we just need to do that just to make sure we don't hit our limits on streaming on YouTube and Facebook.
Platform limitations, everybody.
Indeed.
As we've noticed over the last couple of years, there's limitations to everything, and including how long it can stay live. Well, theoretically, on YouTube you can stay live forever. It's just, I think after that, don't quote me on this, I think you're right with the 12-hour mark. I think it starts rewriting footage. But I can't say for certain. I thought it was 24 hours where it starts rewriting footage.
It's 12 hours.
It is 12? Okay. What areas in Michigan are highest risk for tornadoes tomorrow? Says Maddie Smith, verified follower here, or verified account here on YouTube. Really anywhere south of US 10 tomorrow. It's going to be kind of the same area, just a little bit further south. And it's going to be an all hazards risk tomorrow. It's kind of the big day of the days this week. So just be advised, anywhere in Michigan tomorrow, especially south of US 10, is going to be at highest risk for an all hazards risk. No problem. Happy to help. Prompted says 12 hours is max. Okay, just clarifying. I trust you, Ryan. If I had to get backup. Other
You
opinions.
trust me, but there's a but.
Yeah, sorry. I swear it was like 18 or 24 hours though. That's why I was like questioning it. Cadillac, that wishbone is now, that second stem of the wishbone is now in Cadillac. Heavy rain, and I know I saw a couple comments in here that are watching from Cadillac. Welcome in. You guys got some heavy rain, perhaps some small hail. Let us know. And the cell that is severe warned is now in downtown McBain. Falmouth up next for some severe hail. We had a couple of new members here. I think I said some of them already, but if I did say Suzanne and Steve, but also welcome Killjoy, Jess, and is it Ijo or Eljo to the team as EF0 members. Appreciate your support. Hope to see you around here more often. And over here on YouTube, it's always awesome if you hit like and share, but always becoming a paid member is something that is optional. And if you guys have done so tonight, we appreciate you guys very, very much. Helps keep these streams going 8 hours into the night like we do. Right, Ryan?
Yeah, it does.
No problem.
Trying to keep up to date with everything behind the scenes.
It's a lot. It seems like a lot as well because there's a lot of red out there. But at the same time, we're kind of blessed with only one severe warning at the current time. Technically two, but it's the same cell. And we're likely going to see this Osceola, Clare County warning pop off soon. But again, this is McBain and Falmouth, specifically in Missaukee County. It's the only warning in the state. Other cells are popping up everywhere. But anything that is severe right now is going to be occurring within the cell in Missaukee County. Christy says bigger pieces in Cadillac now. Falmouth is actually... What is with these silent letters? I swear. Falmouth. Like Frankenmuth. That's how it's actually pronounced according to chat here. I hope you guys aren't throwing us for a loop.
We're about to find out for sure.
Yeah.
We trust you, but...
But... Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Maria. We're just a couple chill dudes, I guess you could say. We're always, especially with these after-hours streams, it gets, pretty relaxed. And even with the warnings out there, I mean, ultimately, if you guys know your safe location when a warning's issued, you guys are going to be 10 times more safe than anyone that does not have a severe weather plan in place. So, and as long as you're watching our coverage here, you can always kind of see where the warnings are at. So right now, if you know you're in McBain and Falmouth, not Falmouth, that is where the only severe weather is currently ongoing, and it's wind-driven hail at the current time. AR says hearing hail hitting the windows now in Cadillac. It's also short-lived, for sure.
Joel?
Yes?
We don't have a pronunciation off of the pronunciation guide.
All right. So we're going to go with Falmouth until someone else says it's not that.
F-A-L and then mouth, right?
Yes, but the O is silent.
Yeah. There's nothing on the pronunciation guide, which is crazy considering.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, there's so many pronunciations now rolling in. I don't even know, guys. I don't know. This pronunciation, guys, you guys are giving me. It's I see Falmouth. It's crazy. I'm at this point. I might as well revert back to Falmouth because that's what it looks like. So, some people are saying that locals call it like myth, M-I-T-H. So.
It could be this way, it could be that way. We're never going to know.
Emily is correct. It's F-A-L-M-U-T-H, not F-A-L-M-O-O-T-H. See, there's the problem there. Is they pronounce the exact same, in my opinion. M-U-T-H and M-O-O-T-H. I mean, what's the difference? Muth, or is it Muth?
I would say Muth.
Okay, Daniel's saying it's Falmouth. Falmith. Excuse me. Just wanted to say I appreciate your Facebook forecasts and that they're not AR generated / written, so much more authentic and trustworthy than some of the other weather pages that come across my feed. Thank you very much, Maddie. Appreciate that. Definitely are always going to be your number one source here in the state of Michigan as long as we are around. Stop. Cadillac equals cattle tracks. What are we doing, guys? Now we're just making up stuff.
We've hit the official late night crew hours.
This is absolutely late night at MSC. If you guys have never been part of MSC late night before, welcome. This is what it's all about. We're watching storms and having a good time, just chilling, making sure you guys are safe, while also telling you guys it's also going to be all right. Obviously, some scary weather may be coming in, but as long as you guys are well weather prepared, you have multiple ways to receive warning, including us here at MSC when we're live for every severe thunderstorm warning in the state. You can always know where the strongest of the winds and the hail is currently at in the state. And right now, that hail core that we're talking about is in Falmouth, if I said it right, heading up into central Missaukee County between Lake City and Houghton Lake. It's a pretty wide open area up there, pretty rural. That is up next for the severe thunderstorm warning. Still waiting for the cancellation of this one in Osceola. I believe they're going to let it play out just because we had that second cell that just popped up in literally 2 scans in Tustin and Leroy. And it is now in the exact same area just south of McBain versus the first cell. So that wishbone is closing in on itself, and now we have a donut over Lake City. Okay. This is, since we have the time, one of our moderators runs a page called the Zero Nader Tracker, and he wanted to inform us that there's been a zero NATO today in the United States, in Texas. Again, for those who don't know what that means, a zero NATO is a tornado warning that encompasses 0 population. So he runs that page over on X. If you look up, I think it's like Zero Nader Tracker. There's Zero NATO Tracker or something like that. But anyways, yeah, it's on X. And yeah, it's big news for the Zero NATO page. Brings up the question, do we have any areas where we can see zero NATO in Michigan? The answer is yes. Isle Royale is obviously one of them. There's no population registered on Isle Royale. It's just the seasonal campers. But there are a couple rural portions of the Upper Peninsula and the UP where there's 0 population density. So it's possible, but you'd also need tornadic weather in some of these rural portions of northern lower Michigan. That's such a niche page. I love it. Y'all got to be tired a little bit. It's not really that we're tired. It's just that we want to stop the live so we can get part 2 set up. Once we get part 2 rolling, we're golden. But it's this stingy little storm in Missaukee County over Falmouth right now, north of Mottersville. And if this continues, and again, that's another warning, it would continue up towards Grayling and Roscommon. But it does look like it is starting to get ingested by some of the stratiform rain that's in the area. So we're going to hope that that is the case. If you're ever in like Port Austin and the Thumb, I think you guys could get a nice power snooze in, especially the east side of the state. It's going to be multiple hours before anything gets over to your side. It might not be until sunrise, honestly, especially if this is going to continue to move very, very slowly off to the east. It's really not showed too many signs of sagging to the south yet, which is wild. I feel like this line of storms has just been sitting over the same area of Lake Michigan for the last 3 hours.
It has. It has.
Which, not good for flooding.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Talking about the dances that we also have to do here. Yeah. Ryan, I still owe 3 dances, and it's about to be 4. I hope you realize that. At some point, I got to get those out of the way and just suck it up and just do them. But I don't know if now is the time.
Now is not the time.
Now is not the time.
Neither is tomorrow or Wednesday
Yeah.
or Thursday or Friday. Well, the deer are gone off the Lapeer camera.
You've been memed, by the way, in Discord.
I'm fully aware.
I heard.
It's been sent to my inbox by more than 3 people.
All right.
Fully aware. Got some storms popping up just east of Grand Rapids.
Yeah, I'm in one of them right now, and it's just a shower. That
You
is
should
a
shower.
No, it's like a tiny little shower. That's it. We have a very large flash flood warning that just came in, Ryan.
Antrim, Benzie, Grand Traverse, Kalkaska, Leelanau, and 2 more counties.
Yeah. This is the specific areas of each county. National Weather Service in Gillard has issued a flash flood warning for southwestern Antrim, all of Benzie, all of Grand Traverse, northwestern Kalkaska, all of Leelanau, all of Manistee, pretty much, and pretty much all of Wexford County until 6:15 a.m. At 1:14 a.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have already fallen. Additional rain amounts of 0.5 to locally another 2 inches are possible in the warned area tonight. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. It's radar indicated. Flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage in low-lying areas is the impact. Remember, turn around, don't drown when encountering flooded roadways. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. It's important to note, especially with how many washouts you've been seeing with roads up north. You could have rain that's passing over the roadways, and that you can't see the actual physical ground of the road, and so you could be driving into maybe 6 inches of water on the road and you can't see the bottom, and all of a sudden suddenly your car takes a nosedive into a washout that's 10 feet deep, and suddenly you're on the ground, and all of a sudden you're now further in the ground. So don't drive into flooded roadways. Find an alternate route. Don't let a 15-minute detour end up being something that causes you to lose your life. So again, turn around, don't drown.
Or your car.
What?
Or your car.
Yeah, that too. And the ending text says, please report observed flooding to the local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service immediately when you can do so safely. Flash flood, radar indicated.
Joel, we are 12 minutes away from being warning free.
I hope you're right. Our chaser Tyler's in chat saying, oh, you guys are still on. Yes, we are.
Hi, Tyler.
Severe
Hope you had a good nap.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. It has trimmed McBain. McBain, you are no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. It is also trimmed back further from Mottersville. Butterfield And Deadstream Swamp, still in the severe thunderstorm warning here. New mesoscale discussion, or am I just now catching this?
They updated the existing one earlier.
I just see a mesoscale discussion for the severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah, that was out like 12:51 a.m.
Half hour ago, it says. Severe
That's about
threat for
right.
severe thunderstorm watch 106, 107 continues. Occasional damaging wind gusts of 60 to 70 and isolated large hail near 1 inch in diameter if possible along the conglomerate outflow through 6Z. What a word. Thunderstorms have
I've been
grown.
using that a lot. Sorry.
It says thunderstorms have grown upscale into extensive QLCS with a conglomerate cold pool extending from northeast Iowa to southern Wisconsin into central lower Michigan. East-west orientation of the QLCS in westerly flow aloft suggests that most of the stronger updrafts will remain slightly to the cool side of the southeast moving outflow. A few smaller scale Boeing segments will be possible, especially with cell mergers into the line, which is more probable across central lower Michigan. Occasional damaging outflow gusts of 60 to 70 and 1 inch hail will be the main threats through at least 6Z, which is 2 a.m. So depends on what we can get downstream, if we run out of fuel or not. That'd be a blessing in disguise if this QLCS just decided to fall apart. And we do have merging cells up here as well. We're watching out for near Harrietta, Wellston, Manistee, and Wexford counties. But most of these cells right now are BOBs, big old blobs. This one big old blob is heading into the 131 corridor from Big Rapids north to Reed City and Leroy. As far north as Tustin and eventually Cadillac, who's going to get hit with their third cell in the last 20 minutes. So Cadillac, it's just going to be rain, hail, rain, hail, rain, hail, maybe some wind for you guys tonight there. And this QLCS continues to move off to the east. Multiple people are saying, dang, you jinxed it, Ryan. Oh, well, it's...
what?
You jinxed the warning, meaning there's
Not
going to be
yet.
another one. Looking at the winds, it's a little gusty up there in northern Michigan right now, but not entirely sure. I'm going to go ahead and pull 231 at 35 for storm motion. Just to see what storm relative velocity is saying. It's definitely QLCS. It definitely has that look to it, especially that line of storms from Kingsley down towards Wellston and Free Soil. Again, all these storms are elevated in nature, but you never can rule out a QLCS setup. Would you call this training over the same area? I'd say yeah, absolutely. Especially with the flash flood warning now for pretty much all of the northwest corner of lower Michigan. Traverse City, Beulah, Empire region. 1 to 2 inches has already fallen, and they're saying another ½ inch to 2 inches is possible overnight. It's the rain that never ends. But yeah, with time, this line will move through southern Michigan. It's just taking its grand old time sagging south. QLCS is quasi-linear convective system. It's just a type of Boeing segment that can also have a little bit of kinkiness within the line, meaning a little bit of spin-ups. And while we are completely elevated in nature, you never can count your chickens before they hatch. So the odds of a spin-up are like, gosh, 0.5%. It's very, very low.
That line by Madison, Wisconsin is getting its act together pretty quickly.
Yeah. Will it survive the trip across the lake, though, is the question. Because, again, this is a lot. It seems like it's a lot later than what it was modeled, so.
If it can hold together and form an RIJ, it's going to pick up intensity and speed quick.
Right. I did mention that like an hour ago. But my confidence is decreasing by the hour.
Yeah.
That's why, and that's ultimately why the Severe Thunderstorm Watch doesn't even go into the Grand Rapids area.
Yeah, it's got to really get a move on. We are officially 6 minutes away from a potential all clear scenario.
I wish tomorrow could be like that. Hey, it's possible. You could still get a washout tomorrow if we get too much moisture, over convex. You know, you get initial cells, but all of a sudden it's just like an hour of severe and then it's all done. It's possible. I've seen it happen before. Michigan, I mean, you guys got to remember, Michigan was cursed in terms of not getting severe weather, like not even 5 years ago. Like, you guys remember like the COVID years. That was like, I mean, Ryan, we talked about this last night. It was like, what, 3 tornadoes and they were all in the UP. But years fluctuate, and it just seems like as of lately we've had more. And last year didn't help when we had 33 tornadoes, but you got to remember that last year's count was inflated by 2 events, March 30th and May 15th, 14 and 12 respectfully. So 26 of our 33 tornadoes all occurred on 2 events. And if you guys remember, late summer, it was super hot and super dry. And so we went into the drought at the end of the summer. We weren't really tracking severe weather. We were tracking the heat and the dryness and the drought. So we'll see what summer brings this year. It's still a long ways away as we're still here on April 14th. But yeah, years do fluctuate here in Michigan in terms of severe weather, and it just seems as of lately it's been more on the high side. Southeast Michigan now in a severe thunderstorm watch. It is for Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, and St. Clair, and points north. If you're south of those counties, you are not in a severe thunderstorm watch. Lansing is not in a severe thunderstorm watch. Grand Rapids is not in a severe thunderstorm watch. Detroit, Pontiac, Warren, they are not in a severe thunderstorm watch. April showers bring May flowers. All the flowers are going to get washed away if we get too much rain. What is going on with the dam in Sheboygan? Has it fluctuated? Yes. Last update, it was 13.75 inches below the top. I don't know what it is at now.
So I'm a little confused myself. They put together a website for updates, and they haven't updated it since yesterday at 7 a.m. And there's been no new communication from the official sources throughout the day. So we're just kind of in the dark, to my knowledge, at least. A thunderstorm. 3 people just chimed in about Port Huron at the exact same time. Thunderstorm, Port Huron. Yes, there is. It's a tiny one. We are so close, Ryan. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect here for 3 more minutes for Missaukee County for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The core of this is going up 127 now. It's pretty much in Roscommon County. You got 3 minutes to go. Potential rainfall also occurring with this storm. We are waiting on this. That dinging you just heard is a tornado warning in Madison, Wisconsin, in the Boeing segment across the other side of the lake. That's not a jinx. It's a different state. Sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
did read a comment earlier today about the Sheboygan Dam. They have parts on order to fix something that's been broken that's going to help water. I don't know the exact details, um, but they're going to have that supposedly incoming tomorrow. So I'm not sure the details on that, but they were talking that they're going to have some increased water flow if they can fix something. So
Mesoscale discussion concerning heavy rainfall has also been issued. Areas of flash flooding will be likely from southern Michigan to central and northern lower Michigan over the next 4 to 5 hours. Saturated to nearly saturated soils are expected to be a contributing factor, along with rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour.
we just had a spike in outages in Lake County.
Okay. Do we have... Just lost power here in Bear Lake. Yeah, wow. The timing of the 0Z RRFS was so... Wait, no, that's the wrong day. Never mind. It's like, that's way off. 10 p.m. Never mind. It says Grand Rapids, 5 a.m. Heavy cells continue over the next 4 hours across the flash flood warning up in northwest Low. That's crazy. Over towards Houghton Lake and Roscommon County, Crawford County. So you're saying there's wind in Lake County, Ryan?
I'm not saying there's wind. I'm saying that there is a big increase in outages in Lake County over the past 10 minutes.
Hail in Hersey, Michigan.
Looks like they're in quite a big area here from Fife Lake, or it's a Fife Lake. I think it's called Fife Lake. All the way back to M113 down toward Sherman, just north of Mesick in Wexford Corner.
That's
Tons of outages.
That's not Lake County. You said Fife Lake is north. Oh wow, yeah, that's okay.
A lot of outages.
Yeah, that's
We
more...
also have outages down by Baldwin. There's an outage just to the east of Baldwin, actually in downtown Baldwin, along Highway 10, US 10 there, and whatever this main road is.
Yeah, check out the storm relative velocity on that, Ryan, on my screen there. Fife Lake. Rhymes with life.
First time in 8 hours, we are officially all clear, Joel.
But I mean, do we abandon the storm? Because I mean, it's just ongoing outages right now. I don't want to leave it. Tough
we have
decision.
to restart either way.
Yeah. We probably should. Again, just because the policy is beginning to end for all warnings. There's no warnings in effect, so we could roll the outro and then just come right back in right after this. So, do we even roll the outro?
No outro. Just stop it, and then either we restart or monitor behind the scenes and wait for another warning. One of the two.
I am okay with that. So we'll go ahead and jump off here here at MSC. We'll jump off for now. Again, we got to restart the stream because we're approaching our limits. We will be right back as soon as we can for more live coverage here at MSC. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma alongside Ryan. We'll probably see you back here in a couple minutes. Take care, and if you guys are in Kalkaska and Missaukee County, damaging winds likely heading your way. We'll be back soon.